chagrin of both mainstream archaeology as well as the entertainment media complex, which went so far as to label it as dangerous. The 2022 documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, featuring Graham Hancock, was a big hit for Netflix. For all the criticism leveled at their later Cleopatra series, no one labeled it as that. So what is it about Graham Hancock's work in particular that has so many so spooked? We shall see, as we're about to go through Graham Hancock's body of work, his thesis and the objections to it, as well as the discrepancies within the narrative of accepted history, and some truly incredible findings archaeology has no good answer for. And we'll go through it all with none other than the man himself. It is my honor and privilege to welcome to Midnight's Edge, Mr. Graham Hancock.
And it's a pleasure to be with you, Andre.
Let's get started. Today, you are most associated with ancient prehistory and ancient civilizations. But you started out as a journalist covering current affairs, and even in this capacity, you have a fascinating body of work behind you, including books like Ethiopia, The Challenge of Hunger, AIDS, The Deadly Epidemic, before going a little bit more counter-approved narrative with books like The Lords of Poverty, The Power, the Prestige, and Corruption of the International Aid Business.
Yeah.
What took you from investigating contemporary current affairs to ancient history?
Well, it was a process for me. The background to this is always from my childhood. I was writing poetry, songs. This was the way in which I naturally expressed myself. And the question was, how would I manifest that into a way to make a living? And journalism seemed the obvious solution, but at the same time, I wanted to travel and to explore the world. So in 1974, I applied for a scholarship to the Leverhulme Foundation to go to Somalia in the Horn of Africa and to spend a year there. And the reason for this was that Somalia had only in 1972 written its language. Before that, it was an oral language only with no written script. So the overt purpose of my project was to look at the implications for journalism and the media in Somalia of this introduction of a script for the Somali language. And indeed, I did write a couple of papers about that. But for me, the main purpose was to immerse myself completely and deeply in Somali culture. And this was the time when I became enthusiastic about Africa in general and about the problems of developing countries. The year in Somalia was 1975 to 1976. The application went in 74, but I lived in Somalia from 1975 to 1976. And when I came back, I, like every young 20-year-old, I was 26 at that time. I was looking for a job, and I was offered a job on a radical campaigning magazine called New Internationalist. And I was offered the job of co-editor on New Internationalist magazine. I'd already written quite a number of freelance articles from Somalia and had established a bit of a track record, and this was my first proper job. And I was co-editor of New Internationalist magazine, and we were exploring development issues and exploring the challenges faced by developing countries and the heavy and oppressive role of the so-called developed countries upon the developing countries. And it was during my time at New Internationalist that I became interested in the subject of foreign aid. But I think I've always been a bit of a contrarian. And I didn't have the kind of warm and accepting attitude to foreign aid that one was supposed to have in the 1970s and 1980s. I had seen too many cases where there were real problems caused by foreign aid, where foreign aid wasn't creating independence, but was rather creating dependence. And this was a line that I followed through the 1980s, and eventually led to the publication in 1989 of a book called Lords of Poverty, the book that you mentioned, which was a stringent critique of the aid business. But I had got myself into a position where I could write that book because I had written a number of previous books. Now, you mentioned my book on Ethiopia, The Challenge of Hunger, which was about the famine in Ethiopia in 1984. But before that, I had written one other book, and that was a travel book called Journey Through Pakistan, which was photographed by the late, great Muhammad Amin and my friend Duncan Willits, and it allowed me to travel for 6 months extensively around Pakistan and, you know, get introduced to that culture as well. So I would say that my work background was a mixture of constant writing, investigation, and exploration, coupled with a great deal of travel. In 1982, I went back to live in Africa and lived in Kenya, where I was the East Africa correspondent for The Economist. Of course, The Economist is a very well-established mainstream magazine, and it sounds very grand to be the East Africa correspondent of The Economist, but in fact, I was a stringer. I was paid 50 UK pounds a month, and anything I earned over that depended on the number of words that I wrote for The Economist during that particular month. So it wasn't making me a big living, but it opened a lot of doors for me, and it allowed me to travel very widely around East Africa and to interview key figures in that region. It was while I was working as East Africa correspondent for The Economist that I first went to Ethiopia, a country that became very central and very important in my life. I started traveling to Ethiopia from 1982 onwards. Again, enormous travels and explorations in Ethiopia. This was where I came across my first historical mystery, which was that Ethiopia claims to possess the Lost Ark of the Covenant, as in Raiders of the Lost Ark, as in the Indiana Jones movie. Well, when I heard this, when I came across this tradition, I was actually in the city of Aksum in Tigray province in northern Ethiopia, where the Ark is supposedly kept. And I met the monk who was supposedly the guardian of the Ark of the Covenant. And although the story seemed outrageous and extreme and impossible, I was very impressed by his solidity and his certainty that it was indeed the Ark of the Covenant that he was the custodian of. So I began to research this subject. While doing many other things in the background, I began to research the Ethiopian claim to possess the Lost Ark of the Covenant. And I found that mainstream archaeology and history was totally opposed to this notion. They believed that Ethiopia had simply made the whole story up, that there was no reality to it whatsoever. But my investigations on the ground suggested something very different. For example, I found myself amongst the community of indigenous Ethiopian Jews who are known in Ethiopia as the Falashas. They call themselves the Beta Israel. And they were practicing a very Old Testament form of Judaism. As a matter of fact, they did not have rabbis. They had priests, which were abandoned in Talmudic Judaism. They performed sacrifices of rams, and again, this was forbidden in Talmudic Judaism. It seemed to be a very ancient form of Judaism that was being practiced in Ethiopia.
Yo,
and
what
I
up,
spent
dude?
many weeks amongst the Falashas interviewing their elders and getting their story.
Thanks for being here, man.
And their story
Thanks for being
was
here, bro.
that their ancestors had come to
Hey,
Ethiopia
hello, hi.
and had brought
I was-
the Ark of the Covenant with them.
Every time.
But before doing so, they had spent several hundred years in
Dang,
Egypt.
man. That's
and that
sad,
they
bro.
had been
Do you
based
believe
upon
it?
an
Like, do you
island
actually believe it, though?
in southern Egypt.
I mean, I
so this
can.
was a clue that I
I can
could check,
believe-
I could investigate.
I can
began
believe...
talking to biblical scholars.
I mean, I can believe it being a
such as
false
Nahum
flag, but I can
Haran
even
at the Hebrew
believe them
University in
murdering their
Jerusalem,
own
and they
citizens
confirmed
in
for
order to
me
go out for
that
war.
there had
Like,
indeed
they're just so
been a Jewish
insane.
community in southern Egypt on the island of Elephantina, roughly from 650 BC until about 450 BC.
I believe. I mean, I can believe it, but it's just.
And their temple had been destroyed. There had been a
don't know.
dispute with the ancient Egyptians, and this community was forced to move out. And the story that the Ethiopian Jews told was that their ancestors had followed the Nile River system south. They had taken the Blue Nile branch.
Sad
and they
stuff,
had ended
dude.
up around Lake Tana in Ethiopia, where the Blue Nile
Lebanon might get
rises.
wrecked too.
This is exactly where the Falashas were still living in the 1970s and the 1980s.
I think they just want to take over the entire Middle
Eventually,
East.
as I think everybody knows, the majority
That's why they're
of
saying like
Ethiopian Jews were
Iran. Like, what the
airlifted
fuck
to
does Iran have to do
Israel,
with any of this shit?
during
Obviously,
the fall of the
there are like
dictatorship of
people
Ethiopia
doing
in
terrorism in
1991.
Iran.
But at the time that I was researching, they were very much present in Ethiopia, and it was their story more than anything else which caused me
Lebanon
to
is
take
just
Ethiopia's
fucking-
claim to possess the Ark of the Covenant seriously. And this was
Seems
also
like
my
it.
first encounter with mainstream archaeology. And
I'm telling you, dude, it's probably gonna be the first release of the CBDC, man. I'm telling you.
Alternative possibilities.
You're telling me. Man.
And I see my role as offering reasonably argued, well-evidenced alternative possibilities for people to consider. And that's precisely what I did in the case of Ethiopia, and it led to the publication in 1992 of
Dude, there's gonna be
my
so many
first book of
Palestinian
historical mystery,
refugees in
which was
Lebanon
The Sign
now.
and the Seal,
I mean, there still are,
A
but
Quest for the Lost Ark of the
there's gonna be
Covenant.
even more now.
And this was the turning point for me when I moved out of reporting current affairs and moved into investigating
Which might be better for them.
issues of prehistory, and particularly
Worse for
of
Lebanon, for
remote
now.
prehistory. There are aspects of the Ark of the Covenant
Telling
that
you, the
sounded
CBDC, man.
technological. They sounded out of place in time. They didn't seem to belong to that period. In addition to that, in order to research the book, as well as traveling widely in Ethiopia, as well as traveling widely in Israel, I also had to travel widely in Egypt, because you cannot separate the story of the Ark of the Covenant from the story of Moses. And Moses, as we know, was reared in the household of the Pharaoh in Egypt, according to the Bible, and indeed was groomed as a potential future Pharaoh. It was while I was investigating this that I found myself in front of the Great Pyramid of Egypt for the first time. An astonishing mystery, just a staggering
Should go open
impact
a
upon
club
the
in
eye
Beirut.
and upon the senses.
That'd be so awesome.
I, of course, looked into it, and what do archaeologists say this thing is? And they said it's
I'll be the
tomb
DJ.
of a
Well, we
pharaoh.
both be DJs.
But as I began to look further, I could find no
be the
compelling
headliners.
evidence that it was the tomb
We can be the
of
residents.
any particular pharaoh. And this was the first clue, really, amongst others, that led me to the next investigation, which was Fingerprints of the Gods, published in 1995, which is really when I began my quest for a lost civilization of prehistory.
And of course, you have researched that extensively since. You have written numerous books, you have done numerous lectures, and you've been in numerous podcasts, especially Joe Rogan, where many discovered your work.
Yeah.
And of course, you have
It is
odd ones
not.
out like me that
you
actually
serious,
discovered
dude?
Joe Rogan through you.
Is that a fact?
There are those
That
as
is not
well.
real.
Yeah.
And all of this then culminated with the Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse, which came out towards the end of last year to
Came out in
both praise,
November 2022.
yeah, which came out to both praise and condemnation in equal measure. But before we get to the varied reactions to Ancient Apocalypse, let's go back and look at the body of
What?
work you have presented to
What?
the public concerning the possibility of a lost civilization,
No way, really?
which culminated with the Netflix series.
Making a TV series is one particular aspect of what I do, but primarily I'm an author of books. And after I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, I went on with my great friend Robert Boval to co-author a book called Keeper of Genesis, which investigated
Look
the
at this
mystery
level,
of the
man.
Sphinx in ancient Egypt. And then I published with my wife Santha, who's a photographer, a big photographic book called Heaven's Mirror, which looked at the rather curious and repetitive theme of copying on the ground the patterns of stars in the sky, which is found all around the world and which is connected to a very specific system of religious ideas. And when I find the same idea in the same way shared by many different cultures that were not in direct contact with one another, I'm either looking at an extraordinary coincidence or I'm looking at a shared legacy. In other words, all these cultures had a remote common ancestor which passed down a legacy of knowledge and ideas to them. And that's a fundamental notion in my quest for the lost civilization. After Heaven's Mirror, the next major book I wrote was called Underworld.
Base metal chromium ore.
And that involved the Flooded Kingdoms of the Ice Age is the subtitle. And that involved myself and my wife Santa in 7 years of scuba diving all around the world. We would go to local fishing communities, to local divers, and we'd ask them if they'd seen anything interesting underwater. And we would do so in areas where we knew from geological studies that sea level had risen very dramatically at the end of the last ice age. Not a lot of people are aware of this.
Oh, what? That's used in like weapons?
400 feet, about 120 meters.
What's chromium ore used for?
And in the process,
like
27 million square kilometers of land that had been above water during the ice age were flooded and inundated and taken out of sight. So I felt it was important to do a detailed investigation of this, and Underworld was that investigation. 7 years of scuba diving, hundreds, actually thousands of dives all around the world, in India, in Micronesia, in Japan, in the Mediterranean, in the Americas, I mean, just everywhere. And we found many anomalous structures following the guidance of local fishermen and local divers. Which had clearly been man-made and which were clearly above water during the Ice Age and had been submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age. An example in the Mediterranean is the so-called cart ruts on the island of Malta. Nobody knows what these so-called cart ruts actually are. They're parallel grooves carved into the rock of Malta. There are certain assumptions about their age that archaeologists make, but those assumptions are not based on any solid evidence. But what is solid evidence, what we discovered in our dives around Malta, is that these man-made features, these so-called cart ruts, continue underwater. And they continue underwater down to depths of close to 30 meters beneath sea level. And this means that they were submerged more than 12,000 years ago, and that they're therefore extremely ancient. After Underworld, I took a break from the lost civilization. I felt I'd walked the walk, or if you like, dived the dive. I was really waiting for new developments before I touched
Africa's
that again. I spent
I've learned a lot about like mining and African importance of
novels.
They're not getting money from anywhere else. People don't care about them. There's no fucking hedonism in the world. They don't have the resources, and the West is not going to fucking help them.
But eventually,
so you're actually helping them,
possibility of a lost civilization and evidence for a lost civilization began to mount up more and more. Particularly
I've been on mines in Brazil. I mean, I disagree with how much they take, the percentage of money, but they're definitely happy that they exist.
Which was published in
what am I doing?
2015 and was called Magicians of the Gods.
I feel like I'm home.
And I followed that up with America Before, which was published in 2019. And all of these books investigate in depth, with thousands of footnotes and references and detailed evidence presented, the case that I make for a lost civilization during the Ice Age. So when it comes to making a TV series, I think it's important to understand that there is a huge body of work behind the TV series. And the TV series provides a glimpse into that body of work.
Yo, Stash, thanks for the idea of the shoulder shrug workout. I think I already see my shoulders a little bit.
The most compelling material, but we can't present everything.
A little bit bigger. I see my shoulders like a little bit bigger.
I'm glad
I've never done any shoulder workout like ever. And it's not because it's not like above the head shit.
All around the world, huge numbers of viewers, and very, very popular with viewers because for many of them it was their first introduction to this possibility that we have lost a whole chapter
it's heating
of
up,
the
dude.
human story, and that we lost that chapter
internet chats are heating up
during the Ice Age. But a TV series is also relatively easy to attack. If you're an archaeologist and you dislike the ideas being presented in the TV series, you can just pretend that the person presenting the TV series never wrote any books at all.
Very high reps.
And just
I was doing 20
reps
reps
to the point made
50
in the
pounds
TV series.
in each
And most
hand.
of the criticism
Palm
that came
inward and
from archaeologists came from archaeologists
yeah,
who had
top
no
of hand
knowledge
outward
whatsoever
as if
of my
barbell.
books or of the vast body of evidence and research that I have collected, and were responding in a very peculiar, rigid and dogmatic way to the TV series, which is simply meant as an introduction to this mystery.
Indeed, I have some of the examples of that here, because the audience may have responded to it tremendously. But as you said, mention members of archaeology, not so much. For instance, the Society for American Archaeology demanded that Netflix reclassify it as science fiction. A professor
I don't know if it's real or not either, Baron.
that the theories presented were based on
really don't know,
white
man.
supremacy. And every
Doesn't seem real.
archaeologist with a YouTube channel did a debunking video, and my personal favorite.
I mean, it could just all be fake, right? It could just be fake CGI. They've done it before. We know they've done it before.
And further claimed
we know they've done fake CGI before.
Conspiracy theories before wondering out loud why it was allowed in the first place. And here's the kicker. The author of that piece seemed to think you invoked ancient astronauts. So we cannot possibly have seen the series.
No, and or indeed have seen any of my written
I think it's just part of the globalist
I've never felt that I need ancient astronauts to explain
the world
anomalies and puzzles
I'm telling you, it's gonna be the first
human
CBDC.
prehistory. I believe a lost human civilization is a much better explanation for that. Look, what went on was a kind of propaganda war by actually a rather small group of archaeologists, but they were able to multiply their effect through unquestioning journalists
Ukraine
in the media
and
who simply assume that everything that archaeologists say
Israel.
is true. Actually, multiple
Syria,
lies
Lebanon.
were told about the series. False information was presented about the series in order to discredit the series. But fortunately, the vast majority
though,
of
man.
viewers
Turkey's
were
such a
able
big
to
fucking.
see that. The white
Turkey's
supremacy
been
thing was particularly
the
irritating
biggest.
and
What's the
personally
word? Not
hurtful.
troll.
For a number of reasons. At a personal level, I'm married to a woman
Turkey's
of
fucked up
color,
everyone's plans
and
always
I have
through time.
mixed race children and mixed race grandchildren. And to be accused of being a white supremacist in this series. And by the way, the Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse never once mentions the word race. There is no discussion of race whatsoever in the Netflix series. But I think archaeologists realized that if enough of them shouted loudly enough,
I mean, Ukraine now must
were picked
have
up by
one of them.
journalists in the media, that this label
extremely
would stick,
strong
even though it wasn't true.
Amount of money and resources of weapons.
That's why I would
mixed
call
with
it
Israel.
a propaganda war. Now let's look at what lies
I'm thinking
at the
maybe
heart
they
of
can
that
take over Turkey. Who
archaeological
knows?
claim that the series promotes racism and white supremacy. What lies at the heart of it is that I report in the series a number of
Then Russia would
traditions,
definitely be there.
indigenous traditions from Mexico and from South America in particular.
But Turkey, Turkey's got all the international.
Figures, human beings with beards who came from across the
Bosphorus,
sea
all the
at a remote
treaties.
time in the past, and bringing the gifts of civilization with them. I didn't make up these traditions.
World War, I think,
These
yeah.
are authentic indigenous traditions. There is a body of archaeologists, quite a small body of archaeologists, who have tried to claim that the traditions were interfered with by the Spaniards, who were the first conquerors
it's like a Panama,
of Mexico,
a bigger
and the first
Obviously,
conquerors of
Panama's like a
Peru,
Turkey,
for
but
example, as well.
you know what I mean.
But that is not a fact. That is simply an opinion, which is expressed by a number of archaeologists. But when they used this argument, they didn't admit that it was the opinion of a small group of archaeologists. They claimed that it was established fact that the Spanish had interfered with these myths and traditions, and it's not established fact. In
I'm really
fact,
bad at this level,
there's an
guys.
ongoing, quite ferocious debate within academia about this, and the majority view is that the traditions are absolutely genuine, and that the Spanish just happened to be the first people speaking a European language who took note of those traditions and provided us with references to them. So I believe very strongly that what I was reporting in Ancient Apocalypse was genuine indigenous traditions. The fact that a few archaeologists disagree with those traditions or would like to imagine that those traditions were interfered with by the Spanish, that's an argument in archaeology, that's not a fact. So again, they were presenting as facts things that are actually opinions.
Yeah, I think it's interesting myself as someone who follows
we all die. What?
That Viracocha sounds a lot like Odin, if you ask me. But on a completely different matter, back to the Netflix series and the responses to it.
Pretty conceited to it.
Because I think that the responses to that series were rather extreme, especially when you compare with another recent Netflix series that also drew some level of controversy, namely Cleopatra. Now, the professional reviews for that series, they are, it should be noted, largely negative. And they all point out the historical inaccuracies in it, and the response was particularly bad in Egypt and from Zahi Hawass in particular, whom I think took that series even more personally than your work.
They heard me.
Yet Egyptian complaints about Afrocentrism aside, no one claimed that series was dangerous. So it seems like something of a double standard there where your work is concerned. What do you think about your work that is so dangerous?
Well, the double standard and the danger that archaeologists perceived in my work is very, very, very clear. Archaeologists as an institution, archaeology is an institution. I'm not speaking of individual archaeologists, but I'm talking of the overall weight of the institution. They regard themselves as the experts, as the accredited experts, and as those who have the right to speak about the past. And they have a narrative about the human past, about the origins of civilization, for example. And I think my series was seen as dangerous because it threatened that narrative. You're quite right that the Cleopatra series has been attacked by a number of archaeologists, and they are again seeking to control the narrative on that subject, which I do not think archaeologists should be doing. We should all be free to engage in a narrative about the human past. It should not be controlled, managed, constrained by a small
sorry guys, I'm really sorry.
Academics.
I really am. I need to figure out something. With this mic, I need it to not be so mobile.
Of the whole edifice of prehistory that archaeologists have invented, basically. I'm saying, look, guys,
I literally hit the metal part of the mic with my controller.
I'm not, by the way,
I apologize.
Claiming that I am necessarily 100% right.
I don't know who wants to win Stash.
I'm not a fanatic. What I'm trying to do is to introduce debate into the narrative, introduce discussion into the narrative, consider possibilities that archaeology may not have considered. And the conclusion that I come to is
a lot of people
that
can't say that because they think it's
built by archaeologists stands on foundations of sound. That the story of the origins of civilization is missing an incredibly important chapter. And that chapter took place during the last ice age. And the last ice age roughly ran from 120,000 years ago until about 11,000 years ago.
It's fucked.
And it's a very long period. Archaeology certainly has knowledge of the last ice age, but it does not have sufficient knowledge to rule out the possibility that one of those hunter-gatherer cultures in the world during the ice age set off on its own track and began a kind of
I hate this level.
Social evolution very rapidly.
Fucking hate this stupid fucking level.
Inventive, started to create technologies, started to explore the world, started to understand the motions of the stars in the heavens. A complete grip on the nature and place of the Earth in the cosmos was achieved, in my view, much earlier than archaeologists accept. Not 6,000 years ago, not 7,000 years ago.
Peace and happiness.
Way back during the last ice age, perhaps as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. and my work has been focused on looking at the foundations of the House of History and trying to show that those foundations are very flimsy.
One country live happily ever after. That's what I'm talking about, Toad.
The response of archaeologists to my series was that, as though they know that they seem to claim that they have sufficient evidence to rule out any possibility of any kind of advanced civilization anywhere in the world until about 6,000 years ago, when Sumer in Mesopotamia it emerges. And I don't believe archaeologists do have enough information to rule that possibility out. I'll state it plainly. I don't think they're lying. I think they're deceiving themselves when they say that they have sufficient information to rule out the possibility of a lost civilization. And why don't they have sufficient information? One part of the problem is the way they look at ancient structures. And the
how do they not push B there?
The framework,
like, how is that even a thing?
Those ancient structures. For example, the Great Sphinx of Giza. Because the Giza Plateau is regarded by Egyptologists as a creation of the 4th dynasty, the 3 Great Pyramids are thought to be the work of 3 pharaohs, Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, in the established framework.
Oh my God.
Therefore, it was naturally assumed that the Sphinx, you can't date a stone monument like the Sphinx.
So
there's no direct way of dating it. But it was assumed and taken for granted right from the beginning that it was a work of the 4th dynasty as well.
What did they base that on? Do you know what that assumption was based on?
It's based almost entirely on context, number one, that it's sitting there on the Giza Plateau with the 3 Great Pyramids in view. But it's also based on a couple of documents. One of them is the so-called Dream Stela, which sits between the paws of the Sphinx. It was not created at the time the Sphinx is supposed to have been made. It dates to about 1200 or so BC. That's the work of Thutmose the Fourth. And in that stela, Thutmose records that he had cleaned up the Sphinx, that the Sphinx had been covered with sand, that he had removed the sand from the Sphinx. And then he put this stela up between its paws. It still stands there to this day. He put the stela up between its paws to record what he had done. Now, on that stela, until about 50 years ago, some of the lines are broken, but in one of the lines appears the single syllable kaf, which arguably is the first half of the name Khafre. It was not surrounded by a royal cartouche, but nevertheless, there it is, kaf. And because of that single syllable, which no longer exists, by the way, it's weathered off the stela now. Because of that single syllable, Egyptologists concluded that the ancient Egyptians, that the ancient Egyptian pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, Khafre, to whom the 2nd pyramid is attributed, had been the builder of the Great Sphinx. In fact, the stela does not tell us that. It just had the single syllable kaf. It could equally well have been saying that Khafre was an earlier restorer of the Sphinx. We don't know what it was saying, and as I say, that syllable isn't there anymore. Secondly, there's another stela from the Giza Plateau, the so-called inventory stela, which states clearly that the Sphinx was already in position in the time of Khufu, the predecessor of Khafre. So Egyptologists have selected from these 2 stelae, and they've chosen the one that fits their view of the past best. But it's not truth. It's an
How's it in Miami? It must be getting to dry season now, almost.
Because their framework says that the Sphinx should belong to the 4th dynasty, they have forced the evidence to conform to that. That's how they see it.
Blue skies,
they're not considering the possibility that the Sphinx might be a much older monument, which was restored during the 4th dynasty, but which long predates the 4th dynasty. And that's where the geological work, initially it was the late great John Anthony West who drew attention to the extraordinary vertical weathering patterns in the trench around the Sphinx, and then this was later supported courageously by Professor Robert Schoch of Boston University, who is himself a geologist, and who has concluded that the Sphinx, after it was built, was exposed to about 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And it's a plain fact that you did not get heavy rainfall of that sort on the Giza
big
Plateau
sunroof fan.
4,500 years ago in the time of Khafre, when Egyptologists would like the Sphinx to have been built.
God,
you have
man.
to go back nearly 12,000 years to get
That was 2
those
years
kind of
ago,
rains
man.
on the Giza Plateau that could have caused that weathering. So from a geological point
I
of
first
view,
went there.
the Sphinx is much, much older than Egyptologists believe it to be. And yes, it has the head of an Egyptian pharaoh, but that is very simply explained as a recarving of what I and my colleagues believe was originally a leonine head, that the Sphinx was originally entirely a lion.
No regrets.
And that its head was
Not a
recarved
single
during
regret.
a restoration campaign in the 4th dynasty, around 4,500 years ago, was recarved into the head of a pharaoh, not necessarily of Khafre, but the head of a pharaoh.
I did wave home my
we can tell
skateboard
it
a
was
couple times. I
recarved
do regret
because
that.
although the Sphinx is a majestic, proportional work of sculpture, the head is extremely small by comparison with the body. And this is what
Otherwise,
suggests to us
fucking hell.
that the head of the Sphinx was recarved as part of a restoration
Best time of my
campaign.
life.
And this is creating the
Girlfriend
confusion
came down
that
3
makes
times.
Egyptologists
Just like,
connect the
amazing.
Sphinx to the epoch of 4,500 years ago, when actually geology says that it's
Insane
12,000
return ticket
years old.
one
So
way,
that's
or
one
not?
issue,
Not like
is
just
that
direct
structures may be
return
hiding
flight.
in plain sight,
Less
which
than
archaeologists simply refuse to recognize.
I think it was like a 3-hour flight or
as
something.
older, and won't look into
3.5
the possibility
hours
that they're older because
with
it contradicts their
taxes.
framework.
Ottawa,
And there are
Fort
many such
Lauderdale,
structures around the world. I would reference
$450
the incredible
Canadian.
megalithic
It
walls
was
of
insane.
Sacsayhuaman
It was his new charter.
in Peru, for
Ottawa,
example,
Fort
up in the
Lauderdale, like,
Andes
it's
near
ridiculous.
Cusco. There are
It was just.
many
She
examples
came down
of this
3
around
times
the
for
world, where structures may have
$1,500.
been
Like,
misunderstood because archaeologists impose a pre-existing
so insane.
dating framework upon them.
Yeah.
And then the other
Nice,
issue
thanks,
is
man.
how much of the world has archaeology actually investigated?
Got to
How
make
much
that
of the
visit
world has archaeology
next summer
actually
here.
studied? They give us the impression that if they can
Well, bro,
claim
dude,
that there is
I
no
got-
possibility of a lost civilization,
I have
during
that
the Ice
license,
Age,
right? Like,
they should.
I'm able to
in order to
so
make
I
that
learned
claim, they should have
what
done
I
a
can do in the
thorough
United States. I can
investigation of
recruit
the whole
people
world.
to the team,
But in fact, they
right?
have
Like
not done
Primerica,
so.
World Financial Group.
First and foremost, in the countries where
And when I
archaeology
become a
does
senior
happen
marketing
quite
director, which is
regularly,
pretty
it very
senior
rarely happens because of a targeted
position,
search. It
where I have
usually
10
happens
licensed
because
agents,
a
I
road
can
or a dam
they
or
I
some
can
other
sign
piece of
people onto my
engineering work is
team
being built, and
in the United
archaeologists are
States.
asked to investigate that
For me to
site
get
make
a
sure that
team
no
to do that, I need
ancient
10
archaeology
licensed agents
is
under
going to
me
be
in
destroyed.
Canada first.
So the discovery of archaeological sites is somewhat random in that
But once I
sense.
have that
Even
level in
countries
Canada,
where a great deal of archaeology
can-
is conducted.
I
And then
can work in
secondly,
both the
there's
United States and
whole
Canada
areas
because
of the world
the
that
guy
have
in
received
California
very
recruited
little
me.
archaeological
Isn't
attention.
that like just
6
incredible?
million square kilometers of the Amazon rainforest,
Just
for
amazing,
example.
man.
Very little. There's been some archaeology
I
done
really
there,
wanna
but
do that.
minimal.
Fucking
Most of
live
the
in
Amazon
Miami half
rainforest
the year.
remains untouched and unseen by archaeologists. Some new developments are
I'm
taking place
working
using
towards that.
LiDAR. I'm very
That's my
interested
plan.
to
That's
see
my, like,
where they
4-year
lead us. But at the
plan.
moment, the Amazon is a kind of black hole in archaeology's
It's a pretty good
understanding
plan.
of the past. The same
If
goes
I can reach senior marketing
for the
director in 4
27 million
years,
square kilometers of land that were submerged by rising sea levels
that's a great
at the
plan.
end of the last ice age. That's roughly the
That's
size of
10
Europe and
licensed
China added
agents
together.
under me,
Yes,
and
there
like
is some marine
$80,000 of
But until very recently, marine archaeology has
investments
primarily
and
focused on
life insurance
shipwrecks
purchased.
from the historical period, and has not paid a great deal
Like,
of
not the
attention
amount, but I
to
mean
the prehistoric period. There are some new developments taking place
The commission
in the
on
North
it.
Sea between
the
Britain
life
and
insurance
Europe.
policy commission
an area
is
called Doggerland has been
anywhere
discovered,
between like
which is
$2,000 and
certainly
$3,000.
submerged at the end of the last ice age, but it's just
Yo, what's up,
beginning.
Christian? How
The
you, man?
vast majority of the areas that were
So to make
submerged at
about
the end
80
of the
grand
ice
in a
age have
year,
never been studied
either
by
you have to sell about
archaeologists
like
at
40
all.
policies,
And yet
or
I and my
your
photographer
team of
wife
10
Sandra,
have to sell an average
with
of what, 4?
7 years of diving, following
It's really,
crews
really
by
fucking
local
cool
fishermen
system,
and
man.
divers, looking at areas
It's a
that we knew
scalable
had been
system,
inundated at the end
and
of
if
the
you
last
plan
ice
it,
age.
you can
We
fucking.
found dozens of man-made structures.
It's cool in
underwater. So
theory.
if we can do that on the small
Let's
and
just say
limited
that.
budget
How do
of
they not push
individuals,
that? Like, go
what
fuck
could
yourself. Not you,
archaeology
Christian.
achieve
Like, don't
if it
forget.
were to take seriously the investigation
I'm
of
good.
the
I'm
flooded
good.
continental
I'm good,
shelf?
Christian. I'm just fucking
And
losing
another,
my mind
which
on
it
this
has not done yet.
level,
And
dude.
another example is the
That
Sahara
wasn't towards
Desert.
you. That's towards the
Roughly
game.
9 million square kilometers of the Sahara Desert. Again, yes, some archaeology has been done, but again, it's minimal.
Oh, you man.
So I don't think that archaeology is in a position to say that they have enough evidence to rule out any possibility of a lost civilization. Quite the contrary, they don't have enough evidence at all. They haven't looked in enough places.
Does support
in the places
job
they
from
haven't
home,
looked,
yeah.
in the places that they have looked, they haven't looked in a targeted or organized fashion.
That's what my girlfriend was. That was that job that I did, that I left after one day before lunch. My girlfriend was working from home for like a year or two, and then they wanted me to go downtown at like 7 a.m. And then they lied. They said, "Oh yeah, during COVID they were only working at home for a month and a half." I saw her working till 2023 at home. We'll be moving to Canada soon. Wow, man, that's wild, dude. Congratulations, man. It's exciting. I'm going to go visit after Christmas. Right now, the flight's too expensive to go now. Super excited. Wow, man.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned before in an earlier talk, exactly who funded his education, and that was Mark Lehner, his second in command. What can you tell me about that?
Wow, well, congratulations, Christian.
Back in 1996, Robert Boval and I, as I mentioned earlier, published a book which has the title Keeper of Genesis in the United Kingdom. And in the United States, the title is Message of the Sphinx. And in that book, we investigated the background
she left
of
her
the
job. She has a new
principal Egyptologists whose work focuses on the Giza Plateau. And indeed on the Sphinx, and they are Mark Lehner,
because you got to be asleep,
of the University of Chicago, and they are Zahi Hawass, as you say,
all fake.
Who regards himself as the most famous
Egyptologist
in the world. We were surprised to discover that in their youth, both of these men had connections with the Edgar Cayce organization. The Association for Research and Enlightenment.
So Miami has concrete roads.
I need to tell you a bit
Here we have asphalt. I like concrete.
The Edgar Cayce organization. Edgar Cayce was a medium.
That's just me.
He was he used to fall into deep trances.
Coming from Miami next weekend.
And in those trances,
cool, dude.
He would diagnose illnesses that people had, and he would offer remedies. And indeed, his healing remedies were often quite successful. But as a sideline to this, he also, in trance, talked a lot about Atlantis.
I'm happy, man. Congratulations,
suggested that Egypt had been a place where survivors of the lost civilization of Atlantis had come, and that they had indeed buried a hall of records underneath the Sphinx, telling the whole story of their civilization and what happened to it. So this is a very New Age, very Atlantean, very mystical kind of organization, which relies for its information upon channeling. We were therefore puzzled to discover that both Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass were funded through their university education as Egyptologists by the Edgar Cayce organization, which is also known as the Association for Research and Enlightenment. They were sent to college by the Edgar Cayce organization, but then, having been to college and having come back to the Giza Plateau, they both underwent a kind of volte-face and became the most conservative of all conservative.
Not you, Christian.
Arguing that there is no such thing as Atlantis. Arguing that the Sphinx is just 4,500 years old, that there's no Hall of Records, and so on and so forth. Now, I'm not saying that their change of heart was contrived. Perhaps they had a genuine change of heart. But I think it's interesting in their background that we find that both of these men began their studies with the help of a mystical organization called the Edgar Cayce Foundation. All of that, by the way, is documented.
I'm a heterosexual man.
Keeper of Genesis, titled
Poor people, I know, man. Really terrible.
In the US. And we've never had any comment or reply from either Zahi Hawass or Mark Lehner concerning the information that we publish about them in that book.
Oh, this is the run.
But one of the things that strikes me is that
for the Middle East,
in recent years, certainly since the discovery of Göbekli Tepe
what a scam.
and the related Karahan Tepe, is that this should have been something of a vindication for your theories, at least your general hypothesis.
Why would he run? It's such a stupid animation, guys. Like,
to the idea, especially in light of everything that is yet to be excavated there.
Oh, that was so dumb.
The majority, from what I understand. But still, I cannot.
I don't think I've ever seen that guy run.
The community has responded in more support of your views, or even being more open to them. What do you think that is?
Well, once again, the archaeological community.
Like, I've seen that running animation, but I've never seen that guy run.
The discoveries at Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe and in that neighborhood, they're trying to force fit it into their pre-existing paradigm. It's rather funny, actually, to observe this process, because until the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, it was an article of faith of archaeology that there could be no megalithic architecture in the world older than about 6,000 years. And indeed, they pointed to Gigantea in Malta as the world's oldest megalithic temple. And they constructed a whole story around
so much lag, it didn't even go back.
The archaeological story was that hunter-gatherer communities
would not
have the level of organization,
Thanks for hanging out. Congratulations.
Be able to
good
generate
stuff.
surpluses
up and up.
necessary
stuff is happening. Life is good.
Allow major construction projects to take place. With agriculture,
I'm gonna get PB energy.
You can generate surpluses. With hunter-gathering, you cannot. And the generation of surpluses was felt to be important.
Guaranteed back boost always.
Because it then meant that certain individuals in the community could be freed up from food production. And could be allowed to focus upon architecture or upon engineering
but it's fine.
or upon astronomy, and then apply all of these skills to the construction of megalithic sites.
I have no ammo, man.
It was the firm and fixed and rigid view of archaeology until the discovery of Göbekli Tepe that none of this could have happened before.
Whatever, we're at least improving our fucking runs. Have a good day, yo. You too,
then Göbekli Tepe was discovered, a giant megalithic site dated to 11,600 years ago. With
that's my
huge
to be here, dude.
megalithic pillars and very firm dating of the site, because the mystery about Göbekli Tepe is so different from many other archaeological sites. Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried by the people who made it. The evidence that allowed very convincing dating evidence to be derived from the site. Where a site has been tramped over by many different cultures over thousands of years, carbon dating gets very, very difficult. You can't be sure that the organic material you're dating it dates to the origin of the site or whether it was introduced to the site later on. But in a site like Göbekli Tepe, which ran for roughly 1,000 years, it was used from roughly 11,600 years ago to 10,600 years ago, and then it was buried, completely buried. An enormous effort was put into burying it under thousands of tons of rubble that were poured into the enclosures, covering
Guys,
up
I was
all
thinking,
the
do you think Callie is hoarding
eventually completing a hill
51
over the top of Göbekli Tepe. This is why Göbekli Tepe is such a fascinating site and why its dating is so secure. Because it was then for the next 10,000 plus years, nobody saw it, nobody touched it, nobody interfered with it, nobody contaminated.
You know he's playing offline, you just know it.
And suddenly we have a site that's firmly dated.
I can feel a disturbance in the forest.
600 years ago, and it's a megalithic site, and the people who built it were hunter-gatherers.
No, he doesn't strike me as a horror.
During the 1,000 years that Göbekli Tepe functioned as a site, they transitioned from hunter-gathering to agriculture, and this is the opposite way around.
I don't think I've laughed that hard
to typecast it. They said agriculture first, megalithic site
in
second.
A blue moon.
At Göbekli Tepe, we see megalithic site first, agriculture second. What I think we're looking at Göbekli Tepe is a transfer of technology.
How did I miss that again?
Who already understood agriculture, who already knew how to create megalithic architecture. They used Göbekli Tepe as a mobilization point for the local population, set them to work on this enormous project, and during the creation of Göbekli Tepe, they began to teach the skills of agriculture. So the fact of the matter is, Göbekli Tepe is a giant megalithic site. It's 11,600 years old. Archaeologists are desperately now trying to say that there must have been a slow build-up to Göbekli Tepe, which they haven't found yet, but it must be there somehow, that there must be some sort of slow build-up to Göbekli Tepe. But the fact remains, an 11,600-year-old megalithic site in Turkey completely destroys the archaeological argument for the Sphinx being just 4,500 years old. At the time, when the dating of the Sphinx was being debated, Mark Lehner, who we mentioned earlier, stated flatly that it was impossible for the Sphinx to be 12,000 years old, because there were no sites, no megalithic sites anywhere. That was back in 1992.
I see myself getting a PB with this
strat. There were no megalithic sites anywhere in the world.
I do.
That were 12,000 years old.
It's not futile.
And he said, show me a potsherd from such a site and I might consider it. But since no such site exists, it's obvious that the Sphinx was built just 4,500 years ago. And then Göbekli Tepe is discovered. A giant megalithic site, 11,600 years old. If you can create Göbekli Tepe, you can create the Great Sphinx. And so I do believe that Göbekli Tepe should be taken as a very important.
Wow, insane. He made that claim. If you can make Göbekli Tepe, you can make the Sphinx. Oh man. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Graham.
From many other sites around
that is a recent, that is a 1 month old podcast too.
Strike me about it though is that it now appears
this could be AI though.
Just
I'm not sure if this is AI or not.
As pure layman
I mean, it could be AI.
That the Overton window, if you will, for what is considered acceptable speech within the field of archaeology has shifted, at least somewhat. By which I mean, even archaeologists which happen to have a presence on YouTube, who will scoff at you at one hand and do debunking videos and what have you, will still proudly declare that things keep on getting older. And
which is
here's this research which suggests that there was human presence in the Americas 200,000 years ago. Wow, this is completely uncontroversial. Does that give you hope for the future of archaeology, even if you don't get any credit?
It does. I just think that archaeologists need to be a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more open-minded. They shouldn't focus so much on controlling the narrative about the past. That was clearly what I faced. It was like a gangbang from a dozen archaeologists all around the world attacking me in every way possible, trying to persuade people not to watch my series, trying to turn people off my work, using lies, using disinformation in order to do that, using the language of propaganda in order to do that. I think archaeologists need to be a bit more relaxed.
One of my PB with Graham Hancock saying.
They often like to compare themselves to airplane pilots.
I'm not going to
say you would want a fully qualified airplane pilot to fly your airplane, so you want a fully qualified archaeologist to tell you what happened in the past. I don't think that's a very good argument at all. Flying an airplane
what's a big cloud?
Is a technical skill. Whereas
at work on break, sorry man. If you're on mobile, I know there's gonna be a ton of ads, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Very limited data sets.
What's up, my man?
And the further back into the past you go,
yeah, I'm going for new strat. We're going for sub-minute.
The more limited those data sets become. And rather than trying to drive away
pretty good runs so far.
Amateurs,
just got to piece it together.
Outsiders who aren't archaeologists but who have a keen interest in the past, rather than trying to drive them away, rather than trying to smear their names, rather than trying to insult them, perhaps archaeology should be a little kinder, and a little more open-minded to listening to alternative points of view, because the past does not belong to archaeology. It is not the possession of archaeology to interpret as it chooses. The past is a common, universal human heritage, and we all have something to say about it. And archaeologists should not say just because they're archaeologists that nobody else is pointing to.
I don't think I can get faster than 58. That's like the dream.
We've seen cases where so-called amateurs have brought in
still be really proud of
relevance to
my PB is 1 minute.
In summary, I think it's important for archaeologists
1 minute. I have like 5 1-minute dupes.
Rarely do. That archaeology is a work
old
in progress.
strat.
It is not a completed
mine boosts.
As I mentioned earlier, there are huge areas of the world that have never been studied by archaeology at all. I think archaeology should take
I could squeeze out a run that can be 58 pace.
About the past. This is what we think we know up till now.
Gotta
but
look down
we're
more.
open to new evidence
Thanks, bro.
changing the picture. And unfortunately, the
58, I think,
reaction
is top
to my
100.
Ancient Apocalypse series
Or at
shows
least
that archaeologists are not open to new evidence, are
58
not
is the
willing
first
to consider
points.
new evidence,
Might be like top
and regard
120
it
or something.
as a sort of territorial transgression. They act as though they own the past, that it is their territory, and they therefore react with hostility to any outsider who comes into that territory and says something different from what they say. Archaeologists will welcome outsiders as long as they agree.
There's a new pauseless strat. Have you seen it, Cloud?
But the moment an archaeologist offers
where you don't pause, you shoot in the labs to lure the guy to open the door.
The big guns are unleashed, and that was the massive propagandistic reaction that I faced to Ancient Apocalypse. And when one goes through that reaction and analyzes it in depth,
we need to do both, I think, Toad.
Is that it's all based on disinformation and lies and propaganda.
But I know what you mean. Exploring places on Earth is way easier than
what you are describing is something that many have experienced across the board, and the current name for it is cancel culture. And it has arguably been a negative force in the quest for truth
throw it on the ground.
Research, not just in archaeology, but across the board.
Think you've seen it? Can't stay adverts.
Now, you certainly faced this head-on in a dramatic fashion, and indeed on an international stage. From your experience, what are the learning lessons here? And what do we as society need to do in order to protect the independent quest for objective truth going forward?
Sorry,
First of all, there's no doubt that what I faced was an example of cancel culture. The whole project of archaeology was to stop people watching Ancient Apocalypse and to accept the archaeological narrative as the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and to ignore everything else. And that's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote this open letter to Netflix, requiring that my series be relabeled as fiction, indeed as science fiction, rather than as a documentary series.
Thanks, man.
This is pure propaganda. There were many archaeologists interviewed in my series. Every single fact presented in the series was triple fact-checked by our team.
You see, Truer Faith has the ads command in his chat.
Simply to stop, to do everything they could to turn people off these ideas and to stop people watching the series.
That was fast.
The success of the series shows that archaeology did not succeed in that endeavor, but nonetheless the endeavor was mounted, and a major effort was made to, if the Society for American Archaeology had succeeded in getting the show relabeled as science fiction, they would certainly have removed the strength from the show. And that's what archaeology wanted to do. But the fact of the matter is they presented no evidence.
Such a scam.
They simply stated, this is wrong. They didn't say why it's wrong. There are no facts in the letter from the Society for American Archaeology. It's just paragraph after paragraph of insults directed at me, based on the assumption that archaeologists are 100% correct about everything.
How did I,
they don't even need to justify their statements. They're so correct that they don't even need to justify their
I got thrown on the wall, I guess.
The general public saw through this nonsense.
Yeah, fuck you, watch
that. We ended up with a very successful, successful documentary series.
Did you see what it says in this chat? I guess you can go in this chat and test right now, but I'm curious what it says. I'm not going to judge what he wrote. I'm just curious.
I know many individual archaeologists who are doing fantastic work, and I hugely respect and appreciate what they're doing. My argument is with archaeology as an institution, where the individuals become subsumed.
I'll be like, this is David Clemens is doing it. He's a big streamer. That's what he said.
To further their own careers and to secure their own future, they must accept the primary dictates of that power structure. And that's archaeology as an institution. Just, for example, back in 1989, when I published Lords of Poverty, my critique of foreign aid, I wasn't criticizing individual
That's the way. Okay, throw against the wall. Okay, that's huge.
I was criticizing the institution of foreign aid, just as I am now criticizing the institution of archaeology. And I think that archaeologists, in their reaction to Ancient Apocalypse, got a bit mixed up about this. They thought that my critique of the institution
So fucking dumb.
was somehow, although no individual archaeologists are criticized, was somehow an attack on individual archaeologists, and therefore
We throw it
they
against the wall.
responded
I think
by
we got it though, my
definitely
friends.
mounting an attack on me as an individual and seeking to damage and smear my name. So whereas I do critique archaeology as an institution, I don't smear the names of individual archaeologists.
Very, very good point. I just want to say something in defense of archaeology, which I maintain that by and large, archaeology has and continues to do good work, especially where you have enough data and enough evidence, as you say, where you can draw some conclusions and interpretations that there's more mutual agreement upon.
Good.
However, there comes a point when we go further
I gotta look down more.
Where the availability of the evidence becomes a little bit more
I feel the mine on the
scarce.
ground.
This is where the establishment and the establishment dogma kicks in. At what point in history, how far back in time do we have to go, in your opinion, till we reach the point where there's no longer any consensus we all should agree upon, and where the establishment narrative takes over based on shoddy evidence?
I think that the establishment narrative, the house of history, as I call it, the mainstream house of history, only begins to become reliable. Only begins to become reliable when documents have survived that can be referred to. That's when we move into the realm of history rather than archaeology. The interpretive nature of archaeology, based on the excavation of relatively limited amounts of artifacts in relatively limited number of sites all around the world, does not allow it to draw fixed and firm absolute conclusions about the human story. And I think the period that requires much further investigation is the whole story of humanity during the last ice age. That roughly from roughly 120,000 years ago down to 11,000 years ago. Yes, there has been archaeology looking at that period, but not nearly enough to give us a clear picture of what was happening then. Yes, hunter-gatherers were the dominant human population at that time, but I need to remind archaeologists of this again and again, that we live in a world today where an advanced civilization, or our so-called advanced technological Western civilization, coexists with hunter-gatherer populations. There are hunter-gatherers in the Amazon rainforest who don't even know that our civilization exists, the so-called uncontacted tribes. There are hunter-gatherers in the Namibian desert who are pursuing the hunter-gatherer way of life to this day as a choice. So the notion that hunter-gatherers can coexist with a so-called advanced civilization should not be strange to us. It should be a possibility that we're willing to consider. We should not confine the entire human population of the world for the 100,000 plus years of the Ice Age to one economic and social state. We should consider the possibility that amongst those hunter-gatherer groups, there were groups who began to specialize and acquire knowledge and abilities that other groups did not possess, and ultimately became a civilization, and that civilization was destroyed in the cataclysm that brought the last ice age to an end.
And we are indeed about to get to that. But before we get to the point where most of the record we have right now are oral recountings, there is one document in Egypt which I think is really fascinating. I would love to hear a little bit more about, and that is the Egyptian king list. Because my understanding, again, I'm a layman in this, but my understanding is that this is what forms the basis of our understanding of the various different Egyptian dynasties. But only
guys, that was really dumb.
What can you tell me about
that? Was really dumb.
Again, the Egyptian king list, and indeed many other documents from ancient Egypt, recount a vast prehistory to Egyptian civilization, going back tens of thousands of years, more than 30,000 years, in some cases more than 40,000 years into the past, before Egyptian civilization as historians recognize it, first emerged. So it's interesting that archaeologists, when they look at these documents, particularly the king lists, which list the reigns and names of kings, pharaohs who ruled in Egypt, that they're only interested in those lists from the time that archaeology already accepts that ancient Egyptian civilization was beginning. They're not prepared to consider the much older dating given in the much more extensive lists. Again, what they're doing is they're fitting a document which says something they don't like into a framework that they do like, and they do so simply by dismissing a very large proportion of that document. There are so many examples from ancient Egypt. I often cite the Edfu building texts from the Temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt as being of crucial importance, because these texts describe a great flood which destroyed what is called the homeland of the primeval ones, which was an island. This island was split by some sort of cosmic disaster. It's described as a serpent that came down from the sky and split the island, and then it was flooded. The Edfu texts tell us that there were survivors, that they went by sea to many different lands, one of which was Egypt, and in those lands they attempted to restart civilization. And when did this happen? According to the Edfu texts, it happened at an epoch that the ancient Egyptians called Zet Tepi, the first time. And the dating of the first time is a matter that I and Robert Boval have done a great deal of work on. And it's very clear that the dating of the first time goes right back into the last ice age. So we're dealing with a culture which saw its own achievements as a legacy from an earlier time, and happily recognized that legacy and welcomed it and appreciated it, a gift from the gods, if you like. But Egyptologists only want to take the bit that relates to the period that fits their narrative, and they reject all of the other information. Again, this is not the way to study the past, in my view. We need to be open to these narratives that have come down to us from our past. We can't be selective in choosing some because they fit with our framework and rejecting others because they don't. That's just cherry picking.
I have one follow-up question to that. These documents, these Egyptian documents that describe kings and events taking place 30,000 years in the past, which are the same documents that is used to basically document the dynasties. Is there any kind of delineation in these documents themselves to indicate that this is what Egyptians considered, or ancient Egyptians considered history, and this is what they considered myth?
No, it's all seen as legitimate history. It's a continuous.
This is fun though.
It's continuity
fun
that's being described. Continuity going back tens of thousands of years, not an abrupt change between prehistory and history.
The challenge here, of course, is the lack of other sources, leaving us with only oral tradition, like myths and legends from around the world.
I might just wait half a second instead of trying to do an instant warp there, honestly.
Unless they support a point
just to improve
that
consistency.
is accepted. But on the topic of oral tradition, there is a book you alerted me to, which I find to be a fascinating read, namely Hamlet's Mill. Can you tell us about the thesis presented in it and how that connects to the Great Year?
Yeah, well, Hamlet's Mill is probably one of the most important books focusing upon prehistory that has ever been written.
Like, why?
And the authors were Professor Giorgio de Santillana, who was professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute
It's different from English.
Technology,
It is. There's different
points
who
who was
and shit.
professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University.
I'm not criticizing it. I'm
They
just
first
saying
published this
it's
book
different.
in the 1960s. And what the book documents is extremely ancient knowledge of extremely hard to observe astronomical and cosmic phenomena. In particular, the phenomenon which archaeology attributes the discovery of this phenomenon to the Greeks, not more than about 2,000 or 2,300 years ago, and the phenomenon is called precession, particularly the precession of the equinoxes. But what precession is a wobble on the axis of the Earth. Everybody knows that the Earth rotates around its own axis, but if you imagine a spinning top which is slowing down a bit, you'll find that the extended, if you like, the extended North Pole,
there we go, that's way faster.
Begins to
that's like 1,000 times cleaner.
It begins to wobble in a circle, and that's exactly what the Earth's
Let's
axis
go. This is the run. This is it.
It wobbles
the
in
nade.
A circle.
Come on, baby. This is the fucking run. I'm not even memeing.
In the heavens. The Earth is
it's really
the viewing
fast.
platform from which we observe the stars. Changes in the orientation of that viewing platform will change our perception of the stars and when they rise, and how they rise in relation to the sun. And this is a process that unfolds at the rate of 1 degree.
What? Such a scam? Such a scam.
And what Santillana and Bondeshan begin
that was a
with
big
is
scam.
the mystery of
that was
numbers
a big scam.
Based upon the precession of the equinoxes, combined with a particular symbol. Hamlet's mill is an example of that symbol, something turning, a churning motion. In ancient India, it's called the churning of the Milky Ocean, where teams of angels and demons haul the great serpent Bazuki wrapped around Mount Mandara to stir up the Milky Ocean. That metaphor is always present together with numbers. So we have a metaphor which describes a churning, turning process.
Should have waited like a frame later.
And we have a series of numbers. And what Santillana and Bondeshan demonstrate conclusively is that this is ancient knowledge of precession, being encoded in myth, and therefore passed down through myth over thousands and thousands of years. They trace this back to what they call
that
some
first mine boosted up way too much health. I think Dope was there, and that's
which
why.
is yet to be
in around those labs,
and which passed this knowledge down
the lag was different
all around the world. And it was really that insight in Hamlet's mill, along with a number of other factors, that led me to begin the investigation that eventually led to Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995. If this very sophisticated astronomical knowledge is present in myths going back as far as the last ice age, then we are definitely dealing with the fingerprints of a lost civilization. And here's where it gets interesting. I mentioned to you that the process unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. 360 degrees in a circle gives you the great year of 25,000.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to wait half a second more.
Years. That's when the whole cycle returns to 0 point and begins again. Now we find, let's take a look at the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid, and Egyptologists don't really dispute this, can function as a scale model of a hemisphere of the Earth. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid,
this is so fast,
and multiply it by 43,200,
for me,
you get the polar radius of the Earth.
Why?
The distance from the core of the Earth to the North Pole. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply that by 43,000,
maybe I should just do open door.
You get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Egyptologists recognize this parallelism between the dimensions of the Earth and the Great Pyramid, but they insist that it's a coincidence, that it happened totally coincidentally as a result of structural concerns in the building of the Great Pyramid. The problem with that argument is the scale used. That 43,200 is a multiple of 72. It's 600 times 72. Therefore, what we have is a structure which is encoding the dimensions of the Earth on a scale defined by the Earth itself, by a key motion of the Earth. And unless we were in any doubt that what's intended here is a parallelism between the Earth and the Great Pyramid, we also find that the Great Pyramid is aligned to within a staggering 3/60ths of a single degree to true north. So the Great Pyramid is speaking to the Earth, it encodes the dimensions of the Earth, and it does so on a scale defined by a key motion, the precessional wobble of the Earth's axis. This cannot be a coincidence in my view. This is ancient knowledge being expressed in monumental form. And that knowledge, although largely passed down in myths and traditions, is there on the Giza Plateau, frozen in the giant 6 million ton edifice of the Great Pyramid. If the scale were different, if it was a scale of, let's say, 1 to 63,000, I wouldn't regard it as so significant, but it's that specific scale of 1 to 43,200, and its derivation from the key number of precession, the number 72, that convinces me we are looking at a deliberate scaling here.
And also in terms of oral tradition that was written down, we have another story that was relayed to us from Plato, which is central to your work. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It's central to my work. Of course, we're talking about the tradition of Atlantis here.
Of course.
It just so happens that Plato is the earliest surviving reference to the lost civilization of Atlantis. But right there, I need to stress immediately that there are many other cultures around the world that also remember a lost civilization that was destroyed in a global flood. For example, Kumari Kanda in southern India. The tradition in India is that there was a land to the south of India on which a great civilization flourished that was destroyed in a global flood around about 11,600 years ago. The dating is as specific as that. So when we talk about Atlantis, let's remember that it's just one example, the most famous example, of a series of traditions and myths from all around the world that speak of a lost civilization destroyed in a flood cataclysm. Now, Plato tells us, the place to go to is the dialogues known as the Timaeus and the Critias. And in these two dialogues, Plato relates a story that he tells us was passed down by his ancestor, the Greek lawmaker Solon. Solon, of course, is a famous figure in history, in Greek history. And it's known that Solon made a visit to Egypt around the year that we would call 600 BC. In other words, around 2,600 years ago, give or take 20 years. When Solon made that visit to Egypt, he visited a temple in the delta region of Egypt.
It's so dumb.
A temple dedicated to the goddess Neith at Sais in the delta. And in that temple, which no longer exists, it was utterly destroyed in later times. In that temple, Solon was shown inscriptions on the walls by the priests who were effectively showing him around. And of course, he couldn't read the ancient Egyptian language, so he asked them, what do these inscriptions say? And the priests then repeated the whole story of Atlantis, describing a great civilization that was destroyed in an enormous flood, that there were survivors, some of whom came to Egypt.
Too dumb, man.
What's key is that Solon then asked the Egyptian priests, when did this happen? And they said, 9,000 years ago. Well, that was in 600 BC. So now we have a date, and that date is 9,600 BC, which is 11,600 years ago, give or take 20 years, which is the precise date of the beginning of work at Göbekli Tepe, that mysterious site in Turkey, and which is also the date for an enormous surge of meltwater from the collapsing ice sheets at the end of the last ice age, called Meltwater Pulse 1b. Meltwater Pulse 1b extended over several hundred years. If you simply look at the averages, the sea level rise in any one year isn't that much, but the coral reef records show very clearly that this was not a steady process, that there were enormous leaps in sea level, and then some years when sea level didn't increase very much. So the average figure doesn't really provide us with useful information. The bottom line is that Solon, the date given to Solon by those Egyptian priests, translates into our calendar as 9,600 BC, which is 11,600 years ago, which coincides with Meltwater Pulse 1b, the biggest rise in sea level at the end of the Ice Age, and which also coincides with the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. And for these reasons alone, I believe that we must take the story that Plato passed down to us extremely seriously. It's one of the most detailed accounts of a lost civilization of the Ice Age, and I refuse to accept that it can simply be dismissed by archaeologists because they haven't found evidence for that yet. The reason they haven't found evidence is they haven't looked in the right places. They haven't looked enough. They haven't explored enough of the world's surface. And when they see evidence that might contradict their view, they dismiss that evidence and don't take it into account.
Let's take a moment to address the attempts at
Oh,
dismissing
come
this
on.
story. One of the objections I've come across, in addition to the standard one that the whole dialogue is something Plato is claimed to have made up in order to tell a morality tale, is that within this dialogue, it isn't actually Plato himself who refers to Solon as his ancestor. It is the character Critias who does that. Does Critias, being the one who refers to Solon as his ancestor instead of Plato, in any way change matters?
I actually think it's a really unimportant criticism as to who was whose relative. The fact of the matter is that Plato documents this story from Solon, and it's a clearly documented story. It has a date put on it. It talks of a flood cataclysm. We need to take it seriously. What's fascinating to me is the straws that archaeologists clutch at in order to dismiss this theory. And really, anything will do as long as it helps to pour scorn upon this idea. And again, you know, the point that I'm trying to make is this is an area of investigation that should be taken much more seriously by archaeology. There are huge gaps in our knowledge of the past, and we cannot claim to have a clear knowledge of the past while those gaps remain unfilled in. And unfortunately, archaeology does not admit that at all. What my whole project and effort over the last 30 years has been to raise questions in areas of the past that have not been properly studied by archaeology. And that particularly comes to the issues of what happened at the end of the last ice age. Archaeology is not taking account of the colossal cataclysm.
I was right here.
The end of the last ice age, the episode known as the Younger Dryas, which extended from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. This is a huge punctuation mark in the human story, and we can't simply pass it by and regard it as having no significance. We have to take it very seriously and build into
maybe we should throw it on the ground before
the realization that in relatively recent times, just 12,000 years ago or less, there was a huge cataclysm which changed the face of the earth.
Oh, it was fast. It was fast.
Then there's more and more evidence of this coming from the Comet group. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
The Comet Research Group are a group of 60 or more than 60 these days mainstream scientists who were puzzled by a layer of soil in the earth which dates to 12,800 years ago. And this is called the Younger Dryas boundary layer. And in this layer of soil, you can sometimes see it in areas where it's exposed. It's about the width of a human hand. It's filled with what are called impact proxies. It's filled with nanodiamonds and iridium and platinum and carbon microspherules and melted glass, melted at colossal temperatures, even melted quartz. Quartz melts at more than 2,000 degrees centigrade. There is only one agency which could put this whole collective of proxies into the Earth, and that is a cosmic impact. And so the argument of the Comet Research Group, we're not dealing with one major impact. It's very normal for comets to break up into multiple fragments when they approach the atmosphere of a planet. And for anybody who doubts this, just go back to the records from 1994 and NASA's observation of Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 and what happened to Jupiter. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 went into orbit around Jupiter. It was drawn in by the colossal atmosphere of Jupiter. It began to break up into multiple fragments. It broke up into more than 20 fragments. and those 20 fragments bombarded the surface of Jupiter with effects, had they taken place on Earth, would have been utterly cataclysmic. It's suggested by the Comet Research Group that the same thing happened 12,800 years ago, that a very large comet had already entered the inner solar system. They suggest probably as much as 20,000 years ago. For the first few thousand years, it didn't do any damage, but it went into an Earth-crossing orbit, and it began to break up into multiple fragments. And what the Comet Research Group, the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, is proposing is that 12,800 years ago, multiple fragments, some of them perhaps very large, as much as a kilometer in diameter, some of them small, perhaps no more than 60 meters in diameter, entered the Earth's atmosphere and hit the Earth, or blew up in the sky. Many of them were airbursts rather than direct impacts with the Earth itself, but the effect was the same. A massive global cataclysm. It's like being shot with a shotgun instead of with a single bullet. The net effect is still the same. That the Earth went through this hugely cataclysmic episode. The evidence is that at least a couple of the larger fragments hit the North American ice cap. North America was covered more than a kilometer deep in ice at that time. This caused a huge amount of icy meltwater to flush off the ice caps and into the world ocean. Once in the world ocean, that icy water stopped the global meridional overturning circulation. In particular, the Gulf Stream, which is the central heating process of our planet. And as a result, the Earth went into a very sudden, very radical deep freeze at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. The evidence presented by the Comet Research Group in more than 100 peer-reviewed papers in major journals all over the world is, in my view, compelling. And they're providing what I think is the best explanation for what everybody agrees was a cataclysmic event, and this is the event known as the Younger Dryas. Perhaps there are other explanations that may in future prove more compelling, but for the moment I regard the evidence for impacts by multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet 12,800 years ago as the best explanation. Often other so-called experts in this field will attempt to refute the work of the Comet Research Group. This is normal in science. It's good if you put forward a hypothesis that others will attempt to refute it. But in every case, the refutation itself has been refuted by the scientists from the Comet Research Group. And I think they have an extremely strong case. But as I say, the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm. It saw the extinction of all the megafauna of the Ice Age, the saber-toothed tigers, the giant sloths, the woolly rhinos, the mammoths, the mastodons. They all went extinct in that period. There's evidence that human populations went through a very tight, narrow bottleneck at that time. This was obviously a global event, which was utterly disastrous in its consequences. And to suggest the Comet Research Group limit themselves to that argument. They don't go the next step, which is the step I take, to suggest that that cataclysm was absolutely big enough to have obliterated almost all, not all, but almost all traces of a lost civilization of the Ice Age.
Fantastic. With that, I would like to thank you both for your work and for your time.
Thank you, Andre. It's very pleasant to talk to you.
everyone, and welcome to this session of The Future Human. I'm James P. Barbieri, Program Coordinator here at the Pari Center, and I will be your host for today. If you have any issues, please let me know in the chat and I'll try and help you out. Just very briefly, a quick reminder to ensure your microphone is muted. We do encourage you all to have your cameras on, and of course the chat will be open, so feel free to share your thoughts with the rest of the group in the chat. Finally, the session is recorded for archival purposes, and we should receive the link to the YouTube recording once it's all ready to go. So today we have the honor to be joined by Graham Hancock, who is the writer and presenter of the 2022 hit Netflix documentary TV series Ancient Apocalypse, and the author of the major international non-fiction bestsellers The Sign of the Seal, Fingerprints of the Gods, Magicians of the Gods, and American Before, and also the epic adventure novels Entangled and War God. His public lectures, radio and TV appearances, including several major TV series, as well as his strong presence on the internet, have put his ideas before audiences of tens of millions. He has become recognized as an unconventional thinker who raises resonant questions about humanity's past and about our present predicament. In January 23, Hancock was voted number 23 in the Watkins list of the 100 most spiritually influential living people. Today, Graham will be in conversation with Alex Gomez-Marin around the topic of humanity's ancient past. And with that, I'll hand it over to you two. Welcome.
Thank you so much, James, as always. And thank you very much, Graham, for accepting our invitation to be in conversation. I'd like to start with a remark. A colleague of mine who's an archaeologist told me when I mentioned to him that I was going to be in conversation with you. And he said, and I quote, "Get as far away from him as possible." And so I wonder, it's rhetorically, because we're going to talk about it, I wonder what could be so dangerous about me talking to you in front of such an audience. Perhaps we can start with that.
Yeah, it's a very curious phenomenon. I've faced unpleasant personal attacks from archaeologists almost from the moment that I began to explore the possibility of a lost civilization, which I have explored in a series of books, some of which you mentioned. But this hostility towards me and my work increased to manyfold when my Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse was released, and that's simply because it was reaching a very large worldwide audience, and it made me realize that what archaeologists, or rather I should say the institution of archaeology, is doing in its reaction to me is engaging in a kind of propaganda war. We are dealing with an institution which seeks to control the narrative of the human past, to say that the narrative of the human past is the correct and proper property of archaeologists, and that it doesn't belong to anybody else. Sure, there's a place for amateurs, as long as the amateurs say the things that the archaeologists themselves are saying, as long as what they're saying doesn't rock the boat. But the moment that somebody comes in from outside the field and starts saying things that contradict the mainstream archaeological narrative, this kind of propaganda war begins. And I often find that archaeologists make criticisms of me and make statements about my work when A, they have not actually read any of my books, and B, they've probably not watched the TV series either. They have a preconceived notion about who I am and what I'm interested in, and they try to slot me into that preconceived notion and attack their preconceived notion of me rather than necessarily the work that I do myself. So for example, Ancient Apocalypse was accused by archaeologists of promoting racism and white supremacy. This is very difficult to understand since the subject of race is not discussed in Ancient Apocalypse at all. But in terms of a propaganda war, if you apply the label racist and white supremacist to somebody, and then you get that magnified in the media by journalists who pick up your words without actually investigating the matter. I've noticed a lot of lazy journalism in the coverage of ancient apocalypse. They simply accept what archaeologists say without actually doing the work themselves. Eventually enough noise is made that the label begins to stick. And that's why I call it a propaganda war, because the effort is not really to engage in direct debate or discussion with what I'm proposing. The effort is to get rid of me by the quickest and most easy manner possible, which is to apply obnoxious labels to me and to my work. And it doesn't matter whether they read my work or not. They're just going to apply those labels anyway, because the project is not to take seriously or explore what I'm proposing. The project is simply to get rid of me. And it's in that context that the archaeologist you spoke to told you to stay away from me. Mm-hmm. They would like the whole world to stay away from me. They don't want any opposition to the narrative of human prehistory that have been presented. And I think it's important to be clear, there is a difference between archaeology and history in this area. We have a period roughly 6,000, going back roughly 6,000 years, where we have documents that can be read, which tell us about what was going on. But when you go back before that, you don't have any documents. What you have is scarce objects that are dug up out of the ground, often in a very random way, and conclusions are drawn from those excavations. And on the basis of those conclusions, archaeologists claim to be the sole arbiters of the human past. They are the ones who are entitled to tell the human story. And anybody else who tries to tell a different version of the human story, to present a different a different narrative, must be attacked and must be diminished in some way. This seems to have been the project. Fortunately, we live in an age where the general public are able to make up their own minds and have access to many sources of information. And certainly, although there's no doubt that the attacks on Ancient Apocalypse were intended to prevent viewers from watching it, to make viewers stay away from Hancock, they rather appear to have had the opposite effect, and to have rather backfired on the archaeological establishment. So we have an institution that seeks to present itself as the sole arbiter of the human past, and I don't think that's healthy. And I have tried to provide an alternative, properly researched, properly reasoned point of view on the past. And I think something is missing from the past, and I've tried to make that case over the last 30 years.
Yes, indeed. And there's this irony that in the very efforts of deplatforming somebody, you in this case, while you have all these books that are bestsellers, while you appear on Joe Rogan, while you have this successful Netflix series, and including your TED Talk, which was banned 10 years ago, well, that seems to, in a way, defeat the purpose of the deplatforming. And as you're describing, it's strange to see how, well, I was reading some of the accusations, right? And well, pseudo-archaeologists, we'll talk about what this prefix does to people, right? Pseudo-archaeologists, well, we'll see. But then false claims, then even conspiracy theory. Yes. I've even read like an analogy with stochastic terrorism, like the idea that it's conspiratorial but stochastic, so it's even more dangerous because you don't know when or where it's coming from, and then one needs to raise the ante and call you racist, right? So
see, let me pause you there on that issue of conspiracy theory. I'm accused of being a conspiracy theorist, but nobody states actually what the conspiracy is. Again, it's one of those labels which, if you apply it to a person enough times and enough people repeat the label, then everybody says, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, we'd better stay away from him. But actually, archaeologists have never made it clear what conspiracy they think it is I'm approaching. The closest they come to it is to say that Hancock believes that archaeologists are in a conspiracy to conceal the past from us. Hancock doesn't believe that. I don't believe there is an archaeological conspiracy to conceal the past from us. I think archaeology is functioning like a very large institution which has set rules and set ideas, a set paradigm about the past. And I think that paradigm is very confining on what archaeologists are able to see and imagine and consider about the past. So it's not a conspiracy, it's a natural byproduct of their view that they are masters of the past. that they are the experts in the past. Just as the way a pilot of an airplane is an expert in flying an airplane, so archaeologists say they are the experts on the past. And just as we would not trust an unqualified pilot to fly our plane, so we shouldn't trust an unqualified individual like Hancock to make any comments whatsoever on the past. But I think there's a huge difference between flying a plane and doing archaeology, an enormous difference. And that difference is to do with the very limited amount of inquiry that archaeologists have undertaken into our past. Now, if you ask an archaeologist about this, they'll say they've undertaken an enormous amount of inquiry. But let's unpack that a little bit. Let's go to countries where a lot of archaeology is done and where the funding is available, countries in the West, for example. Very often, archaeology is not the result of a targeted search. Very often, what happens is that a road is being built or a dam is being built, and this is going to disrupt the local environment, and it's thought healthy to bring in archaeologists to see if there's anything there that is important that might be disrupted. So this is what drives most archaeology, is a road or a dam is being built, and we better see if there's anything there of archaeological importance, rather than a targeted investigation. Secondly, archaeologists have a tendency to dismiss evidence that doesn't appeal to them. The Great Sphinx of Giza is officially attributed to around 2500 BC, 4,500 years ago, and is thought by archaeologists to be the work of a pharaoh called Khafre of the fourth dynasty. But the geological evidence suggests very strongly that the Sphinx is much older than that the Sphinx has been subjected. Professor Robert Schoch of Boston University, professor of geology at Boston University, stuck his neck out. He's a leading figure in this field, and he was willing to take the risk and put his reputation on the line and say, when I look at that structure, I see evidence of exposure to 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And such rainfall did not fall in Egypt 4,500 years ago. It was as dry then as it is today. You have to go back 12,000 years to get the kind of rainfall that could have caused the weathering on the Sphinx. Well, the solution of Egyptology and archaeology is simply to ignore that and say, we know that the Sphinx was built during the time of Khafre, but actually they don't know that. There is no compelling evidence that connects the Sphinx to Khafre. Some say that its head looks like the head of Khafre, ignoring the possibility that originally we had a monument that was totally a lion, and that the head of the lion was in much later time carved down into a human head. And this makes sense when we take account of the erosional aspects of the Sphinx. So what I'm saying is that compelling evidence for an older structure is simply ignored by archaeology, and they keep focusing on their main case, which is that the Sphinx was built by Khafre. And in fact, the evidence for that is extremely flimsy. Yes, there's a stela between the paws of the Sphinx, erected more than 1,000 years, even after the date that archaeologists accept for the Sphinx, which once contained the single syllable Kaf in its 11th line. It didn't have a cartouche, a royal cartouche around it, and subsequently that syllable has eroded away from that stela. But the stela was erected by a pharaoh who had conducted a restoration campaign on the Sphinx, and he could equally well have been saying that Khafre was a restorer of the Sphinx rather than the original creator of the Sphinx. All of these concerns and considerations are just dismissed by archaeology and not regarded as important. I've made it my business to try to put them into the public arena and to get people to think about these things. And this makes archaeologists extremely angry. Then they say, we know that there was no lost civilization during the Ice Age. They state this categorically. Quite a number of my critics have said, we absolutely know that there was no lost civilization during the Ice Age, and we are supposed to just accept that on the authority of the archaeologists themselves. Yet what do they know? As I mentioned, most archaeology is driven by road projects or large-scale engineering projects, not by a targeted search. Secondly, there are large areas of the world, the Sahara Desert, the Amazon rainforest, the flooded continental shelves, 27 million square kilometers that are underwater today, were above water at the end of the Ice Age, where very little archaeology has been done. I'm not saying no archaeology has been done, but very little has been done. Certainly not enough to completely rule out the possibility of a lost civilization. Archaeology should admit that it is a work in progress, and that the next turn of the archaeologist's spade could change the picture entirely. And I've simply made it my role and my place to offer alternative evidence so that the general public out there have the opportunity to consider not just one case, the mainstream archaeological case, but to consider a properly argued and reasoned alternative case as well, and then make up their own minds.
Yes, and here we have there's so much to unpack here. Here we have a triple challenge, at least, and challenge to put it mildly. We have alternative evidence, we have alternative narratives, and we have what you were describing, which is an amateur in the etymological sense of the word. It's a word I love. Amateur, somebody who's lovingly studying a subject, who's prevented from commuting with the professionals, right? So all of these things is like a triple thread that runs together in the question that I would like to explore further with you today, which is, given the future human, which is the name of this series, we should look back and understand what happened as the question, but it's a bit naive to only consider what happened. We also need to understand who's entitled to say what happened. So, well, I suppose we'll be dancing between one and the other. So, well, just go wherever you want. What happened? What do you think that happened, Graham?
Well, the key issue is the Ice Age, which in terms of evolutionary perspective is a very recent event, the last Ice Age, roughly 120,000 years ago down to about 11,000 years ago, when the world looked very different from how it looked today. The last glacial maximum was achieved around about 21,000 years ago. That's just yesterday in evolutionary terms. Anatomically modern humans had already been present on the planet for nearly 300,000 years by then. We have skeletal remains of anatomically modern humans from Morocco, which are close to 300,000 years old. And yet what we're talking about is a climatic event that occurred very recently and that came to an end cataclysmically between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And we know it was cataclysmic. The geological term for this epoch is the Younger Dryas, after a particular kind of alpine flower that flourishes in cold conditions. 12,800 years ago, the world had been warming up actually for quite a while in a rather gentle and polite way. And then anomalously, two things happened. There was a sudden sea level rise, and global temperatures collapsed and became extremely cold. I say anomalously because as we enter a period of deep freeze, you would not expect sea level to rise. You would expect the excess water to be frozen in ice caps, not to enter the ocean. But something occurred that caused a large rush of meltwater off those frozen ice caps into the world ocean, raised sea level 12,800 years ago, and simultaneously brought about a dramatic drop in temperatures. That episode, the Younger Dryas, saw the extinction of all the megafauna of the Ice Age, the saber-toothed tigers, the woolly rhinos, the mammoths, the mastodons, the giant sloths, all of these iconic creatures of the Ice Age. They went extinct in that very brief window between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. Some of them might have clung on for a few hundred more years, but basically it was a massive extinction event.
And that's not, if I may interrupt, that's not controversial yet, isn't it? No.
Not controversial. It's absolutely accepted. But what does this mean? It means that the world went through a trauma, a trauma that led to the extinction of huge numbers of animal species. And the evidence is that also led to a bottleneck in human populations. That this was a cataclysmic event by any standards. And yet it isn't taken into account in the construction of the human story that archaeologists give to us. It's really not considered as important. In fact, cataclysms in general are not considered as important. Everybody accepts that cataclysms occur, but somehow they're not supposed to have played a role in the human story in the last 20,000 years. Well, I beg to differ. I think the Younger Dryas was a cataclysmic event, and we cannot build the house of history solidly and soundly with this in its foundations unexamined and unexplored. So I've tried to draw attention to this cataclysmic epoch, and to draw attention to certain kinds of knowledge that were present in the world during the Ice Age and that have passed down in the form of myths and traditions around the world. Again, archaeologists don't like myths and traditions very much. They're hard to weigh and measure and count. They're considered to be fanciful and fictional in many cases. But to me, it's fascinating that there are literally hundreds of myths from all around the world that speak of a global flood, and that speak of the destruction of a former civilization during that cataclysm, whether we're talking about Kumari Kandam in southern India, or whether we're talking about Plato's Atlantis. They're all saying essentially the same thing, that there was a former civilization, that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm, and that the cataclysm involved flooding. And very often, even the same date is given. The Kumari Kandam tradition is traced back to between 11 and 12,000 years ago, and so is the Atlantis tradition. And that matters because the Younger Dryas began 12,800 years ago with a cataclysm, but it ended 11,600 years ago with an even bigger cataclysm and an even larger sea level rise, meltwater pulse 1b. I just feel that all of this needs to be taken into account if we're truly to construct an edifice of the human past that actually has solid foundations, and this is not happening.
I'll ask you later about not only the why, but the what for of this resistance to this narrative. What are we, or are they, or are some people gaining from refraining to entertain? But before that, tell us a bit more about these ancient civilizations.
Well, if I could pause you for a moment, I don't mind resistance to the narrative. Resistance to the narrative is fine. It's just the very poor quality resistance that archaeology has put up, where they haven't really bothered to engage with my arguments. They say Hancock presents no evidence. Well, I'm sorry, I've written a whole series of books on this on the last 30 years, books that are hundreds of pages long with thousands of footnotes. I present a great deal of evidence for this.
No, well, thank you for pausing me here. We can continue this thread because this is something crucial, not only in archaeology, in biology, in physics, in neuroscience, what's considered sufficient evidence, right? And no matter how much evidence you may provide, if that doesn't fit within one narrative, that's why we were emphasizing evidence and narratives.
Yeah.
Well, in kind of in a bias-like fashion, right? The probability, the updating of the prior, it's not going to happen just because no matter how new evidence comes in, your prior is not gonna update because you have zero belief in that an alternative can take place.
Well,
so
Thomas Kuhn wrote a fantastic book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and we know that knowledge does not advance in a slow and gradual fashion. A paradigm becomes fixed and firm and locked in place, and it takes an overwhelming amount.
Found a place that has been in business for time. Nice, bro.
And this is partly just
Send you just smelling this room. Thanks, man. We gotta hit that up when I go to Montreal. We gotta hit that up. We gotta hit up Schwartz and that restaurant. 47 years, nice, man. That sounds so long, and then I realize like I'm almost 40.
That's just very annoying, and the natural reaction is that territorial
all the way since the 80s.
Defend the territory of archaeology.
Since the 70s.
Stay away from this guy. Don't listen to what he has to say. And then to accuse me of all sorts of things which I don't do. Another very peculiar thing is that very frequently when archaeologists criticize me, and it's proof that they don't read my books and haven't watched the series,
83.
is they associate me with the ancient alien hypothesis. I have no interest whatsoever in the ancient alien hypothesis. I've never advocated that. I don't think that any structures
40 fucking years. It's like a half century away.
To explain them.
A half century ago.
They require a higher level of technology, of astronomical and engineering knowledge.
How do I feel?
Archaeologists usually attribute to that period. And to my mind, a lost human civilization is a plausible hypothesis, and that's all I'm presenting. I'm presenting a hypothesis for consideration, and I don't expect archaeologists to bow down and say Hancock is right, but I don't expect them to attack me personally, to use the techniques of propaganda to accuse me of all sorts of things that I don't do, of being an ancient alien enthusiast, of being a white supremacist.
That's really fucked up.
To use these ad hominem attacks.
It's like entire generations.
In order to discredit my
How old
arguments,
are we?
but not to get to grips with the arguments themselves. And to create false flag events where they, again and again, I've noticed this, where an archaeologist or their friends in the media will say, Hancock says this. But actually, Hancock doesn't say that. But this is a propaganda war. That's what it is.
I hear and I listen in what you say and in the way in which you say it, of course, this anger, this frustration, this sadness, and it sounds what it is, very confrontational, right? I wish it wouldn't be this way. It's like a trial, it's like the Holy Inquisition and trial by combat. I mean, isn't there, you may have tried all different ways, isn't there a way to just engage and try to engage and back and forth so that this is not, even steel manning, you know, that idea, even you steel manning.
Thanks, dude. I know I took like a friggin' 40-minute break.
Or it's all very
Thanks
much
for your
like
patience, man. If you're
trial
here.
to death combat that's so
I guess you were getting food.
And scientific in a way, because that sounds more like war than actually trying to figure things out.
Yeah, well, it is a war in a way, and that's why I've agreed to debate Flint Dibble, who's a senior archaeologist, on the Joe Rogan Experience in October this year. Many people, most of them with YouTube channels, have sought to debate me. But I haven't seen the necessity to do so. I'd rather debate a proper archaeologist.
Yeah, the ground is like way better.
In the archaeological institution.
I gotta throw on the ground.
That's what Dr. Flint Dibble is, and that's why I'm
all the time. Sunny and cold. The sun
I would
just came out here.
have a friendly, open-minded, easygoing discussion, but I've been forced into this position where I have to fight back. For example, in Ancient Apocalypse, many archaeologists claim to be offended that I criticize and attack archaeology. And I say that archaeologists regard me, Graham Hancock, as public enemy number one. But what they have to understand is there's a background to this, that I have been subjected to these very, very unpleasant ad hominem attacks by archaeologists, using words like fraud, hoaxer,
insane,
white supremacist, or whatever.
Have like meatball marinara sauce, I'm guessing?
Pseudoscience.
Or sausage, spicy sausage or some shit. Oh yeah, you're a vegan now.
And I absolutely knew what was coming.
Vegetarian.
When I did Ancient Apocalypse, and it was important that the audience know this as well.
Does it happen? Let me ask you differently. Do you have allies? Sorry. Do you have allies, and do you have them within the citadel of academia and without? I mean, can you talk to certain archaeologists and they say, yeah, Graham, I agree, but you see, I cannot make a professional living out of that? Do you have people around who, because otherwise it sounds like you're alone fighting these dragons, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not alone. First of all, I do have allies within the field of archaeology. But they are part of institutional archaeology.
Wear silk, really?
What they can say in public differs from what they can say in private. Nevertheless, there are archaeologists I've worked with and I'm in contact with who've been very open and friendly towards me, and I try to recognize that. When I first went to Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, Klaus Schmidt, sadly he passed away in 2014, I met him in 2013, was the head of the excavation at Göbekli Tepe. He was he knew who I was. He didn't drive me away from the site. He didn't ban me from the site. He spent 3 days showing me around the site and sharing his point of view with me. I wish it could be more.
Flowers get pollinated.
I wish, for example, that I could return to Egypt and continue my studies and my work there. But the Egyptian government, on the advice of Egyptologists, have banned me from visiting Egypt.
Bro.
I'm not able to visit Egypt. What a clever way to prevent a critic from doing their work, is just deny them access to sites that are an important part of their work. Since I got banned from ancient Egypt, I feel like I've had my left arm cut off. And this is not the proper way to think. What are they afraid of? What are they so afraid of that they have to ban me from sites? Why did I get banned from Serpent Mound? Why weren't we allowed to film in Serpent Mound in Ohio during the filming of Ancient Apocalypse? Again, it's because my point of view differs from the point of view of archaeologists. And rather than engage in a discussion, they simply find it easier to get people to stay away from me and to get me to stay away from their sites. And if you ask them about it, they'll say this is perfectly justified. And if you ask them why it's justified, they'll say, well, it's well known that Hancock is a fraud and a hoaxer and a white supremacist. But all these are labels that archaeology has made up. They're ad hominem attacks. They're not engagement with the substance of my work.
Now, let me come back to the what for I was alluding before. So, they may defend their views for whatever reasons, maybe really trivial, even dull reasons, because that's what they've been doing, and it's hard to change. But how would our understanding of humans today and the future human change if we adopt your take on ancient apocalypse? What changes? What are the consequences?
I think the key consequence is the misapplication of evolutionary theory to social development. There's a tendency, and it's very much reinforced by archaeology, to see our civilization today as the apex and the pinnacle of human achievement. That the whole human story has been about producing this incredibly advanced, sophisticated, technological civilization that controls much of the world in the 21st century. The perspective I'm trying to propose, that we've missed a whole episode of the human story, that there may have been an episode of what we would recognize as an advanced civilization, not identical to our own, but with advanced and sophisticated knowledge that requires centuries to build up, that there may have been such a civilization during the Ice Age. This then removes from us our place on the pinnacle of human achievement. We're just part of a story that, with ups and downs, that civilizations can exist and can be completely destroyed. I mean, archaeologists know this. The Indus Valley civilization was unknown until the 1920s, when it was accidentally discovered while a railway was being built. To this day, we cannot read the script of the Indus Valley civilization, even though they had a script. So civilizations do get lost, and the argument that a civilization may have got lost, that we've forgotten an important episode in the human story during that cataclysmic event at the end of the Ice Age, is one that I think deserves to be given more attention by archaeologists than it has been. Not because I'm saying it, but because those are the facts. We have a global cataclysm, and that global cataclysm occurs at the very origins, at the very moment when archaeologists think that civilization starts to begin. I prefer to see it as a restart or a reboot of civilization. So what would the consequences be? A less arrogant future human.
Come on,
future humans who regard the past with a more open mind, who don't regard the path that we have taken as the only legitimate path. That there are other ways that civilizations can evolve and develop. I think it would help us to control our hubris, to make us less confident in ourselves, and that's a good thing, because our overconfidence in ourselves is one of the reasons that we're making such a mess of the world today.
And the concrete reminder that we can go extinct as a species, right? That's also...
We can go extinct as a species at any time, and any civilization can be lost. I mean, we imagine that our civilization is very strong and completely impossible to destroy or be lost, but I beg to differ. I think our civilization is very weak. I think it's very fragile. The millions, countless, hundreds of millions of people, billions of people in the world today actually have no idea as individuals how to survive. We all depend on this complex network of skills and abilities that society creates. We are psychologically adapted to stability, to the feeling that we're here for the long haul, and a sudden cataclysmic event, whether it one that we bring upon ourselves with a global nuclear war, for example, which is perfectly possible, or whether it's the result of a cosmic impact, an asteroid or a comet hitting the Earth, or whether it's the result of some sort of horrific pandemic, the ingredients are there to bring our civilization down, to end our civilization. And we are psychologically fragile, and I do not think that we would survive the kind of cataclysm that occurred during the Younger Dryas. I think our civilization would be gone, and it would be the people who would survive would be the hunter-gatherers, who still exist in the world today, whether in the Amazon rainforest, whether in the Namibian deserts. These are people who are in the business of survival. they are the ones who would survive, and that's precisely what I'm suggesting happened at the end of the Ice Age, that there were hunter-gatherers coexisting in the world with a more advanced type of civilization. The more advanced civilization went down, there were survivors, and smartly they took refuge amongst hunter-gatherers and shared with them some of their knowledge, just as the hunter-gatherers shared their knowledge with the survivors of the lost civilization. It's all a hypothesis, of course.
There's a bunch in Toronto.
Fact. I'm not claiming this.
I know what you mean, though. It's neighborhood dependent, though.
Working hypothesis.
Yes. How else can we imagine that ancient civilization, that advanced ancient? Because of course they weren't carrying.
You can find some
around, right? But in what sense?
There's a couple places, but you got it's like.
We need to imagine
neighborhood
I want to talk
specific,
about imagination too, because it seems like we need to add forgiveness to imagine, and imagination is one of the main.
I think it's called Big Slice on St. Clair.
One may say, right? So how do you imagine them, or what
St. Clair and Dufferin, Big Slice.
Or
and then there's
can you share about how
the one on Islington Station. There's a place there in Islington Station. Not like at the station, but like on Islington, on Dundas. Or was it Bloor? Every walk here, there's more copies. Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, that's like, you're right. It's like bourgeois fancy French.
Who was professor of the history of science at the University of Frankfurt. And what they demonstrated in that book, at enormous length,
bro.
I mean, really, the evidence base is very, very, very solid, is extremely ancient knowledge of a phenomenon called the precession of the equinox.
Come on.
And the precession of the
Big Slice is gone, no way.
Of
not the one on Yonge Street, the one on St. Clair. The one on St. Clair too. The one on St. Clair and Dufferin, out west, northwest. Yeah, the one downtown is close. I love going to the one downtown on Yonge. Oh my god, dude. So many fucking memories.
And that's why we have this notion
and VIP, the pool hall. Remember the pool hall? The VIP?
What is that?
Dude, we go play pool.
At dawn on the spring equinox,
get pizza.
21st of March in the northern hemisphere.
Downtown Toronto. Walk by some strippers. Walk by some sports players.
That's because within the next 150 years, the sun will have completed its journey through the constellation of Pisces and will enter the constellation of Aquarius.
Guys, this run is really blessed.
So that will be the age of Aquarius. Back at the time of the early Christians, that's when the constellation of Pisces first began to house the sun. It's not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. Before that, it was the constellation of Aries. Go to ancient Egypt, you will find ram symbolism predominant at that time. Go back earlier, it's the age of Taurus. Eventually, you get back to
take a look at my phone. Oh no!
Around 12,000 years ago.
Big Slice just have pretty good pizza, not like not insane pizza.
The lion-bodied Great Sphinx would have gazed exactly at its celestial counterpart, the constellation of Leo, housing the sun.
Nice, man. That looks insane,
this
dude.
Phenomenon takes place at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. It takes 25,920 years to complete it, a whole cycle. If you imagine
it's like you walk a friggin' 26-mile marathon after that.
Space. At the moment, our pole star is Polaris.
That's good to bring home.
That's because the extended north pole of the Earth is pointing most directly, not exactly at, but very closely at Polaris. But it will not always point at Polaris, and it has not always pointed at Polaris. There was a time when Kuban in the constellation of Draco was the pole star. Because of that wobble on the axis of the Earth that is causing the pole to make a great circle in the skies, and at the same time it's having these effects on the zodiacal constellations at the equinox. To cut a long story short, Hamlet's Mill documents in extraordinary detail vast knowledge of the precession of the equinox, encoded in symbolism and in numbers all around the world. And those numbers are all multiples of the number.
Oh, come on. I thought I had more than that.
So I couldn't
Shit, I don't know if it's going to work.
That the Great Pyramid also responds to that system. If you take the
I thought I had more. What?
Multiply it by 43,000.
Did I shoot too many?
Which itself is a multiple of 72. It's 600 times 72. You get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by the same precessional number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. This is thought to be coincidental by Egyptologists, But I don't think it's a coincidence at all. I think it's another example of that system of ideas that was first encapsulated by Santillana and von Deschen. If the scale was different, I would be less impressed. But here we have a monument that is aligned to within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north, despite the fact that it has a 13-acre
the TTC
that it weighs 6
absolutely
million tons,
destroyed
that it's
St. Clair.
481 feet high. They managed to align it within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. That tells us that it's connected to the Earth, to a key place on the Earth, and then its scale, its size, uses precession of the equinoxes, unfolding at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years to give a scale. If it was 1 to 57,420, I wouldn't be impressed. But because it's 1 to 43,200,
I'm honored you're watching my stream while eating pizza.
That tells us that they're giving us the dimensions of the Earth on a scale defined by the
I'm
Earth
chatting.
itself, by a key motion of the Earth, which is the precession of its axis. So it was this knowledge
Is that
of
beef?
the cosmos, this
What is it? Is
knowledge
it beef
of
is
key
that beef in
motions
there?
of the Earth, expressed in ancient mythology, going back to the Rig Veda, going back before that, going back to remotest times where we cannot even begin to put
Oh, nice.
that first intrigued me about the possibility of a lost civilization. And
Yeah, it
Santillana
looks
and
amazing.
von Deschen themselves emphasize that this knowledge comes down to us from what they call
4
some
months,
almost
wow.
unbelievable ancestor civilization.
Oh,
Which is yet
man.
to be
I'm not judging you, man.
and that's really what set me on this
I think
track.
it's
That we
huge.
have a,
I
we have
think
a civilization
I'm
that
a
invested
believer in
hundreds of
you
years
gotta do
in
what your
making
body is
very
kind of
detailed observations of
asking
the
for,
heavens,
but you gotta make sure it's not
scientific
sort of psychological
and then had expressed
addiction,
those
like for
observations
sugar
in
or some shit.
symbolism and in numbers,
Ah.
and had passed them down to the future. This isn't building motor cars. It's not sending rockets to the moon. It's not doing the kind of hardware stuff that we do, but it's scientific software that we're looking at in this ancient system of ideas. And I believe that we are likely to be looking at a civilization that regarded its place in the cosmos as sacred, that regarded the cosmos itself as sacred, and that set about to understand the cosmos and the way that it works in a level and to a depth that archaeologists does not normally attribute to hunter-gatherer civilizations of the Ice Age.
Yes, that's fascinating.
That's bro.
So do you think these were offerings to the gods, or, I mean, of that knowledge expressed through those monuments, which of course were built later, right? You would say, but because they're really hard to find.
They can be built later, or they can be built then. It doesn't matter. It's the idea that continues down through history. No, I think the language of astronomy was being used deliberately.
What am I doing?
It's a universal language.
What was that?
As I mentioned, the Indus Valley
retarded.
civilization did leave us a script, but we can't read their script. The script is useless to us in that sense. There's no Rosetta Stone that enables us to decode the script of the Indus Valley civilization. So there may be multiple documents existing in that script, but we simply can't read them. If you want to pass information down to the future, to say, we were here and we knew this, then you need to do it in a language that a future civilization can understand. And the language of astronomy is one of those languages that can be decoded by any civilization which has spent the time to study the heavens closely. So I think that
Nice of you, bro.
what we have here is a message that was passed down to us, saying, don't ignore us.
Wow, insane.
Don't forget about us. Don't imagine that we were simply primitive savages. We understood the universe. We understood the solar system.
There's
We
cheese
understood
curds
the
under
stars. We
the
understood the motions of the earth.
Now,
The
a strange
beef
thought
marinara
came
sauce?
to mind as you were saying this, because we were talking about this sense of
That'd be insane.
vulnerability at the species level. Now, what can we build? What could survive that we've built
Wow.
today if a cataclysm? I would suppose
It's pretty
nothing
spectacular.
at all. Is there something we've built that would survive if we went through? Would they know if history repeated itself and there was another Graham Hancock like thousands of years in the future? Would they have some clue that we were here?
A lot of archaeologists say, Hancock must be wrong because we haven't found the trash of the lost civilization. That seems to me a very trivial objection. The Earth went through such a massive cataclysm. The best lands on Earth are the lands that were flooded at the end of the last ice age.
Why?
The intertidal zone at depths of about 5 meters is a high energy zone where anything in it is going to be utterly destroyed and smashed to pieces. The issue of the trash of our civilization and how much of it would survive a global cataclysm and how much of it would still be there to be found 10 or 20,000 years from now is actually a very dubious issue. I'm not sure how much would be found at all of our civilization. Even the plastics would degrade.
Wow, what a thought. Total oblivion, right?
Yeah.
No trace.
No trace. And no effort is being made to preserve such knowledge as we have accumulated.
And mozzarella, that's
Send the
insane.
message to future generations.
It's
and I
epic.
really think it should be. Because human life is fragile. We can't count on everything just staying stable forever. As I mentioned earlier, we unfortunately have the capacity to destroy ourselves.
It looks
A
fascinating.
nuclear war amongst the competing male egos in the world today is perfectly possible. Perish the thought, but it is possible. We can destroy ourselves.
Oh no, I suck.
And
I suck.
It's
fine.
And given the fragile nature of our civilization and our life on Earth, it would be wise to create an archive
Terrible,
that could be
guys.
passed down to the future in the event that our civilization was utterly destroyed. Something that would survive that destruction and would be passed down to the future. It just happens that nobody is creating such a thing at the moment. There did exist such a thing in the past. It was called the Library of Alexandria. But a library is a very fragile thing in itself. We would not be wise to create libraries of documents. There were thousands of years of documents in the Library of Alexandria, collected from temple archives all over Egypt and all over the known world, all gone, all completely gone. So what is needed is an archive that will prevail, that will last down the ages, and a great deal of human intelligence needs to be applied
It's
to
fast.
this problem, because it's not only
It's definitely
the
PvP
creation
pace.
of a structure or an edifice, if that's what we're looking at, which will survive any kind of cataclysm, but it's also the contents of that archive.
Give it to
We have to
me.
make sure that the
Why?
contents can be
Like,
deciphered
why?
10,000 or 20,000
Like,
years
come on,
into
man.
the future by a culture that has no knowledge whatsoever
joke.
of our language. And
Probably
that's
'cause
why
not-
I think
not
the
enough
use
bullets.
of astronomical language is particularly interesting.
Oh,
An example I often
man.
give, by the way, is
It's
the
not
Hoover
giving it
Dam,
to me, guys. The
in
ammo.
the United States. It so happened
So
that
many
Oscar
runs.
Hansen, the
Maybe I gotta throw it on the
architect who
ground again.
was involved in creating
Instead
a
of the wall.
star map
Maybe I gotta throw it on the
in the
ground.
Hoover Dam. There is a large star map in the Hoover Dam. It actually freezes the skies above the Hoover Dam at the date that the Hoover Dam was completed, and that was done specifically so that a future
knew it. I
civilization
just
would
knew
be
it.
able to work out when the Hoover Dam was created. Well, I couldn't care less about the Hoover Dam, but I do care about the preservation of knowledge, and a great deal of thought needs to be put into this, and it's not being put into it at the moment. We are capable of spending trillions of dollars on weapons of mass destruction to destroy one another, to wipe out the human species entirely, but we're not investing anything in preserving and protecting our knowledge for the future in the event that another cataclysm occurs.
It's Gotham,
And
man. It's
I get
Gotham,
it,
bro.
you know, nobody
It's
wants to
fucking
think about
Gotham,
cataclysms
man.
that much. It's an unpleasant subject to think about, and I don't think we should dwell on it that much, but it
Jesus
should be
Christ,
part of our
man.
consideration.
Well,
So-
if there's something more scary than dying is
Dude,
to
like, it's
think
so
that you'll
fucked
be
up, man.
forgotten. So
They
we're talking about
destroyed
this
communities.
personal
They
to a
destroyed the
species level,
Jamaican
right? And
community. They destroyed the
I'm not a big
Italian
fan of
community.
the transhumanist agenda, and I don't think large language models are what we're talking about.
It's all
here,
just
right?
dirty
This is
money
a known
laundering
route to the
shit.
future.
I don't think so.
Yes.
No,
Okay,
it
let
is
me
not.
wrap up with a
That is
couple
not
of
real life.
themes. I'm not sure they even question.
That is not
I wanted
true.
to talk a bit
Are you
more
serious,
about
man?
history and stories and storytelling. And this, I don't know if somebody is coining it, but I was thinking of his storytelling. Because in a way, we need, not only needs, we need to tell histories and
You know what I'm
stories
learning?
about what happened.
The whole thing, you know what I'm
which
learning?
maybe then
Government
can be framed more
bids.
in the shape
I'm
of
learning
theories,
about the
right?
nuclear
And
plant.
just to underscore
So the
importance of
cleanup was
stories
an open
and
bid from the
scientific
government
imagination.
for like a
Well, there's a
10-year
story that everybody's familiar with, and that every
license to clean up
archaeologist
the land,
rolls
and it was
his or
obviously
her
the
eyes
cheapest
at,
bid
and
won
that's
the
the story
thing.
of Atlantis.
So the work is like the lowest quality of
That's,
work just because it was the cheapest bid. And I'm realizing that's probably in every single industry.
But it's interesting when you look at
Construction,
the story as it's told in Plato's dialogues,
especially with like metro links and everything.
how he describes
We built a shitty ball, make it non-profit.
great and advanced civilization.
Yeah,
which
or a
was
competition.
dedicated to the nurture of spirit,
Because
which
that's
was
why they
generous
won the bid.
and kind,
It's
but which-
the cheapest because
which
dude,
entered into a
there was
phase of
methods of
corruption,
disposal.
darkness,
I learned why they don't want to put it in
they
concrete. Because
became
apparently putting it in concrete,
domineering,
this
they
radioactive
became
waste
arrogant,
is more
that
expensive.
they began to impose their will on other
But,
peoples
like,
around the world and to make war on other peoples around
Better than making a radioactive
and in a ringing
landfill.
phrase that they ceased to wear their prosperity
Which is
with
what they want to make.
moderation. And the conclusion of that is that the universe struck them down for the sin of hubris, of
Non-profit.
self-pride, of being too arrogant, too sure of themselves. And in many ways, we tick all the boxes of the next lost civilization, if it's looked at in mythological terms. We also suffer from intense hubris and arrogance. We also
Yeah,
are
dude.
imposing our
Have you
power
seen
and our
in
will
friggin' like San
all
Jose?
around the world. We also have become excessively
There's just the
materialistic
train
and
LRT
have
shit. I guess
forgotten
obviously there's no
the
snow
nurture
in
of
San
spirit.
Jose, but
In many ways, the message
there's
from
obviously
the
no
past is take care.
pre-existing
You're
subway
in a difficult
system in
time.
San Jose.
You need to grow up as
But-
a species if you're going to get through this next time.
Yes, yes. So we haven't discussed concretely any of your books. We've talked about the Netflix
It's
series
too
Ancient
slow.
Apocalypse. I want to finish by going back to 10 years ago
Right,
when
I'm going to stop you again there. I would humbly request anyone who is feeling
Yeah.
very negative and critical about my
Bombardier, you know?
have a look at the books that lie behind.
But not with
I spent
Bombardier
30
or some
years
bullshit.
writing a series of really rather enormous books, sometimes 500 or 600, even 700 pages long, in some cases with 2,000 footnotes. It's here that my case is thoroughly documented in detail, and it disappoints me how little attention archaeologists pay to the books while being willing to insult me in the worst possible ways, simply based on preconceptions about what I'm writing about, rather than actually looking about what I'm writing about.
Graham, so
More like
give us three
Bombardier, am I right?
titles. I know it's maybe it's a stupid question, but which would be the 3 books that you would want archaeologists and lay people like me to start from?
Definitely the 3 most recent of my books on the possibility of a lost civilization, and they are America Before, published in 2019, Magicians of the Gods, published in 2015, and Underworld, published in 2002. Underworld is a formidable read, I have to admit, but it was based on 7 years of scuba diving all around the world, where I found many man-made structures underwater,
Like, why?
directed to them by local divers and local fishermen, in areas where we knew that there had been very significant sea level rise at the end of the last
I can't
ice age.
remember what I
So I
said.
would say these 3 books
Oh,
are the
Bombardier.
most thoroughly documented, and gradually as the years have gone by, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods,
Dude, they're
which is
making
probably
a
my best-known
$7
book
billion
from 1995,
investment for that battery
I would urge
factory on the
viewers
other
to have a
side
look
of
at
the river
Fingerprints of the
in
Gods as
Montreal.
well. I wasn't armoring my arguments
You're saying to
against
me,
the hostility
or
and,
saying something.
negative ad hominem attacks that archaeologists
You should
would directly
look into it. You
respond.
should get a job
Those
there.
attacks began
if
with
you want.
Fingerprints of the Gods, and
But it's
subsequently I began to
other
be
side of the river.
much more careful in documenting my evidence and in bulletproofing my arguments.
It'd be a pain in the
against
ass
these,
commute. A
rather-
commute daily would be the worst.
rather irrelevant attacks on me
Yeah,
as a person,
probably.
instead of on the body of work.
100%. 100%.
Let me ask you something. I hope it's not indiscreet. How do you fund this research? This is not cheap, I suppose, and you're
There's
not
a
in the circuit of
Public
government
hearing
grants and so
about
on. How do you do it?
Well,
the
the
nuclear
first book, Fingerprints of the Gods, the first book that investigates the lost civilization hypothesis,
Gets
that was
over
funded
workers on the road.
entirely on borrowed money,
That'd be dope.
on remortgaging my house 3 times, on maxing out every single credit
Miami
card I
Vice
had.
style.
I was in a very dangerous situation financially, but I put everything I had and
But
everything
what was I
could
gonna
borrow,
say?
into researching that book and doing the necessary travels,
Fuck
because I
you
am
gonna
a
say?
boots on the ground researcher. I think it's important, if I'm going to write about a place, that I actually go there and spend time there. And yes, that does cost money.
Let's just pause out.
Fingerprints of the Gods That
18.
was entirely borrowed money. Luckily for me, Fingerprints of the Gods was a global bestseller. It even sold 2 million copies in hardback in Japan. This then, first of all, got me out of debt.
Yeah,
Secondly,
October
began
1st.
to provide me with the funding.
There's a public hearing for the use of nuclear.
Fundamentally, I have to thank my readers. For
The project, and there's going to be Native Americans going to be there. The public is going to be there. I'm going to see angry people. People are really pissed off about this proposed radiation landfill.
That needs to be done in order to make a
It's going to be crazy, man.
Against a very established
I'm going to learn a lot.
Which is the narrative of archaeology.
Because it's this thing called the Canadian Nuclear Commission or something.
Yes. Okay, last one.
Which might seem like some sort of corrupt institution in itself, because it seems separate from the government.
It was called, if I
right?
recall correctly, the War on Consciousness.
So like it's very highly that they could be corrupt too.
Okay, now 10 years back here, it seems like there's been a renaissance of psychedelic research, consciousness in its heyday. Well, what do you think has happened? And it's a double question, sorry. And could that happen also for archaeology and the study of the past? I want to, because you were a pioneer there.
Come on, man.
Denouncing and proclaiming, well, we should be able to explore our own minds, right? So how do you compare those two?
I feel very strongly that the right of adults to sovereignty over their own consciousness while doing no harm to others should be regarded as a fundamental human right, and that all laws which seek to imprison us and ruin our lives because we explore the effects on our consciousness of substances that are deemed to be illegal, those laws are just plain wrong. They're an abuse of human rights. The key issue is doing no harm to others. But we already have laws that deal with individuals who do harm to others. We do not need laws that seek to patrol our consciousness and tell us what we may experience and what we may think.
100% they're going to dump it into the river. 100%, like 1,000%. Their plan is going to dump it into the river. Like for sure.
Was because I considered a taboo subject, which is that consciousness may not be local to the brain. Certainly the brain is involved in consciousness in some way, it correlates with consciousness, but does it make consciousness? Does it manufacture consciousness? Or is consciousness in some way transmuted?
Stericycle is actually not
into this
the worst.
reality. Those matters are
they were the
not
cheapest, they were super cheap,
mainstream
but
science,
they weren't.
with its very
They incinerated everything.
bias,
You incinerated
doesn't
everything.
like the idea that consciousness may not be local to the brain, and that's why things like telepathy are sneered upon by mainstream science, and that's why Rupert Sheldrake's work documenting telepathy in a highly scientific way is so important. You know that we need to rid ourselves of these fixed and rigid paradigms, and we need to open up to extraordinary possibilities, which today may seem extraordinary, but tomorrow may seem.
How do you know that?
normal.
Where?
We've seen the
Where did you get this
normalization of
information?
psychedelics in the past decade. Very, very substantial.
Because you're the man on the scene, dude. You're the one that receives it. You're the one that signs it.
But psychedelics are no longer
You're the one that signs the manifest. Did you do the receiving? From the
And
drivers?
indeed, they are recognized for their therapeutic.
Did you sign the
This is
manifest and
first
shit?
Step of a longer process, because fundamentally psychedelics are incredible tools.
That's
for
pretty senior, man.
exploring the deep mysteries of consciousness. And this is the next thing that we as a species need to do.
Oh,
We
this-
need to
no,
understand
I
what
blew
this
it.
miracle that we call
So,
consciousness
the
is.
dream is
And if
dead.
we try to understand it without using psychedelics, we're going to be crippled in that venture from the outset. Psychedelics are a very important tool. And
See with my own
fortunately,
eyes.
scientific
The meat of
community
red
is
radioactive, they
beginning
shoved
to
it in
catch up.
anyways. Are you
And
serious?
that's a result of new
A
evidence.
Deerhurst?
that
They
is
had
coming.
a...
And often that
they had a
evidence was very
reader?
difficult to gather
Are you
because it went
serious,
against
dude?
the scientific mainstream at the time. I
They
think
had
the
like
same
a
will be true
friggin'
with archaeology. I
a
think as more and more
Becquerel,
new evidence comes in,
a
cannot
Becquerel
be explained
reader.
by the existing paradigm, we're going to come to a situation where the
Wow,
existing
insane.
paradigm is more and more
Urinal
closely
chloride.
and that's what I've
Urinal
been
acetate.
doing for the last 30 years, is I've been questioning the existing paradigm. And little by little, over
Dude,
the
I
years,
was like,
new
I was on the
evidence
end
has
of the
begun to come out,
customer
which can't be explained
sending
by the
lab
existing
data
paradigm.
saying, oh
Just
look, it's down to normal levels in the Becquerel reports. We would always deny it. We always would send it off. We wouldn't accept it, but some people may have otherwise. There's a lot of dirty salespeople. Are we at the tub? Jesus Christ.
It was thought that the oldest was perhaps Gigantea on the island of Malta, about 6,000 years old, and then lo and behold, Göbekli Tepe
I can believe it.
was discovered.
I can believe it.
A huge megalithic site, 11,600 years old. And that's really archaeologists are doing their best to fit it into the existing
Well, dude,
paradigm.
we did a major overhaul.
But most people who look at this from the point of view of common sense say
We
it doesn't
cleaned up
really
a lot
fit
of
into
the
existing
old
and it should
things.
raise
So that
questions
was
over the
like
paradigm.
pre
More Göbekli Tepe,
2017.
more discoveries like that before the fixed
We
and
cleaned up a
rigid
lot
paradigm
of the
our past
accounts.
archaeology pervades, before that paradigm is overthrown. But I think
Just the urinal chloride, just like the lab.
Piling up these anomalies.
Urinal shit. Well,
so
what was
if
it? Was
one
it?
taboo wasn't
Did you
enough,
come from a
we-
lab? Was it
we
like small
highlighting
boxes?
Our understanding of the past,
Or was it a
also of
heavy
consciousness,
ore?
And I was gonna, well, I was gonna thank you and wish
Was it like a
you
urinal
not recognition, 'cause you
dioxide
don't- I don't
ore?
think you need that, but at least to be treated with justice, so that you can continue your work with peace at least. And so
Oh
thank you
my
so much.
God, Jesus
The only
Christ!
thing
Yeah,
I-
it was
the only
like,
thing I would
was
ask
it
of
was it
archaeology,
like
by all
gray
means,
brown?
attack my work.
Was it
That's
gray
important.
brown? Look like dirt?
But I do wish they would stop with the ad hominem attacks.
Was it heavy?
With
Oh,
the
man.
attempts to portray me as somebody that I'm not. With the attempt to,
That's tragic.
as your archaeologist contact told you, to get people to stay away.
I guess you wouldn't open it.
This is not a healthy approach to somebody who's offering an alternative.
Wow.
view. At the very least, it should be treated with a modicum
Could be
of
ore.
interest,
Could be mining
rather
ore.
than simply
Could just be radioactive
dismissed
waste.
and not dismissed on basis of evidence, but dismissed on the basis of ad hominem attacks.
I'm glad I
Oh my
didn't
God,
follow that
dude.
advice. Thank you, Graham, and let's open it
Oh
up
my
to the
God.
audience,
I hope-
because I'm
Yeah,
sure
sure.
they'll have
I
comments.
hope. I did try to warn you. I hope I
Thank you so
explained
much,
it.
both. Thank you, Graham, for bringing forward your perspective.
pay was
If
pretty
you'd like
good
to
though,
ask
I
a
hope.
question, please use the raise your hand function under reactions at the bottom of your screen, and I'll invite you in. First, let's go with Paul.
I don't hear you, Paul. I think your microphone is muted.
Found it.
Got it.
Thanks, Graham. I hope this isn't off topic, but in the podcast you mentioned, there's a new translation coming out of the Edfu Temples, one of the walls there by a German academic. Do you have any more information on when
fast.
and
It's already out. The Edfu texts have been completely translated into German.
Toss person with ease now.
Dieter Kurth, is
Have
the
you
head
been
of the
normally
institute there.
now?
That translation already exists. It would be more generally available if it were also translated into English, at the very least. But at present, it's in German, and that's very useful.
that's okay.
Isn't there a
Because
video
the
of him
German
wrestling a
tran- the
bear
German
or something
translation follows an earlier partial translation of the Edfu
in Russia?
done by Eve Elizabeth Raymond back in the 1960s. And the new translation confirms the key points in Raymond's earlier text.
Do you have an exact title that point me to the? I think it might be a multi-volume work that you're referring to.
It is a multi-volume
I'm
work.
interested in the builders. So I think what you call the builders text.
But they're called the Edfu building texts. And it's very curious. They're written on the walls of the Temple of Edfu. The Temple of Edfu is actually relatively recent ancient Egyptian monument. It belongs to the Ptolemaic period. Dates back around about 300 BC.
You did that? Are you
thereabouts,
serious, Toad?
Even a little less.
You can't be
But
serious.
the
man.
language that's
You are fucking
used
Superman.
on the walls of the Edfu temple is Middle Egyptian, dating back
what I
to
mean, man.
2000 BC.
If there is a god,
And the Edfu texts themselves
you have
state
some
that they
karmic
draw upon
blessings
other
come.
archives,
Definitely, you
that
deserve
belong
coming your way
to
after that
the
service
temple. If you do
to
a little bit of
humanity.
Google searching, you'll find the title in German. I don't remember it.
You deserve it.
Yeah.
I don't
Fucking
read
guy.
German, but fortunately I have a colleague who does, and he and I have been working together on this.
I'm interested in the tale of
You did the
what's in your
whole
book,
week? They
Amazing
told you
Differences,
after?
the
Holy
gods,
shit,
where
dude.
you reference it and
Wow.
in some volume there's references to the origin story or the
I didn't know that.
Atlantis, maybe.
It's an Atlantis-like story.
Yeah.
The Enthu texts speak of an island, which they call the homeland of the primeval ones. They speak of its destruction in a cosmic cataclysm described symbolically as a serpent shooting down out of the sky and splitting the island. And then the island is flooded and submerged. There are survivors. They travel to many different lands, one of them being Egypt, and there they build primeval mounds, which are
So do you know Craig Hudak? He was the transportation manager for Strong Pack with Allison Roberts. No, I played baseball with Craig. That's why I got the job, through Craig, through Matt. They fired Matt in 2016. It's crazy. That's why I knew they were gonna do it, man. I knew they were gonna do it. They were gonna fight. They were gonna come after me and my boss.
And destroyed in a global cataclysm. It's interesting that
that's why I was always just so angry all the time.
Source for Plato's narrative is Solon's visit.
Anyways, Craig is he's my boy.
Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta.
I told some of our baseball team members to F off in front of everybody though because it's vaccine shit. But
Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word, but
I hope Craig's still cool with me on that. I don't know his opinion on that, but
from Solon's time to Plato's time.
I might not have liked how I said that to the people, but
years ago. And those priests at the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta, when Solon talked,
not Craig, I mean.
And they described the contents of the texts on the walls of their temple.
I pushed the wrong buttons. It's so laggy.
When was Atlantis
it's ridiculous.
Flooded? And they said very matter-of-factly, 9,000 years ago. That's 9,600 BC. That's a date we can put into our
come on, dude.
And 9,600 BC is 11,600 years ago, give or take 20 years. And 11,600
so much lag from pulling out that decoder. It's ridiculous.
Meltwater pulse 1b.
8 bullets,
and
no.
Cataclysmic rise in sea level. And Edfu, where the
never got
texts
the
are
pleasure,
written in Middle
really.
Egyptian, dating back to roughly 2000 BC. The same statement occurs, but there they say it happened 7,000 years ago.
Did you ever step foot in Wentworth? Ever?
It's 7,000 years before 2000 BC. In other words, 9,000.
Ever in your life?
So I think that
you would have been so upset.
I think that the Edfu building texts have a great deal to reveal to us. I'm very glad that they've been translated.
Never had the pleasure working, yeah.
I only hope that they'll be translated into English so that I can read them myself without having to work with a colleague. But I'm very lucky to have a colleague who is A, deeply experienced
in all shit,
Egypt,
man.
And B, is fluent in German.
Thank you, Paul, for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks, Graham.
There's quite a few questions up. So if I can please ask to keep your questions a bit brief, just to make sure that we can get to everyone. Next, let's go to Ines.
Hello, Ines.
Hi, Graham. So glad to meet you. So happy.
What's her name? Ines?
For the opportunity. Okay, so you have touched so many topics that it's like kind of difficult to grasp and but first I wanted to know, were you denied access to Egypt or to the Egypt sites?
No, we sought filming permission. We would like to have done an episode in Egypt. And when we sought that filming permission, we were informed that the filming permission would not be granted because I am presenting the series and that I am no longer welcome in Egypt. And this really goes back to the hostility of a particular Egyptologist who is very influential on the Egyptian government towards me.
Maybe I should just freaking PP7 this guy. Like, seriously? This mind boost is just not working.
So I simply can't go to Egypt anymore. Maybe I could go as a tourist.
Huge anus.
But to go there, I'm not sure about that. I don't fancy a year or two in an Egyptian jail either.
Seriously, guys, what do you think? If I just PP7 that guy?
But what I do know is that I was officially banned.
I might have to just do that.
In Egypt, simply because I am who I am.
Okay.
Like, but
It's
it's so slow.
They just said
It's too slow.
11,000 years. Is that accepted by mainstream? They accept that that's the date?
Yes, absolutely. That's dating produced by the German Archaeological Institute, and it's the dating of the oldest so far excavated structure at Göbekli Tepe, which is enclosure D. And enclosure D, the rather unique thing about Göbekli Tepe, which makes it very different from many other archaeological sites, is that Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. Created 11,600 years ago. It functioned for about 1,000 years. During that 1,000 years, the local population who were hunter-gatherers all became agriculturalists. And then Göbekli Tepe was closed down.
Yeah, after some heavy meals, I usually just go to the power tower, do some pull-ups or leg raises or L-sits or hang shit, you know, dips, twists. Dip twists.
That's what Göbekli Tepe means in the Turkish language. It means pot-bellied hill. And for the next 10,000 plus years, that's all it was thought to be. No other culture went in there and contaminated the site with later organic materials. It was a pure, pristine site that had been untouched for more than 10,000 years. And that's why we can be pretty confident about the dating that came from that site. In many sites, you can't be confident about carbon dating, because the question is that piece of carbon dating only dates organic material. So is that piece of organic material in a place where it could only have been put there when the megalith was put in place? Very often it's not.
Oh my gosh, guys, I removed this little bookshelf in my room, and now I have so much more room. So it's just, everything's just more relaxed.
So yes, the date is firm, and the date is...
And I ordered a input display.
So then
ordered an input display.
For the whole narrative of the art.
Turning into Cal W. Aw, thanks, man.
I believe it is.
I put a genuine smile on my face.
But there was a gradual build-up to Göbekli Tepe, and they cite various cultures such as the Natuthian culture.
I need an orb. Dude, I was just thinking the other day, like, dude, what am I missing in my stream other than like world records? I need an orb.
I don't see it as that.
Not hoarding.
Okay. Yeah, I would just make, my last comment would be regarding consciousness and psychedelics.
Hey, what up, Moonraker?
I have the feeling that now because psychedelics can induce these states of consciousness or of amplified consciousness, they will say that this is all happening in the brain. You know, this is not playing in favor of non-locality. It is playing in favor of this is all happening in the brain, and this is the proof of that. You know. So basically,
of course, all our experiences happen in the brain.
Scam.
Yeah.
The question is, what is the brain? And
18.
At the moment,
17. Wow.
We cannot be clear that the brain makes consciousness. We can only say that consciousness is associated with the brain, but we can't say that the brain makes consciousness. Maybe the analogy I draw is that maybe the relationship of consciousness to the brain is more like the relationship between a television signal and a television set. You can destroy the television set, but the signal still stays there. Whereas the materialist view would say when you destroy the brain, that's the end of everything and there is no signal left. So, you know, maybe consciousness is manifesting through the brain. And that would fit in with many ancient traditions that we are in some sense avatars.
Maybe I should try warping that door, seriously.
Physical bodies allow us to maneuver in this physical realm and to learn and develop and to grow in this physical realm. I don't think we should close our minds to these possibilities. Any honest scientist will admit they haven't solved the problem of consciousness yet. We don't understand what it is. It's not enough to say that it's just an epiphenomenon of brain activity. You know, we need these big brains in order to function in the jungle of competition, and by accident we got them.
Open the door.
Well, that may be true, but it's only a hypothesis, it's only a theory. And the fact of the matter is science doesn't
Oh
know.
my god, man, it wasn't peace, but still. I know Doke either.
In fact, I work in a team that Nassim Haramein, maybe you've heard of him.
I know that.
So I'm part of this research team, and completely agree with that. I'm just thinking that non-locality will have to be proven more, like in order for that to be accepted.
Rainbow.
Non-locality.
And that's where Rupert Sheldrake's work on telepathy is of great interest, because if telepathy can occur, then
Why?
consciousness is not local to
That's a reset. I gotta reset that.
Thank you very much, Graham. That this will be my question.
Next, I'd like to invite Andrew.
Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting
This level's
to
really
jump the
pissing me
queue
off.
like that. Hello, Graham. I've actually read Hamlet's Mill.
Oh, good.
And the book that took me on the way to that was this one, which you may know. Which
Sullivan's excellent book, The Secret of the Incas. Yes.
I read after visiting Peru. I've also dived at Yonaguni.
Oh, well done.
And got very drunk with the guy who discovered it, as you may well have done as well. But
yes.
My contribution is that you wrote a book called Underworld. There's a book called Underland by Robert McFarlane, which I know Maureen has read. That may mean that Eleanor has read as well. But there's a piece in here about how do you protect high-level nuclear waste that has to be undisturbed for tens of thousands.
We were literally
of years.
just talking about this.
And the US Department of Energy convened a working group called the Human Interference Task Force.
You wanna go, but I know, me too, man.
That would work for times completely outside our post-industrial time scale. And the winner wasn't any material monument. It was myth, it was legend, it was narrative, it was a story that could be passed
before it gets blown up in World War III.
Even as language evolved, the story would evolve. But
good stories keep on getting told, generation after generation. Stories are great ways to preserve knowledge.
Absolutely, but my point is that you should pull on something like that, because these are mega so-called rational people, you know, looking to the future, and I think it retrospectively endorses a lot of what you're saying.
What?
Good point. Thank you. I will take a look. I will take a look at that.
Okay.
Definitely. And those stories would serve as warnings to future humans. That these stockpiles of extremely dangerous materials do exist.
Yes.
Great.
Why?
Thank you.
Like, why would it? Like, why would it? Did you just get that thing bounced? Like, why?
Jacqueline. Hi.
Hello. Oh, your sound
Whatever.
is muted.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Thank you for having me. I know you've done quite a lot of research on the megalithic structures, and I was wondering if you were familiar with some of Anthony Perrot's research in plasma physics. He found similarities between some of the ancient petroglyphs and monolithic structures, and there's similarities with plasmoid discharges, or I was wondering how that looked into your
I'm not very familiar with Anthony Perrot's work, but I do know that solar activity is one of the other explanations that's given for the Younger Dryas cataclysm, which unfolded between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. I think nobody now is disputing that period of time, that 1,200 years, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, was a cataclysmic time. But there are disputes about what caused it. I personally prefer the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
It's like, am I really that slow?
The evidence in the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world.
That guard pathway is really slow.
That the Earth was bombarded by multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet. In many cases, those fragments didn't even hit the ground. They blew up in the air, like the airburst that occurred over Tunguska in Siberia on the 30th of June 1908.
Why?
That devastated 2,000 square miles of trees in the Siberian forest. Fortunately, it was an uninhabited area. We're looking at hundreds of events like that took place at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. But another explanation that's given is solar activity. And
such a scam. Come on, man.
Suggestion that these are documented in rock art all around the world. I'm open to that.
Yo, what's up, Russ? If you like penis
I think
what the fuck?
It could be a combination
That's
of
no,
both.
man.
It could be that you're dealing with
Jesus
impacts
Christ.
12,800 years ago, and a sudden surge of solar activity 11,600 years ago, which puts the world out of a deep freeze and
What's
into
up,
a
welcome?
rapid warming phase. All we can be sure of is there was a cataclysm. The exact
What?
agency that caused that
What's
cataclysm
up?
is still a matter of opinion.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Next, I can see Alain has a question.
Hello?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for a very remarkable
Like,
expose.
it's like
I
suck a
was
dick.
wondering, you didn't mention climate change.
Penis colada.
Acidification of the oceans, etc., as a cause of probable cataclysm now, in the next 20, 30 years. Is there any sign that Atlantis, which you say we could check?
This is really pissing me off,
about
man.
our civilization, what could be checked about?
Oh my god, man.
Did they have caused themselves their own decline by the kind of activities they have? As we
Oh
are
my
doing now?
god, guys.
Every myth and tradition that I know
Maybe I should just learn open
speaks of
door.
the destruction of a former
Pass like guards
civilization
away
in the
too.
world
Maybe I'm
harm
just too slow.
implicates that civilization in its own destruction. Whether it caused that directly, as we are capable of doing, through the mess that we're making of planet Earth, through nuclear war, for example, or whether it simply didn't have its eye on the ball, whether it was focusing on other things when it should have been focusing on its own survival more carefully, is not so clear. But that's true of the Atlantis myth, as it's true of all other flood myths, that our ancestors fell out of harmony with the universe, and that the universe responded by slapping them down.
Nice, Struck Tube. I was going to suggest Struck Tube to you, but I didn't. Oh wow, insane. Heck yeah, bro.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Alain. Let's go to Clark next.
Oh, nice. Struck Tube is inexpensive too, so I imagine $1,000 couch is really nice.
Good.
And to get 40% off. That's great, bro. That's the best.
Thank you very much for this, Alex.
Because as you said, $500 was your budget, I think.
Available,
and that's like brand new. That's just
anyway,
like a love scene,
I'm
right?
New to you, Graham, and
you need to spend,
this.
yeah, at least $1,000. I guess something
really
that's at least worth $1,000, at least.
Born and raised, and we
Struck
had
Tube is definitely
around the time.
The one for that.
Your work.
Indeed, so.
And so I also do a lot of boating, and when you go up and down the Columbia Gorge, you see terracing on the hillsides, and so it's pretty clear that that's evidence of multiple floods.
Yeah.
So there were multiple ice ages before the one that you're speaking of. Have you? Do those multiple ice ages have any relevance to you, or that was just too long ago to speak to the issue of mankind?
I'm particularly focused on the end of the last ice age and the period around 12,800 years ago. The Missoula floods themselves are an issue that requires further consideration. It's said the general argument
I was
is
really
that
lucky.
those glacial lakes had ice dams, and that the ice dams periodically would
Why
burst
the lag,
and
man?
unleash flooding on the landscape.
It's just too dumb, man.
This happened many times. It's been suggested that there were as many as 80 of the Missoula floods in the period between roughly 14,000 and 12,000 years ago. I don't know if you've been to the Channel Scablands, not that far from the Pacific Northwest.
9 bullets
this
isn't
is a
enough.
landscape that is heavily
Oh my
marked,
god, man.
by evidence of cataclysmic flooding. The whole of the American Northwest actually is intriguing in this area, and I think more work needs to be done before we establish exactly what was going on here. Something caused those ice dams to burst cataclysmically, and the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis suggests that it was the result of comet fragments impacting with the North American ice cap and releasing huge amounts of meltwater, which then spilled into the glacial lakes and caused those lakes to overflow their boundaries.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That was what I was curious about.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you very much, Clark. As we have
Congrats,
only
bro.
5 minutes left, I'd just like to go back to you, Alex and Graham, to see if you have any final thoughts on this past session.
I'll just say that I think what we're trying to do here is inquiry, and we're not trying to be right or wrong, and I'm delighted that we've heard a way for brave, honest, and also vulnerable inquiry. I'm very grateful for everyone who agrees to talk to me, and in particular to you, Graham, for sharing all of that with us and for the way you're doing it. I really wish you all the best with your inquiry. We need it, and the future human needs this kind of inquiry. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the discussion. I've very much enjoyed it. I think it was helpful, and you're right. This is about inquiry, open-minded inquiry into the past, not fantastical, whimsical inquiry into the past, but detailed, boots-on-the-ground investigation of the past. And that's what I've devoted my life to for more than 30 years. And that's why I find it so offensive that archaeologists just dismiss me as a pseudo this or a pseudo that.
Like, come on.
I don't think I'm a pseudo anything. I'm
like,
just
such bullshit, dude.
I'm just a researcher and an investigator, fascinated by the past, and willing to offer a
Milk salute.
I wish you well. I wish you strength and health and fortune. Yes,
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you.
Great, thank you so much, both. Thank you so much, Graham, for joining us today. And of course, thank you, Alex, for continuing holding the
Did I not push B?
and these conversations
Like,
with
why?
such guests. Before we all go, I'd just like to remind you all of tomorrow's session, where we have invited Merlin Sheldrake to be in conversation with Alex again. Part of this series, it will be at the same time, it will be for free, it will just be a different link. They will be discussing together, or orbiting around the conversation of the entangled lives of
Push B, I know.
flora and fungi. So I hope to see you all then. Apologies to those who didn't get to ask their questions, but I'm sure we will have the opportunity in the future to discuss these topics further. And thank you again, everyone.
Yeah, man, we have milk that comes in bags here.
Good to talk to you. Bye. Bye.
Goodbye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
What's Sika Bliat? What is that? I'm not hip. Oh, such a scam. That's such a fucking scam. Oh, such a scam. Oh, Russian for visual cancer. I would say fuck. Thanks.
Hey, Graham, how are you? Good to see you.
Hi, Cliff. I'm in good shape. How are you?
I'm good. Well, I have a lot to talk to you about. We haven't talked in a while, and we've had some very interesting people on the program talking about our planet. And one of the most interesting fellows is a guy I'm sure you know about, which is Dr. A.B. Loeb of Harvard University, the astronomer who has
wrote this book, Extraterrestrial, about the Umama object.
The Umama object, yeah, the object that he has reclassified as a monument. Which is quite fascinating. But one of the things he's
very daring to step out there and you know, put his reputation on the line saying that. But good for him. We need minds like that to work on problems.
He's wonderful. And the other thing, and I don't know if you know this or not, he refused to sign a Pentagon paper, a non-disclosure paper, if he finds something artificial or alien. And this is unusual because most of these heavy hitters like him sign an NDA specifying they will not reveal certain images, certain data to the general public. He is all about being transparent, which is very unusual.
We need more scientists like that. There's no excuse for lack of transparency. We're all the human race and the human public, and we all contribute to the costs of these kind of researches and adventures, and it's ridiculous that bureaucrats sitting in capital cities should make decisions on behalf of the rest of us. We all have a right to know. There's way too much bureaucratic control in the world today. It's getting out of hand, and bureaucrats forget that they serve us. They don't own us. They don't rule us. They don't have any right to control us.
One of the things that I found was quite insightful is that he has recalibrated the satellite array to be able to spot what he calls these alien or ET monuments, which is what the object that he found previous to that. So one of the things he does is he reclassifies observing other planets, and he calls them technical signatures. This can be carbon in the atmosphere, it can be these monuments, evidence of civilizations, lights, of course the new reclassification of UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But when it comes to our planet, what are the technical signatures of the pre-Diluvian people that you think? In other words,
well, see, this is an issue which actually crosses both of these domains. Whether we're looking out into outer space and trying to identify civilizations out there, or whether we're looking back in time into the past of life on Earth and trying to identify civilizations, I think the mistake we're making is that we're constantly trying to look for ourselves. We're constantly trying to look for a civilization like ours. We're making assumptions about what a civilization would need in order to be a civilization. And those assumptions are rooted and grounded in what our own civilization is and was and has become. And we find it very difficult to think outside the box, to think of other types of civilization that might do technology in a completely different way, that might be much less concerned with issues of mechanical advantage that we're interested in, that might be tapping into the powers of the mind much more effectively than our own mechanistic civilization is doing. So the first mistake is assuming that something like us is out there and looking for it. I think we should not draw any boundaries around what a civilization is or could be. We shouldn't say, well, if we don't find carbon in the atmosphere, then there's no sign of a civilization. We have to be much more open-minded than that.
What would you say if we were to
true of the past? Sorry, Cliff. That's true of the past. In looking for a civilization of the past, in terms of the human past, there are two issues. Firstly, actually many more than two issues, but let's name two of them. Firstly, we cannot know that a civilization of the past would be exactly like ours or would go down the same technological route as ours would do. And secondly, the geological processes on planet Earth have a way of wiping things clean relatively quickly. I mean, just because I'm living in in England. It's an old country, but frankly speaking, we have hardly anything left even from the Tudor period, which is 500 years ago or less, 400 years ago. We have hardly anything left from that period. Never mind from periods in the much more distant past, the much more remote past, when we're left with just sort of scraps, tiny pieces on which to draw our assumptions. And the same goes for interstellar space, those vast distances and those vast time spans involved. Anything we're seeing, that's 1,000 light years away. It's taken 1,000 years for that light to reach us. So it's an enormously complicated problem, but it starts with the assumption of what we're looking for. And all I want to say is we should not assume that what we're going to find is going to be us. We're going to find something very different, which may do things in a very different way, so different that it will completely blow our minds, and we couldn't even get to grips with its technology. We couldn't even recognize it as a technology.
That's my thinking as well, is that for all we know, these pre-Diluvian people developed unique science, physics, that were able to probably use what looks like Earth energies. You write a great deal about places like Baalbek, Egypt, and Peru, these megalithic stones. What are the signatures other than the cut marks that would take us to a science that we're not familiar with? What would be, for you, beyond just the basics of the stone monuments, would you say is...
Almost by definition, a science that we're not familiar with would not we would not have any markers for it, for what it might be. I mean, let's say that our lost civilization, or our aliens thousands of light years away, are masters of telepathy and telekinesis. How are we going to find the physical evidence for that, either in the past or in distant interstellar space? It's a very difficult, it's a very challenging problem to find that physical evidence. So when I look at the past, I am not in a desperate search for technology like ours. What I am in a search for is knowledge. Do I find evidence from the past of a level of knowledge possessed by some human beings which was far in advance of the knowledge that our historians and archaeologists tell us was available at that time? That's what I regard as an anomaly or a puzzle, which requires further investigation. That's why, for example, I'm interested in ancient maps that have survived and been copied and recopied down the ages, which include very accurate relative longitudes. Longitude is a technological problem. Solving longitude requires an accurate chronometer that can keep accurate time at sea. And our civilization didn't do that until the second half of the 18th century. So when we find maps that go back to the 15th or 14th century, which we know were copied from even older source maps, now lost, which include precise relative longitudes, then we have a problem. And the problem gets even bigger when those maps show the world as it looked during the last ice age, and it gets bigger still when those maps show continents such as Antarctica, which our civilization didn't discover until the 19th century. All of these things raise questions in my mind. I don't impose a notion of what a lost civilization might have been. I don't want to do that. I want to let the evidence speak to me, and the evidence says to me there is a big hole in our understanding of the past. There are too many anomalies to be dismissed as mere coincidence. We're looking at a legacy of knowledge and wisdom that's been passed down over a very long period of time.
Yeah, you're referring to the Perry Reese map, which is the one I know about.
That's just one of a category of maps.
Yeah.
Perry Reese map is extremely interesting, drawn by a Turkish admiral in 1513. We're fortunate that he made handwritten notes on the map. Mm-hmm. Not all of the map has survived. Actually, only a fragment of it has survived. It was originally a world map, but the fragment that survives shows the west coast of Africa and the east coast of the Americas. And this map was drawn in 1513, and that was just 21 years after Columbus famously sailed the ocean blue in 1492. And the map has a number of anomalous features. One is it arguably shows the Antarctic coastline down at the tip of South America, and another is that it shows the Bimini Road on a huge island in the place where the island of Bimini now sits. And the last time that structure was above water, it's now 20 feet underwater. The last time it was above water was more than 7,000 years ago, and it was above water for thousands of years before that. So, you know, Piri Reis, the Antarctica aspect of Piri Reis swings into focus when we realize that there are dozens of other maps from that period which also show Antarctica. And yet you can go to maps created with the best technology in the early 19th century, such as the Pinkerton World Map, and you'll find only a hole where Antarctica is. There's no land mass shown there at all because we didn't discover it until 1820, and those were honest cartographers. And yet there it is on much older maps, copied from even older source maps, in the right place, of the right scale and size, many details correct. It's a very puzzling thing, and I think these puzzles, I think research should be anomaly driven. We should be driven by things that aren't explained by the current theory. One of the problems I have with archaeology is that they want to make everything fit into the current theory.
Right.
Here's the current theory. We want to make everything fit with it. If it doesn't fit, we might actually not even speak about it. You know, this is how archaeology unfortunately works. That they'll dismiss whole topics. The way the notion of Clovis first in the peopling of the Americas, that the Clovis culture was the first culture, the way that had a stranglehold on American archaeology for decades, even though there was masses of evidence which showed that Clovis was definitely not first. I think that rather than trying to force puzzling and difficult evidence to fit into the straitjacket of existing theory, we should be willing to reconsider existing theory much more than we are.
Sorry guys, I got some food. I got a small plate of food.
Book,
I'm gonna
you
eat.
outlined and
I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna play until 7 p.m. Eastern time.
And you actually found something that has actually come up
about
recently
an hour
with
after
some
I
of the
eat.
people who were down where you were, which is this astronomical aligned kind of a mini Stonehenge. That was amazing to see that, but that's another signature right there. We were so used to Stonehenge, and there's circles around the world in different places, but when they're coming up and you're revealing them, isn't that something we should be looking a little closer at?
Oh, I think the Amazon is one of those huge holes in our knowledge of the past, and that's why I devoted a big chunk of my last book, which was America Before, that was published in 2019. I devoted a big chunk of that to the Amazon. When I look at the issue of a lost civilization, I have to ask myself, where are archaeologists looking today, and where are they not looking? And by and large, where archaeologists are looking today are the places in which people live today. They are not looking at places which may be very difficult today, but were extremely nurturing and positive environments thousands of years ago. The Sahara Desert is one of those areas, green during the Ice Age, virtually uninhabitable today. The Amazon is one of those areas. It's suddenly, it's a very old rainforest, but it's something very strange started to happen to it about 12,000 years ago, when it started to be effectively gardened and managed by human beings. And we see this in the hyperdominance of trees that produce food products, such as Brazil nut trees, for example. This rainforest was turned into a huge resource for humanity, and this began more than 12,000 years ago. And while modern archaeology has tended to be captivated by the notion that the Amazon is an untamed rainforest, in fact, it's largely a man-made environment. We have to go back. We have to go back to the beginnings of that man-made environment more than 12,000 years ago, and consider what the Amazon looked like then. And it's just one of those tragic facts that the clearances of the Amazon that are now taking place because of the greed and stupidity of the international community. Let me address that point for a moment when I say the greed and stupidity of the international community. I think everybody would agree that the Amazon rainforest is a precious resource for all of humanity. It's a precious resource. And at the same time, we should all also be aware that there's an enormous amount of poverty in a country like Brazil. And it's that poverty which is driving ordinary Brazilians, poverty-stricken Brazilians, to migrate out into the rainforest and to cut down the rainforest and to plant soybean farms there. Soybeans are then grown to feed cattle so that we can all eat hamburgers. This is an incredibly bad idea. If the international community really valued the Amazon, what we should be doing is to collecting together the resources to compensate the peoples of the Amazonian countries, to compensate them adequately and fully so that it's not in their interests to cut down the forest anymore, so that actually it makes economic sense for them to keep the forest alive. And because the forest is a benefit to all of humanity, it's up to all of humanity to get together and make sure that forest is preserved. And that's not going to be done by blaming the poor. That's going to be done by giving the poor an investment in keeping those forests alive. And we have the resources to do that. We just lack the will and the dynamic drive in order to make something like that happen. We can spend billions, trillions of dollars on all of the most horrific forms of warfare and on weapons of mass destruction and accumulating gigantic arsenals to threaten one another with, but we seem incapable as an international community of just putting together the funds to compensate the peoples of the Amazon to carry on gardening that rainforest rather than destroying it.
Yeah, I think we're ignorant of the importance of the Amazon. I think someone said that the Amazon represents the lungs of our planet.
Yeah,
and produces our oxygen.
And biodiversity, Cliff, as well. I mean, a home of incredible biodiversity. The destruction of the Amazon, we lose an enormous percentage of the biodiversity on this planet, and that's a very dangerous place to get ourselves into. It's just madness that this is being allowed to happen. And then, tantalizingly, these clearances, which should never be happening, well, what they have done is that they've revealed that there are enormous structures in the Amazon. They've revealed that explorers' stories of giant cities in the Amazon, which were treated as lies for hundreds of years, that those stories turn out to be true, that there were enormous cities in the Amazon, that the peoples of the Amazon were not just simple hunter-gatherers. They were gardening an enormous resource and creating a very viable lifestyle out of that enormous resource, which was destroyed by the Western invasion of the Amazon, and largely by bringing in diseases like smallpox, to which there was no local resistance. So this was a thriving ecosystem which supported millions of people, and it could be again, but we have to make the right choices. So there's these very large geoglyphs, is the best way to call them, a bit like the Nazca lines, except that they're earthworks. They have raised banks on an enormous scale. Hundreds and hundreds of square meters are covered by these structures. They're often cardinally aligned, perfectly aligned to true north, south, east, and west. They have solstitial and equinoctial alignments as well. They have incredible geometry. There were master geometers working in the Amazon thousands of years ago, and we're just beginning to become aware of this. And what does this mean for our story of our own past? We haven't taken the Amazon story into account in the story of civilization. We've just ignored it until now, until those clearances force us to reckon with the fact that there were people living in that rainforest thousands of years ago who were true scientists. Look at the creation of medicines like ayahuasca, the ayahuasca brew, and the number of the fact that it has to be made from two different plants, neither of which is psychoactive on its own. To actually, so that's science. To put those together, curare, in 11 different ingredients. That's science. The Amazon was a home of science thousands of years ago, and we've just ignored it completely until today. And we don't need to do any more clearances of the rainforest. We have the LiDAR technology now to see what's under the rainforest. And again, very little is being spent on that. A few archaeologists,
We've had a pretty
in
good.
touch with them.
We had a really good July, August, September. We had really good July, August, September. Those and June even. We had a really good summer and early spring.
Early fall.
Starting with a complete LiDAR survey of the most interesting regions, would be
Dude, the solar
a
flares,
really good place to
man, the solar flares this summer.
Remember
Remember the one around July 19th, 2021? Remember how
without
hot
actually
and just
destroying
beautiful
the
the
canopy.
warmth?
And I think that
My
discoveries
God,
in the
man.
Amazon over the coming 20 years are going to radically change our understanding of the past of humanity. Same goes for the Sahara Desert. Same goes for the continental shelves that were all submerged at the end of the last ice age.
I think LiDAR is overwhelming the archaeological community because it reveals so much. This
Not as beautiful
as an
as
example, in
Maktub.
Mexico, they found 500 what they call platforms and very, very old pre-Maya, pre-classic Maya
Thanks, bro. That's nice,
foundations that they cannot account for. There's no record of them, and there's a type of structure that is a real question mark. It's just amazing. So
yeah. So this is why I have a problem with archaeologists who take the line that they've got the past all sorted out. You know, that it's just a matter of dotting the I's and crossing the T's and filling in the details, that they've basically got they haven't got the big picture at all. They've got a tiny fraction of the picture. Archaeologists are drawing conclusions about the past of humanity while discounting enormous areas that were once heavily populated, like the Amazon, like the Sahara Desert, like the continental shelves. We can't be drawing conclusions about our past when we haven't done the work. And at the moment, archaeology has not done the work.
I want to talk to you about some work that Dr. Mark Carlotto has been doing. We go back to Charles Hapgood's theory on Earth's crustal displacement, and his work is showing that when you line up very old buildings, be it in Mexico at Chichen Itza, the Great Pyramid of Giza, South America, Cusco, and you align it with the current North Pole, you get one bit of data. But if you actually look at it from a displacement theory, it's significantly older. These places are very, very old. Is this valid for you? Does this feel like it's something that's going to be valid?
Well, I think that the whole Earth crust displacement theory, which Charles Hapgood was the first major advocate of, definitely deserves a second look. It deserves a much closer look than it's had. Of course, I paid a lot of attention to that theory in Fingerprints of the Gods back in 1995 when Fingerprints was published. The evidence of a global cataclysm somewhere around 12,500 years ago was then and is still today, in my view, utterly overwhelming. And the question only is what caused that cataclysm. Now, in recent years, there has been a growing body of evidence which suggests that implicated in the cataclysm was a fragmenting giant comet, and we were hit by a swarm of comet fragments. Comet impact and Earth crust displacement, it turns out, are not mutually exclusive. There's an excellent Italian scientist, a former admiral called Flavio Barbiero. He's written an article about this from my website. He's also written a book about why Antarctica could be the home of a lost civilization, and it's entirely about Earth crust displacement. But he's bringing a whole lot of new science to Charles Hapgood's idea, because the problem with Charles Hapgood's idea was what is the irregular buildup of ice at the poles, is that enough to set the crust in motion? And in Barbiero's calculations, it isn't. But if you get an impact, a hefty impact on the surface of the planet that hits the planet, a glancing blow, not a direct impact, but a glancing blow that adds to the torque and spin on the planet, then you could indeed get Earth crust displacement as a result of comet impact. So I think the evidence in favor of Earth crust displacement, much derided though it has been over the last 20 years, has grown rather than shrunk. And I think we're looking at a very complicated series of events that preceded and took place during the geological episode known as the Younger Dryas, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And we cannot rule out that a significant shift of the Earth's crust was part of that. Maybe not the whole story, but part of it. I think the comet impact evidence is incredibly strong. It's the strongest evidence we have right now for a global cataclysm in the 12,500 years ago window. It's very powerful evidence, and although it has its critics, it is not going to be refuted. This evidence for what is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is, I'm very, very, very familiar with it, and it is powerful, compelling, and overwhelming evidence. But the fact that there was a comet impact does not rule out that a side effect of that was a displacement of the crust of the Earth as well. And Flavio Barbiero's work really addresses itself to that point.
It's still not a mainstream. It's still not a mainstream topic at all because it happened so long ago.
You want to get the mainstream to run a mile? Just mention Earth crust displacement. The notion.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they'll take off at high speed, showing you their heels. I mean, to put it simply, the notion is that the crust of the Earth, the lithosphere, is to be compared with something like the thick skin of an orange, or rather the relatively thin skin of an orange by comparison with the meat of an orange. And that from time to time, while the meat stays in one place, the skin can revolve around the central core of the orange. And that's the notion with Earth crust displacement. That forces are unleashed which allow the crust of the Earth to slip, taking land that was at a pole, at the North Pole or the South Pole, and shifting it rather rapidly into much warmer latitudes, and conversely taking land that was in warmer latitudes and shifting it very rapidly into much colder latitudes. It's a very attractive theory in many ways. It explains a lot, but it also has serious problems. And I think the combination of that theory with the comet impact work that is now being done may help to solve those problems.
I hear from Mark. Mark wrote a book called Before Atlantis, and he has recalculated the dates for places like Chichen Itza to 80,000 years ago. I think Peru is 100,000 years for its inception date. And of course,
yeah, dude, it'd be
Giza
good to
is
hit
around
the
same time.
hit the power tower after that meal.
Yeah.
You power walked home insane.
To go that far back, I wouldn't rush to do it. Well, first of all, if we're going to,
did you eat it all?
say that Chichen Itza is
You must have taken leftovers. You did not eat that
only
entire.
The idea of Chichen Itza is 80,000 years old, because the structures that stand in Chichen Itza are certainly not 80,000 years old.
Are you serious right now?
God's Earth.
Holy shit, dude.
The dating of those structures.
I'm gonna have to take a second look at that photo.
Relatively secure, and
He literally ate it all.
Structures that are much older than 1,200 years old or less. So what we can say is that perhaps the idea of Chichen Itza, perhaps it was a sacred site for thousands of years before that. Perhaps there were earlier structures that stood there.
Yeah.
If so, those
Can I show it? Can I show the world?
That should do their best to bring forward evidence of the existence of those earlier structures. Perhaps there was a sacred cavern. You and I are both familiar with the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan.
Anyways, it's a large. It's like a medium pizza and a large poutine.
Cave system, which has been elaborated.
Large meat poutine.
Now, the orientation of that cave system is such that
sure.
it defines the orientation of the Pyramid of the Sun. Clearly, the cave system preceded the construction of the
it'd be good to hit the
Pyramid
power tower a little
and the
bit.
modification of the cave system into a sort of cloverleaf
You do
shape
you, man.
directly beneath the apex of the Pyramid of the Sun.
She's
is all the work of human beings. So the question is, was the idea for Teotihuacan present long before the pyramids as we now see them in their present incarnation were built? And you could ask that same question about Chichen Itza. I think trying to push it back 80,000 years is a bridge too far. I'd love to see the evidence that would persuade me of that, but I don't see it. I find that even arguing for a civilization that was destroyed 12,000 years ago is a pretty heavy lift with the archaeological establishment. And we need to get the different sides in this debate, trying to find some common ground. And getting to some sensible conclusions. So I've got nothing against the 80,000 years. I just don't see evidence for it.
Okay. Well, hey, look, you yourself have written that, I mean, you've dove off of Japan's ocean and went to Yonaguni. I think you went to
200 dives at Yonaguni, Cliff.
What?
200 dives at Yonaguni I've done.
200?
Oh yeah.
200 dives.
I do take my research.
That's insane.
I didn't know that, but you've also
7 years of scuba diving, trying to in doing the background research for my book.
200? I didn't know you did. That's a hell of a lot of diving.
Sit up, use my PC. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying, man. Like if you could stretch, maybe stretch out on the power tower, even just hanging. I like to hang and stretch my torso and then flex my torso. You know what I mean? To elongate it and then strengthen it. At least activate the ab muscles a little bit. Rearrange all the food in your stomach.
Devastatingly powerful. And the one thing you learn as a diver is never fight the sea. Wow. Always go where the sea wants to take you.
Were you dragging?
No,
you're not going to tell me that Santa, your wife, dove with you 200 times.
Yes, Santa and I do everything. Santa did all those dives, and she did all the underwater photography on those dives.
Well, that's amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great period of our lives.
The reason
I just say this, Yonaguni, which I'm quite certain is a man-made structure. The complication comes because it's carved out of natural bedrock. It's cut. There are bits of it that are actually built where megaliths are placed one on top of another, and when you do 200 dives, you find those bits. But most of it is cut from the natural rock, and that's the argument that is used by skeptics to say the whole thing is natural. But look, the Great Sphinx of Giza is carved from natural rock as well. But nobody's arguing that it's natural. The carving was done by human beings, and it's the same at Yonaguni. Diving at Yonaguni can be like diving in a river flowing at high speed. The currents there are so strong.
Really?
And then sometimes they'll drop to nothing in a few seconds, and you're in still, beautiful, clear water. It's a magical, majestic place. I'm very privileged to have had the opportunity to spend so much time there.
I'm bringing up Yonaguni and also Dwarka because you actually, I think you dove there too.
Dived at Dwarka, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Up in Gujarat, very interesting site.
What are we missing by not doing more underwater archaeology? It seems to me that this could be a real key to understanding our past. If, as you suggest in your books, the sea rose between 400 and 600 feet, that's a significant amount.
Let's say 400 feet.
400
feet.
The
sea level rise at the end of the ice age was 400 feet. And what are we missing? We're missing 10 million square miles of the Earth's surface. That was above water during the Ice Age, and that's underwater now. And to put that in perspective, that's roughly Europe and China added together. So it's like telling the story of the world, but ignoring Europe and China. That's what archaeology is doing by ignoring the continental shelves. Yes, there's some marine archaeology. Yes, they go diving and look at shipwrecks. But by and large, they're not interested in diving to see if the whole picture of our past needs to be revised, as I strongly believe it does. And if archaeologists would listen more to what local divers and local fishermen have to say, they would realize that there are anomalous structures all over the world on these continental shelves.
What was some of the dates for some of the artifacts pulled out of Dwarka? Weren't they in the thousands of, or at least 500 BC? Something very remote.
That's right. I mean, Dwarka is a relatively shallow dive. I don't remember needing to get deeper than about 25 or 30 feet at Dwarka, whereas at Yonaguni you're down in the 120 foot range. It's a relatively shallow dive. Some of the submergence may be accounted for by land subsidence rather than by sea level rise. I think that more work needs to be done further out from the shore than has been done at the moment. I think that Dwarka needs to be seen in context of the Indus Valley civilization, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, and the mysterious origins of that civilization. We're missing a huge part of the story from India. All the coastlines of India, Dwarka's up in the northwest, but down in the southeast you have Mahabalipuram and you have Pumpahar. You have the fact that India was joined to Sri Lanka during the Ice Age, that the landmass extended south almost as far as the Maldives, and there are huge traditions in India about a lost land called Kumari Kandam. In many ways it is the Indian Atlantis. And Kumari Kandam is described very accurately as a landmass that extended south from the southern tip of India, but that was submerged when the seas became angry and swallowed it up.
Yeah,
and that's a story that's found all over the world. Again, archaeologists are very dismissive of myths. But what are we to do with this global tradition of a flood that we find everywhere in virtually every culture all around the world, and of a few survivors who put together the seeds that will be necessary to restore life after the cataclysm? Why is this story told again and again? It's not enough to dismiss it as some kind of fantasy or coincidence. Of course, the myths are the memories our species has from a time when no written records have survived.
I mean, it feels like there's a problem with Western archaeology. They don't really look at the Chinese ancient history. They don't look at Indian or Hindu history. And in India, they have thousands of these very, very old temples that have information in them that we just don't, we get trickles of this data.
And something else very special about India, you have a living tradition, which is carrying down ideas from the remotest past. And bringing them into the modern world. This is where India is very different from, say, Egypt, because when you go
it was
to
the blessed
Egypt
run. I
and you
blew
see
it.
the ruins, the majestic,
It's so weird and slow
ruins
and
of ancient Egypt all around you.
really weird run.
The connection to the tradition of ancient Egypt has been severed, and we are only able to access that tradition through Egyptological interpretations of ancient Egyptian texts. Whereas in the case of India, the connection has not been severed, and that's why you don't find a lot of very, very, very old temples in India, because when you have a continuous tradition, well, they continuously rebuild and renovate temples. They don't just leave them there to, fade away. They keep on redeveloping them and building temples on the same spot, and we see examples of that in many other places. We talked about Chichen Itza. You and I both know that Chichen Itza, the Kukulkan pyramid, is built on top of another pyramid, and that you can actually get inside and see that inner pyramid with its inner shrine. And that the case of Cholula in Mexico, there's at least 6 pyramids built one on top of the other there. So this is why I think it's important to hang on to the notion that the antiquity of ideas is as important as the antiquity of the artifacts and architecture to which those ideas are attached.
I would love to hear about your feeling on these different hominins that are popping up around the world. We have the Denisovan, which is, some people think those are the former Atlanteans or pre-Diluvian people. We have different hominins popping up around our planet. What is going on? It's like massive panspermia on a global scale. It's crazy.
Well, it's certainly causing us to rethink the story of our past. Santa and I were very, very privileged to get to Denisova Cave in the south of Siberia. We made a massive overland journey across Russia in order to get there back in 2017. It is a very, very special place. Look, what's changed, and it's really all changed since 2010, when the Neanderthal genome was fully decoded and published. That's when we began to get to grips with the notion that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals interbred. And we now know that the majority of human populations have up to 4% of Neanderthal DNA in their DNA. That's when we started to ask ourselves more questions about the Neanderthals. Previously, the Neanderthals had been thought to be, they were stereotyped as this ignorant, savage brutes, but they were interbreeding with our ancestors. Maybe they weren't so ignorant or savage if they were deemed acceptable and as mates. And then we find that actually the Neanderthals were doing art, that there are cave paintings left behind by the Neanderthals, which are tens of thousands of years older than the cave paintings left by anatomically modern humans. It's beginning to look like the Neanderthals were the smart ones, and that they taught anatomically modern humans how to paint. That skill looks like it was transferred from Neanderthals to anatomically modern humans, not the other way around. And in a sense, even talking about anatomically modern humans is unnecessary, because Neanderthals survive within us. We are all Neanderthals. Then you have the Denisovans, they're named after that cave in Siberia where a monk called Denis used to meditate. That's why they're called the Denisovans. And it turns out that they are related to Neanderthals and to anatomically modern humans, and that there was interbreeding going on between all of these groups, between anatomically modern humans, Neanderthals, and Denisovans. Furthermore, the Denisovans left behind artifacts that seem to be tens of thousands of years ahead of their time, that anatomically modern humans weren't making until 20,000 years later. So we're just at the tip of an enormous mystery of uncovering the truth about our past. And this is why I like to use the phrase, stuff just keeps on getting older. Because it just keeps on getting older. And every time it gets older, look, we now have the earliest anatomically modern human skulls going back more than 300,000 years from Morocco, and certainly close to 250,000 years from Ethiopia. We know that Neanderthals and Denisovans were around for hundreds of thousands of years before that. These were symbolic species, just like ourselves. They were capable of doing everything that we can do. Why it's interesting that stuff just keeps on getting older is that it opens up that window wider and wider for missing elements of the human story. And I am convinced we are a species with amnesia, and that this very long span of time that precedes the so-called origins of civilization, the longer it gets, the more difficult it comes to believe that civilization just began suddenly 6,000 years ago. No, it's got much, much more ancient origins than that. And those origins may not be confined entirely to anatomically modern humans at all.
Do you think that the Hindu yugas are valid at all, which takes civilization hundreds of thousands of years in the past and shows a high point and then proceeding to a low point and then resurrecting back to the high point again?
Well, in a sense, I think that investigation is for my next life.
Okay.
Have enough to deal with in this life, persuading the archaeological establishment that there may be a major forgotten episode in the human story about.
It boosted me again, didn't it?
Well, I mean, it kind of goes
let
to
me just finish this point.
Yeah.
What I do really value in the Indian traditions is the notion of this cyclical notion that what goes up must come down, that what goes around comes around, that we're locked in a series of cycles, and the exact number of years for those cycles, in my mind, remains to be settled. I'm not against the hundreds of thousands of years. Now that we know that anatomically modern humans have been around for 250,000 years, there's no reason why civilization shouldn't have been around for much longer than that as well. But I have to stay focused on my immediate target, and my immediate target is to keep on drilling down and presenting the evidence that something major is missing from our story, and that major something came to an end about 12,500 years ago. And when it began is a whole other story. That's a whole other story, and I don't even try to go there. I'm interested in showing that there's something major missing, that there's evidence from the past that cannot be explained in terms of our understanding of human capabilities at that time, and I can't even remember what the B is.
Well, I mean, I
such a
kind
fucking
of
scam,
use
dude.
the yugas in a way to preface the thought of what did these pre-Diluvian, these pre-flood people look like? What type of
They look like us.
You think they did?
Yeah, by and large. I think the human form hasn't changed much in the last 250,000 years. The Jebel Irhoud fossils from Morocco are slightly more dubious, but the recent redating of the Omo fossils from Ethiopia to about 240,000 years ago is really firm. So they look like us.
Okay.
They look like they were anatomically modern humans, coexisting with them.
Come
in the world
on,
where
man,
other
give me the
humans who
fucking
didn't
ammo.
Look like us, with
Like,
big brow
fuck
ridges
off.
and receding chins and enormous musculature.
man.
The Neanderthals and the Denisovans, who may also have been very big, physically big individuals. The Neanderthals, let's remember, had been the masters of Europe for 200,000 years before anatomically modern humans showed up amongst them. So a little bit different, but the change of human appearance has been relatively slow over the last 200,000. It's not changed radically. We can recognize ourselves in these fossils from 250,000 years ago.
Okay. Would it be your best hope to find a new Mayan codice, an Egyptian
Seriously, I might just run
book
by
of
them and fucking
or some
PP7
language
that
about
guy
the
for
past,
the ammo.
or
Just too dumb.
are you picking up bits and pieces from civilizations that have long gone, like the Sumerian cuneiforms or whatever? I mean, what is it for you in your search?
I gotta throw it like on the
constant
ground, man.
breadcrumb trail or what?
It's a constant breadcrumb trail, and it's trying to, what I'm trying to do is to provide a solid, reasoned, thoroughly researched alternative to the mainstream narrative. There's no point in tackling the mainstream narrative of the past if we do so in a slight or fanciful way. We have to do so in a thorough and detailed manner, using their own weapons against them. And that's my project, is to look for those anomalies in the past and to consider what they might mean. And more in recent years, it's been focused on this issue of the cataclysm that occurred during the Younger Dryas between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. That was a huge punctuation mark in the human story. That was an extinction level event that occurred in geological terms literally yesterday. And lo and behold, right at the end of the Younger Dryas, 11,600 years ago, suddenly appears all the signs of civilization. Archaeologists don't dispute that. Göbekli Tepe is a very civilized site, and it's 11,600 years old.
Come on.
So really where I'm differing from archaeology is I'm saying I think what we're looking at is the rediscovery,
Just
or
move.
the reinvention of civilization then. Not that it was just invented out of whole cloth 11,600 years ago. There's a background to a site like Göbekli Tepe. You can't create a sophisticated, complex site with megaliths weighing 20 tons and more, with perfect astronomical alignments. You can't do that without a lot of practice and experience, and we don't see the
Should I just try to
background for that
PP7 them?
practice and experience. I
Honestly?
think the background is a lost civilization.
Was Göbekli Tepe
It's too dumb.
a reboot center, do you think? In
Oh
other
yeah,
words,
that's absolutely what I think Göbekli Tepe was. And not only Göbekli Tepe, but also Karahan Tepe, which I had the privilege of going to in November 2020, and indeed had visited several times before. There's about a dozen sites around Göbekli Tepe which are in the process of radically rewriting human history. Archaeologists should be careful about what they say about our past while all this excavation remains to be done, because I think those areas have got a lot to teach us about our past. And I think Göbekli Tepe, in particular, was a kind of time capsule. If you ask me what I'm looking for, I'm also looking for the Hall of Records, and it may be that Göbekli Tepe is that Hall of Records, a place where I think that the ancients sought a number of ways to pass knowledge down to the future. A belt and braces approach. One archive of written documents would not be enough. You might not even be sure that the writing could be deciphered 10 or 12,000 years in the future. What you want is multiple ways of encoding information. That's why the great myths from around the world that incorporate precise astronomical information are of great interest to me. Information about a hard-to-observe phenomenon called the precession of the equinoxes is encoded in myths and traditions from all around the world. That's one kind of Hall of Records. Another kind of Hall of Records might be a physical location where objects and artifacts from the past were hidden away and preserved. And Göbekli Tepe feels a bit like that, because it was so carefully hidden that it remained hidden for more than 10,000 years, and until Klaus Schmidt of the German Archaeological Institute considered the implications of some bits of finely worked stone that were sticking out of the side of the hill, decided to excavate, and found that actually they were dealing with a site that was nearly 12,000 years old. Most of Göbekli Tepe is still underground. 90% of the site is still underground. It's been surveyed with ground-penetrating radar, but it hasn't been excavated.
As we conclude, Graham, who were the people that built Göbekli Tepe? I mean, the revisionists. I mean, we get people saying that the Denisovans were the people who built and were the teachers of Göbekli Tepe, but I don't know if we have any proof of that.
Well, the people who built Göbekli Tepe, judging from the skeletal remains that have been found there, were anatomically modern humans. And they were hunter-gatherers. This is something else that is important to be, and this is part of the mystery of Göbekli Tepe. Because when the first stones are laid at Göbekli Tepe, roughly 12,800 years ago, when the first stones are laid, everybody there are hunter-gatherers. But when the site is completed, they're all agriculturalists. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. The date that the first stones were laid at Göbekli Tepe was 11,600 years ago, the end of the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas begins 12,800 years ago, it ends 11,600 years ago. That's the date that Plato gives us for the submergence of Atlantis. He tells us that it was submerged 9,000 years before the visit of Solon to Egypt. That visit took place in 600 BC, so he's telling us Atlantis was submerged in 9,600 BC, 11,600 years ago. That's the same date as Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe then runs for 1,000 years. At the beginning of that 1,000-year period, everybody there are hunter-gatherers. At the end of that 1,000-year period, everybody there are agriculturalists. It's as though the site came first and the agriculture came second, which is the exact opposite of the model that archaeology has worked with up till now, where they say you needed to have a stable agricultural economy before you could put together a big site like Göbekli Tepe. Looked like it worked the other way around, and I think it was a Kickstarter. I think that site was used to mobilize and organize hunter-gatherers and to put them on another path, and that path is the path that we call civilization.
That's in the Middle East. Do we see a Göbekli Tepe version in South America?
Keep looking in the Amazon.
Oh, yeah, right.
Looking in the Amazon. The search has just started. There's still 5.5 million square miles of land in the Amazon that's not been studied by archaeologists at all. Keep looking in the Amazon. That's one of the very likely places to find your Göbekli Tepe style.
I mean, if the world was in such a poor shape following this terminating event, you would think that Göbekli Tepe is just one
Look at his gun. Oh, I didn't even push B.
Many reboot.
I believe it is one of many, and that's what world mythology attests to, that there was a global civilizing endeavor, that the survivors of the global cataclysm spread out around the world and tried to reinitiate civilization. And this happened in different ways in every place they went to, because the local cultures that they found themselves amongst were different. So naturally, the paths diverged, but they have a common core. And that common core can be found in geometry, it can be found in the astronomy of these sites, very sophisticated, very advanced knowledge, and it can be found in a global spiritual system, which is to do with the issue of life after death and what happens to us when we die, and its connection to certain kinds of monuments such as pyramids. It cannot be an accident that the same essential set of ideas about the afterlife journey of the soul are found all around the world. This goes back to a shared legacy of a teaching, I believe, from the survivors of the lost civilization.
Wonderful. Hey, it's been great having you on the program again.
Such a scam. Such a scam. Sorry, one sec. This level's really pissing me off.
So I've got a story of 3 dates for you. The first date is today, and that's a date in January 2022, when I'm recording this message for you. The second date is 9 years earlier, in January 2013. And in January 2013, I was invited to give a TEDx talk. And at the same event was the controversial biologist Rupert Sheldrake, who also gave a talk. Rupert and I, a month later, both had our talks taken offline by TED because the talks challenged the orthodox narrative about consciousness. And that brings you to the third date, which is the date that the dialogue between Rupert and myself that you're going to be seeing shortly was recorded. And that dialogue was recorded in November 2021, and it was recorded for the Beyond the Brain conference series. And I highly recommend the Beyond the Brain conference series to anybody who gets a chance to tune into their future events. What we've done with this recording is that we've added quite a number of images, particularly images from the great visionary artist Pablo Amaringo, who kindly gave me permission to use his images in connection with my book, Supernatural, which is soon going to be re-released in America under the title Visionary, with new material added. So let's go straight to the dialogue between myself and Rupert Sheldrake. And I'd like to say at the beginning that I have huge admiration for Rupert Sheldrake. He's a serious scientist who has brought the tools of scientific investigation to the mystery of consciousness, perhaps the greatest mystery of science.
Say very warm welcome everybody to Beyond the Brain 16 in 2021 online. Both of these speakers are very well known to you all. They have the privilege of both being banned, both their TED Talks being banned, and they're going to be talking about the nature of consciousness and the limits of scientific paradigm, which is essentially the central theme to Beyond the Brain. So Graham, I'm going to hand right over to you for your kind of opening statement.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to say I'm not a scientist. I am a journalist. So I find myself in esteemed company here that I cannot claim any scientific credentials myself. I am an author and a journalist. I write books about ancient civilizations. And I can honestly say that I had apart from one incident, I had very little interest in consciousness until I encountered the ancient Egyptian books of the dead. Perhaps I should say what that one incident was. That one incident happened to me when I was 18 or 19 years old. And it was a massive electric shock, a near-fatal electric shock. And I distinctly remember, I was very aware of it at the time, that I left my body and I found myself up around the light in the kitchen where I was, looking down at my body. And I thought, how strange, how interesting, what's going on here? And it didn't go further than that. I was back into my body, and I got up, and I was kind of okay. But that memory of being outside my body and looking down on my body, I think planted in my mind the notion that whatever I am not my body. I'm something else.
All right, another 45 minutes.
I'm connected to the body, definitely, but that isn't me. That doesn't define me, and that happened at an early age.
Another 45 minutes.
Subsequently, I put that in my mind for many
see if I can get a 49 or 48, I think.
The ancient Egyptian funerary texts, and I encountered those in the course of my main focus of my work is the possibility of a lost civilization, and whether some of the most ancient civilizations provide us with clues to the nature of that lost civilization and indeed to its spirituality. And this required me to read the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts and the derivative versions thereof, which include the ancient Egyptian coffin texts, the book of what is in the Duat, and the famous Book of the Dead. These texts all describe in detail a journey that the soul makes after death, where the soul is confronted in complete transparency and openness with the nature of his or her life and how it was lived, and is required to account for it. And initially my reaction was, why does this matter? And then when I thought about it more, I thought, well, actually, hang on. The ancient Egyptians put their best minds at work for 3,000 years to try to understand the mystery of death. And perhaps we should listen to what they are saying. As part of this process, this inquiry into the ancient texts, by the way, the Hermetic texts are also stunningly significant and really reach deep into the nature of reality and the nature of consciousness, and they're kind of derivative from the ancient Egyptian text. But as part of this and beyond this, I then, researching another book, found it necessary to take psychedelics. The book purported to began life as explaining cave art, and I came across a very powerful theory by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, that cave art and the universal features of cave art all around the world were best explained if the artists had experienced altered states of consciousness and were depicting what they saw in their visions. So I'm a kind of boots on the ground researcher, and I needed to go have those visions. I'd had one LSD trip in 1975, but it wasn't until the second half of the 1990s that I began this research with psychedelics, particularly with ayahuasca, the vine of the dead, or the vine of souls, from South America. And I just had such extraordinary experiences of a seamlessly convincing parallel realm filled with intelligent entities who seemed to want to communicate with me in certain ways, and who seemed to convey moral teachings and ask me to examine the nature of my life and the impact that I had on other people. This is a very powerful, transformative experience, and it solidified that notion that I am not my body, that I am not my brain, but somehow the body and the brain provide an interface to other levels of reality. In short, reality is much more complex than it at first appears to be. It goes deeper and deeper into layer upon layer, and I'm not sure if we'll ever get to the bottom of it. Over to you, Rupert.
Well, thank you, Graham. That's a very amazing introduction. There's a lot I'd like to discuss with that, but first of all, I'll just give a kind of general pitch about my own interests in
the mind beyond the brain. There's three senses in which I think our minds are beyond our brains. The first is what I call the extended mind, the mind extended in space beyond the brain. And here I'm talking about just ordinary, everyday consciousness, not altered states of consciousness, not out-of-the-body experiences, not electric shocks, not ancient Egypt, but just like now. I think that our minds extend beyond our brains all the time, and I think they do so through fields of the mind, mental fields. We're used to the idea of fields extending beyond material objects, from magnets, where there's a magnetic field in and around the magnet, from the Earth, where there's a gravitational field in and around the Earth, from mobile phones, where there's an electromagnetic field within and around the mobile phone, invisibly. There's rooms full of mobile phone transmissions and TV and radio transmissions. Everywhere is. And I think our minds extend too, and particularly through vision. When we look at something, I'm looking out of the window at a tree, for example.
Yo, what's up, Ninja?
Tree is where it seems to be.
Oh, thanks, bro. What's up, man? Thanks, dude. This is the best level, yeah, man. Did you know it was actually ranked? Facility Agent was ranked out of the Elite.net. There was this like not bot, but thing where it was like, which is better, this or this level, this or this level, all 60.
Means to stretch,
like Facility Double Agent versus Facility Agent, Bunker Agent, and Facility Agent was number 1.
I think
that
they
would be so
also
cool.
stretch
Oh, I know, man.
Through intention, which means
but the multiplayer one is still pretty good.
And I think
but I know what you mean.
Like telepathy exhibit that ability. If I think about somebody who I want to get in touch with, I intend to get in touch with them. I go to my telephone, look up their number.
I know what you mean. Yo, thanks,
thinking
man.
about them. They may start thinking about me. They pick up my intention.
Thanks,
so when I ring them, they say, "That's funny. I was just thinking about you."
Hope you're doing
and this,
well.
I think, underlies the very common experience of telephone telepathy.
Yeah, I'll probably get a PV.
Extension
Maybe,
of the
hopefully.
mind through
I'm going for
vision,
49.
I think underlies the well-known
About 50.
phenomenon of the sense of being stared at.
I think my 50 was very high.
When they're being looked at from behind, they turn around.
Set off the alarm, then hang out in your
So
head. Oh, yeah.
that's the first sense in which I think minds extend beyond the brain.
I can only imagine what you
these
wrote.
are revealed testably in phenomena like the sense of being stared at and telepathy. Secondly, I think minds
just shoot the unlimited bad guys that come down the stairs. Oh, dude,
we all
that's
know
nice.
that they do. This is not controversial.
Oh,
through
00,
memory,
fine, we'll do some 00.
And also through thinking about the
So
future.
there's a new
Much of our
00 agent
consciousness
strat.
is concerned with
There's a new
about the future,
secret agent
deciding
and
about
00 agent strat.
possibilities. And those are future possibilities.
I spent the last 3 hours playing 00 trying to get
and I think
PB.
our
I can
memories
show you the
are
strat
not
though.
stored inside our brains, which is the conventional materialist view, but rather that we resonate with ourselves in the past by morphic resonance.
It existed on
and
emulator
there's a
before.
transfer of memories across space and time through self-resonance. We resonate with ourselves in the past. We also resonate with lots of other people, and that, I think, is the basis of collective memory, what Jung called the collective unconscious. Individual memory and collective memory.
What? Pick up a
differ in
goddamn
degree,
gun. Alright, here we go.
but
Check it
not
out.
in
Check it out.
kind.
So it's the
Both
pauseless.
depend
I'm gonna
on
pass away.
resonance
What you do,
from
you
the
shoot
past
here.
on the basis
And you
of
do this.
similarity.
I'm gonna pass
So
away
our
though.
minds are extended in time as well
And
as
you
in
lure.
space.
So you talk to Doke, but you
And
don't
the
pause.
third way in which
You go in the
they're
room and you
extended,
shoot
is that
to
I
lure
think
a
they
guard that
enable us
comes
to
from that
contact,
side to open the
spiritual
door.
realms beyond the normal physical.
Alex Jones was right,
realm.
man.
And that this happens very spectacularly.
It was
in mystical
my viewers that
experiences
told me
when
about him.
Sometimes spontaneously, sometimes through a
I didn't know
near-death
about him before.
experience, sometimes
I'm gonna do
through
agent. I'm gonna do
spiritual
facility agent for the next
practices,
like 40
sometimes through
minutes.
psychedelics.
I gotta sign off in 40 minutes.
People
but-
feel themselves in contact with a greater.
Yeah,
or certain
apparently it
different
does. It
kind of
saves like a second or
consciousness.
two.
In mystical experiences, people often feel themselves.
I should do some
in the
I
presence
could
of
do
a
some secret
consciousness
agent.
greater than their own.
'Cause secret agent,
and
my
past
issue is I
a
haven't
vastly
had enough
larger,
ammo.
Consciousness or mind.
Because I've been using the mind to blow up the guys to get ammo.
All religions, they all start from
but
direct
it hasn't been giving me the ammo.
Contact with a much greater realm
That's
of
been my main issue. So if I do secret agent, I'll have more ammo.
Enlightened through doing a PhD, but by
and my secret agent PB is 102.
Years, Jesus didn't
so it's very likely we can get a PB
deep
with secret
affinity and
agent.
connection with God, who he thought of as Father.
I mean, not to jinx myself,
through
but
going to a rabbinical seminary, it came to him in a great moment of insight at the moment of his baptism, when he was held underwater by John the Baptist.
Thanks for being here, man. Thanks for the bits, dude. You're the man, dude.
And came up again
fucking legend.
Through a rite of passage,
such a scam.
which I think was a kind of near-death experience induced by drowning. I think John the Baptist was carrying out
we'll do some secret agent.
mass-scale rites of passage through inducing near-death experiences through near drowning, holding people under long enough. And Jesus' first moment that's recorded in the Bible of deep insight and
and Irie just got a new computer.
Then was followed by his going on the retreat.
So I can see Irie doing the
40-day
strat too.
fast in the wilderness.
Getting some insane times.
So
He already has
I
insane
think that
times
this
though.
greater consciousness that we become aware of through mystical experiences
Like,
also
where are you, bro?
is a way the mind can also be extended to many other forms of consciousness, in dreams and in altered states of consciousness and under the influence of psychedelics. We can encounter many other kinds of consciousness, not just the all-embracing consciousness of ultimate reality, which
So like some top players have gotten second place times, like
the all or whatever name we choose.
52 on facility and
but
53
also many
on.
other conscious, intelligent
Yo, thanks, bro.
entities. In the Judeo-Christian
He's
tradition,
now, no
these are
way.
called
Is he playing
angels,
GoldenEye?
And there are countless angels.
Is he playing this level? Is he doing the strat?
Supposedly in this tradition, there are also demons or devils or
That's funny.
spirit
Thanks,
entities
yo,
of
thanks, man.
questionable nature.
Thanks, broski.
The Hindus have
Appreciate that.
devas, countless shining beings. Muslims have jinns.
Fuck off.
So monotheistic religions.
Facility?
although
No
they
fucking
of a
way,
single
man.
supreme,
He was.
ultimate source of consciousness, are also
He was like
very
really
heavily
antsy, man. He
populated by
wanted to
many
fucking
other
play.
kinds of spirit
I mean, he
beings,
never
to whom
said
we
that.
can be open,
I mean, he might have said that. I never
both
saw
in
him say
waking
that, but
life when people feel
I knew
the
he was
presence
thinking
of
that.
these beings, but more
That's
commonly
hilarious.
in dreams and in altered states of consciousness.
See, my main, like, I'm
So there are
not
three
consistent
ways,
at all.
as in
I'm
some
really
way
bad
that
at this
I'm
level.
suggesting our minds are
I'm okay at
extended
this
beyond
level,
our
but like my
brains
consistency
in
is
normal
terrible.
waking life through space, as it were, a horizontal connection that connects us to the environment around us and to other people through telepathic
Like that
connections.
bounce?
These
Like that
psychic
bounce was so
phenomena,
fucking
like
like-
telepathy in the
like
sense
why?
of being stared at, are not spiritual. They're part of our
Super.
animal nature. Animals have telepathy as well, and the sense of being stared at. They're part of the extended nature of our minds in space, extension in time through memory and collective memory and through visions of the future, and also
Like what?
extension to other forms of consciousness that are not in the normal physical world. And it's this last extension that overlaps most closely with what Graham has just told us about, his own experiences and also the texts of the Tibetan Book.
That's
of the
hilarious, dude.
Dead,
That's
the
really
Dead,
funny.
The Egyptian Book of the Dead, and so on. So Graham, probably a good starting point would be to look at the nature of these entities, these other beings that people encounter. I confess that I myself don't often encounter other entities in my psychedelic experiences. I haven't met the machine elves that Terence McKenna talked about so clearly.
I don't have enough ammo. See?
But I do have a strong
I don't have enough
sense of
ammo.
the presence of
That's
other
my
kinds
issue.
of
So let me
beings,
show you. Let me
including
show you.
angels.
Let me show you
Indeed,
specifically what I'm
with
talking
Matthew
about.
Fox, I wrote
So
a book called
see
Physics
how
of
like
Angels,
that gun's there,
about the possible nature
and I
of
probably
angelic
boosted myself
beings.
from here, right?
So
and it's not
you talked
giving me
about
the ammo.
many levels
That's what
of
that's
reality.
literally,
I wonder if you
that
could say a little bit
is
more about how you
what I've
think
been
of
struggling
these
with the last
entities.
several hours. Right there.
So I started drinking
I
ayahuasca
don't know how to avoid that. I might have to put the mine on the ground.
in order
Game is broken.
be able to come from a place of genuine experience in writing a
What's Irie getting?
book.
Is Irie getting insane
But I
times?
found the experiences so extraordinary and life transforming that I continued with the work. I would call it work, and I guess I've had somewhere north.
So what I gotta learn to
70
do, I gotta throw the mine, I think, on the
journeys
ground.
with ayahuasca.
See how I threw it on the wall
Many
there? I
of
think I
them,
gotta throw it on the ground.
do not involve entities. Many of them
I could shoot less
involve
bullets
deep
for the lure.
self-reflection. In some cases, there are amazing fractals and
But I've lost a lot of
geometry
runs for
morphing
shooting like
constantly
6
and
bullets and the guy not
changing
being
shape.
there.
And then sometimes entities come through. Now I know that mainstream materialist science would like to convince us that those entities are simply brain candy. They're just figments of our, they're epiphenomena of our brain activity, as indeed mainstream science defines our consciousness also, and that there's no reality to them. But my experience in a visionary state is that there is a reality to them, that there is some reality beyond this reality. And I find it hard to convince myself that these entities that I encountered, which have from time to time
Pretty good.
things like
Pretty good
elves
run.
and fairies, I find it
Got a
hard
lot
to
of ammo.
convince myself that they're not in some way
This is a
real.
good run.
In fact, they seem.
If there's a
they
dope
seem
here, this might be
more real
PB.
than real. And I suppose this is where the fundamental divide with mainstream
The
science,
lag, dude.
materialist science comes. Is when we have these visionary experiences.
No dope.
What
See,
actually
dope
is it that we are
should
experiencing?
be here, but he's not.
Is the psychedelic in question, or I mean, psychedelics are not the only way to get into deeply altered states of consciousness, as Rupert mentioned. You know, sitting under a tree and meditating for weeks on end will certainly do the trick. So will hunger, so will austerities of
They pass him away.
various kinds. There's lots of ways to get into altered states of consciousness, but the question is, once we get into
So that was a 59 with the door, right? No dope.
problem-solving state that our society
But it didn't complete it. I think I passed away, Trev.
encounter entities, are they entirely
But you
figments
see
of
the theory?
imagination,
In theory?
or are they real in some sense? And if I look at the sort of evolutionary,
Like, we're so close,
notion,
man. We're so close.
I think everybody understands we have certain, I can only call them modules in the brain. We have a module for intuitive physics. The example I often give is that if somebody throws a book at me, I probably would be able to dodge that book.
This is a good run.
Bat it aside with my
It's a really good run,
hand before it
dude.
hit me.
This is really fast.
Actually, underlying that dodging or batting the book aside is a very complex series of calculations, which involve the
such a
object,
scam.
the strength of the thrower, the trajectory of the throw. All of that is being done in an instant by the brain. The brain clearly
Such a
has a
motherfucker.
shortcut to work all of this out, and I can understand that in evolutionary terms, because if you didn't have the ability to dodge objects being thrown at you, then you might.
Oh, it
be less
also
likely to
increases
pass
the
on your
chance
genes
of
to future
dope
generations than somebody who did have that ability. But what
significantly.
I don't understand is why the brain would
Because
invest in seamlessly convincing
dope
parallel
will walk
worlds
to you.
filled with intelligent entities that seek to
'Cause you're in the
teach us.
labs?
I don't see why
So
that
instead of
would
1 in
evolve
7,
in human beings all around
I think it's
the
like,
world. It seems to me
I don't know
that
if
there's something
there's 3 dokes. I know
else going
there's
on
2.
So the
I don't
question
know if the
is,
third
what
one,
are these parallel realms that we
if you
encounter?
shoot enough,
What are the
maybe.
entities that inhabit them, and how can we inquire into this further? I know at the moment there's some very exciting
But even
work
going
being done
from 1 out of 7 to 2 out of 7 is
with,
pretty much doubling your
dimethyltryptamine,
odds
and it's called
already.
DMTX.
I mean, really, in
The
theory.
volunteers are subjecting
I mean,
themselves
not
to
like,
extended DMT journeys. Normally,
you know what I mean.
DMT smoked is a 10
Yeah,
to
doubling
12
your
minute
odds.
rocket trip to the other side of reality. But these volunteers are effectively getting DMT on a drip and are being kept in that deeply altered state for hours, or certainly an hour.
And you
or
don't have to be
more,
perfect.
which I have to say I would
So
find
you can be a little sloppy. Not that
Kudos
it's
for them
really
for
recommended
their
to be,
courage,
but
perhaps
you
this
can
is
be.
some way
at the
engage
end.
in a deep investigation of whatever it is these parallel realms.
Like I was really sloppy there, but I had a really nice ending.
As
Kind
a
of, but I
scientist,
passed
Rupert,
away
do
Trev.
you think there is a scientific way to approach this and to establish actually what
And
we're
weirdly, the
dealing with
tanks
in
didn't
visual
complete. I think it
Well,
just left early.
I think there are ways to begin an inquiry. Anyway, actually, I didn't know about the DMT experiments at Imperial College. It's interesting that that's another case of life imitating art. In Bernardo Kastrup's book, Beyond Allegory, I think it's called, he has a kind of science fiction-y second half to the book, in which heroic explorers undergo experiments with DMT infused into their bloodstream to extend the DMT experience to explore consciousness more than can be done on these very short-lived DMT trips. So it sounds as if that project is actually bringing into reality something that was part of a kind of science fiction only a few years ago.
I pushed A and B there.
I
Whoops.
think myself that the starting point for thinking about these phenomena is dreams, because dreams are altered states of consciousness,
No joke again.
which all of us have.
But it's
every
cool,
night,
eh? It's a cool
even though we
strat, eh?
forget most of them.
It's cool.
And dreams begin, according to rapid eye movement detection, even before we're born in babies. Many animals have dreams. At least they
It's
have
a little
rapid eye
RNG though. That
movement.
guy,
When you
the
watch a
reaction
dog
speed of the
sleeping,
guard is RNG.
It
That's why
looks as if it's trying to run in its dream. chase a
having
rabbit or
consistency
something.
is
Obviously
really
dogs
important.
will have dog dreams, and cats will have cat
Because you got to
dreams.
grind the RNG,
and we
and the
have
top
human
players can do that.
dreams.
That's why the top players are
And in our
posting
human dreams, there are
1-2 second
other entities.
PBs right
in
now.
most of
You know
my
what I mean?
dreams, I encounter other people.
Or I'm like,
and
not.
they're not the real, actual people. Some of them are now dead, like my parents.
Yet.
And I encounter people in my dreams and beings and animals that aren't really there. And so, in the sense of normal everyday world,
It does make the level fun again,
So
I guess.
actually, I think that the starting point for all these inquiries, for me at least, is dreams. Then there's the question of, can we have shared dreams? Well, many people who've lived together in close quarters or who've taken part in dream groups where they share their dreams on a regular basis and become quite bonded with each other.
Yo, nice, thanks for here,
Find
bro.
that they
You're
can
fucking
have
man,
shared
dude.
dreams.
Thanks,
They
man.
can
That's
meet
sick.
each other in their dreams, and things can happen to them in the dream which they later
It's Canadian
remember
Thanksgiving
when they wake
here
up.
this
And
weekend,
their
today and tomorrow.
experiences were indeed overlapping. So there's a kind of shared reality within dreams. And then, as a
Can I
next
just pause you there just for one question? Why does the materialist, reductionist faction in science
Nice.
not embrace that?
Do we eat
as just
American
another
Thanksgiving food like turkey? Yeah, we eat turkey, yeah. Yeah, my mom's making turkey. I know I'm really blessed. I'm really blessed. I'm a lucky guy. My mom's making a turkey. My brother's coming over.
Shared dreams. That
Oh,
seems
well,
Probably with the
shared
kids.
dreams,
My nephew and my niece,
they
really
They
nice.
just don't look at the evidence because shared dreams would imply
Yeah, man,
something
turkey,
telepathic. And
all the
for materialists,
fixings.
telepathy is one of the
I'm a lucky
really
guy.
big taboos.
Let's
Really,
pause there.
I'm really
Explain
blessed.
why it's a big taboo. Why is telepathy such a big taboo for mainstream materialist science?
Well, because of their belief system.
Yeah, turkey.
Their belief system
Come
is
on.
that the
Come on, baby.
materialist
Come on,
belief
come on, come on, come on.
system is that matter's the
This is a
only
good run.
reality,
Oh, I
that
suck
matter's
though. The thing
unconscious.
is,
The whole universe
there's
is
next
made up of
factors. That's
unconscious
me
matter.
sucking.
Our brains are made up of unconscious matter, except, embarrassingly for materialism, we
man.
appear to be conscious. That's why the very existence
Yeah,
of
man.
human
Turkey.
consciousness is called
Yeah,
the
exactly
hard
the same.
problem
Like, exactly.
for materialists. The mind is supposed to be nothing but the activity of the brain. As materialists say, minds are what brains do.
Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm probably gonna eat dinner, leave stream on, leave this discussion on or something. At 7 I'm gonna eat. It's 25 minutes from now.
Or it's an
I'm gonna
illusion produced by brain
play some
activity.
Agent for the rest of the time.
The illusion is
I think I can get
doesn't
49.
do anything either. in any case, although these are different schools of materialist philosophy of mind, they all agree that the mind is confined to the inside of the head. The mind is nothing but the activity of the brain. Now, and the brains have electrical and chemical activity, but the electrical effects don't stretch far. You can detect them just by putting electrodes on the skull, but they don't reach out very far. Therefore, for the materialist, the existence of phenomena like the sense of being stared at or telepathy they're impossible, because they couldn't possibly happen. The minds couldn't possibly have an influence on other minds at a distance in some mysterious way, because they're all confined to the inside of the head. Therefore, it's absolutely essential for materialists to deny these phenomena, which is why they have organizations like the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, magazines like the Skeptical Inquirer, and why the materialist hitmen patrol Wikipedia to make sure that biographies of people like you and me are suitably edited to portray us as flakes or pseudo-scientists or whatever. It's all to maintain this belief that the mind is nothing but the brain. Therefore, to admit that telepathy could happen in dreams would be a violation of this belief system, and therefore it's taboo. So, anyway, the fact is that telepathy does happen, despite materialists' belief system, and telepathic contact in dreams happens. And in fact, telepathy quite often happens through dreams. Many telepathic communications occur in dreams, particularly from people who are dying or have had accidents. Many people have dreams about somebody, or when awake, feel the presence of somebody or get some impression of somebody at the moment that person dies, even though they don't know they're dying, and even if they're dying a long way away. This was one of the kinds of episode that so intrigued the founders of the Society for Psychical Research in the 1880s. So anyway, back to the dreams. One of the things that interested me when I was trying to think about these problems was, well, what about entities that are collectively recognized yet can't possibly exist in reality, and yet have a real realm in real existence in the realm of dreams or the imagination or altered states of consciousness? So what I thought of as a test case was the Indian god Ganesh. Ganesh appears in temples, in countless statues in India, as paintings of Ganesh appear on calendars. You see them all the time. I lived in India for 7 years, and I was very aware of Ganesh all the time. Ganesh is an elephant-headed god who couldn't possibly have existed in any normal physical sense. He's considered to be the remover of obstacles and to be a son of Shiva and a channel of the energy of the god
What is that?
Shiva. Well, does Ganesh appear to humans in their dreams? Well, I did a Google search on Ganesh in dreams, and I found in India numerous dream groups where people online are discussing their Ganesh dreams. Yes, lots of Indians have dreams of Ganesh, and they share their experiences with others in online forums. So now,
you know what it was? It was that
when
back
Ganesh
boost.
appears in dreams,
There's that back boost at the fucking very start.
He seems real to the people who are dreaming him. He's a god, and he appears, and he can intervene in what's going on. Yet, is he real? What if he's just a product of the imagination? Then, if lots of people have a shared imagination and shared experiences of Ganesh, then isn't there some kind of reality? So that's the approach I've been taking towards these questions. What do you think of that as a general?
I guess I should I have so much ammo. I should probably just try to shoot through them.
It sounds very worthwhile to me. I'd like to
try to warp it, shoot warp.
Of the mainstream materialist science and consciousness. It seems that you speak of it as a belief system. Those scientists would say it's not a belief system, it's a fact. And of course, you and I both know that it's not a fact. It's not an established fact. It's it's not established or confirmed by any form of experimentation. We really just don't understand what is going on here. But it looks to me like that particular faction of science wants to exert control over human consciousness. And to limit the scope of what we may explore and discuss about consciousness. And as you rightly say, that faction is extremely active and has its expeditionaries out there on the internet doing their best to slur and scorn the names of anyone who considers anything other than the materialist view of consciousness. And then secondly, I find that we live in a society where
it wasn't fast enough. It was pretty fast, but it wasn't fast enough.
To own our consciousness. Of course, it doesn't make that claim overtly or directly, but the very fact that a person may be arrested for possessing or using drugs that alter consciousness is a sign that the state does claim to own our consciousness and to define for us how and in which ways we may use our consciousness. Somebody having a psychedelic experience is, in my view, a free and sovereign adult should have complete free and sovereign choice to do whatever they wish with their own consciousness and minds and bodies, so long as they do no harm to others. And I think it's a sure giveaway that the state seeks to control and limit consciousness, that we have this phenomenon called the war on drugs. That's a direct intervention. If an adult is not free to explore and experience their own consciousness while doing no harm to others, then there's no meaning to the word freedom at all. And we live, I think, in a very sinister environment where attempts are being made to absolutely shut down and limit and control what we may think about. And all kinds of clever techniques are used to do that. And I just wonder why. Is it just that a group of influential people want their view to prevail, or is there some sort of demonic project to shut down and delimit human consciousness? We have this majestic vehicle, which is our, whatever the brain is, it's a majestic and extraordinary thing, and what a pity that it should be so limited.
I can't believe it was a 50
by the society we live in. I think there's a useful model concerning the brain and consciousness, and I've mentioned this several times before, and it's the analogy of the TV set and the TV signal.
Like why?
When I look at pictures and images on my TV set, I would be quite wrong to conclude that the TV set is making those images. And that's why I think I would be wrong to conclude that my brain is making the images of entities in the DMT realm. Those images are being beamed into the TV set on a signal, and you can destroy the TV set, but the signal still continues. Coming to your issue of morphic resonance and telepathy, and the issue of memories, you mentioned earlier, they're not stored in the brain. Where then are they stored?
Well, there's several points here, Graham. First, about the state and psychedelics being illegal at the moment. I have a rather ambiguous attitude to that, because I actually quite like the fact they're illegal. And first of all, the law is not very often enforced. I don't know anyone who's been arrested for taking LSD or ayahuasca.
Well, we should make the distinction. It doesn't really matter whether it's psychedelic or whether it's heroin, actually. Adults should be sovereign over their own bodies and consciousness while doing no harm to others, in my view. There's something really wrong with society if that's not the case.
No, my reason for thinking, the sort of slightly perverse reason for actually not being as worried about it as you, is that as soon as these things are legalized, as we've seen with cannabis in Canada, huge corporations, Silicon Valley billionaires, pour billions into this. So Peter Thiel, who is not everyone's favorite billionaire, is getting into the psychedelics business, huge investments trying to patent psilocybin, or at least methods of preparing it, and vast corporations the government might try to control our consciousness, but what if vast corporations control psychedelics and then advertise them on TV? That's an alternative scenario, unfortunately, in the present world.
It's a fair scenario, and you're right. There is a huge commercialization in the cannabis industry and in the psychedelics industry, and hedge funds are getting into this, and it's becoming a big investment opportunity all around. I still like to believe that the plant medicines would subvert that our society does seek to restrict explorations in altered
pretty good though, pretty good.
Explorations are subversive. They pull the rug out
Could be
from
pace.
underneath the entire structure of the way our society works, and I think they continue to do that, whether legal or not, actually.
Yes, well, I think that the legal thing isn't, right now, at least in Yorkshire, where I was recently, the meadows are full of psilocybin mushrooms, liberty caps, growing in abundance all over our green and pleasant land. And so, the ability of the state to suppress these things is somewhat limited.
All it can do is generate fear and
yes.
a sense of oppression, yeah.
Anyway,
can I just come in here, Rupert and Graham, just come in here because there's an interesting point in the chat related to this theme, which is this is Jeremy Young, all dominant groups / governments seek to control consciousness and alternative ways of viewing reality. Look at the materialist education system, which is designed to induct children into materialist orthodoxy. What do you think of that point?
I think absolutely correct point. We are from childhood schooled to think and function in particular ways. And increasingly we are, I accept that the mainstream religions have a different view, but increasingly in society we are, the forces of communication work to say that there is no spirit, there is no soul, there is no meaning, there is no purpose to life. We are just material objects. This materialist agenda seems to infuse the society we live in every way. And I think ultimately it may be the downfall of our society. We do need to open up to these other realms and other experiences, and I do think that people who've had psychedelic experiences tend to become more questioning of the established framework of quote-unquote reality than if we've not had those experiences.
Yeah, well, I also agree. The system we have at the moment is designed to inculcate a kind of materialist worldview. It's highly secular, it's anti-spiritual, anti-religious. On the other hand, we do have in Britain, as in every country, traditional religions as well. And I myself am a practicing Christian. I'm an Anglican. I go to church, and there. And it is still the established church, so there's a peculiar ambiguity about our state, because part of it that deals with the monarchy and the established church is dealing with ancient archetypes, not just modern materialist worldviews. And for anyone who's practitioner of Christianity or any other traditional religion, there's no doubt about the existence of entities, angels, saints, the souls of the departed. These are all just part of it. I mean, just a few days ago, on Tuesday, was All Souls Day. And all over Britain, all over Europe, all over the world, on the Day of the Dead, there were requiems for the departed. I went to one at Westminster Abbey. It was absolutely beautiful, with marvelous music and lighting candles. I was lighting candles for people I know who died. This is huge in Mexico. So the idea of the departed, a relationship with the departed, a continued existence of the departed, realms of angels and saints who exist in some other realm, all these things are not just flaky New Age views, etc. They're part of the mainstream of all religious traditions, and shamanic traditions too strongly acknowledge the existence of other entities like animal spirits, the ancestors, and so on. So we do have here in Britain, I mean, in every parish we have churches with statues of saints and people
Oh
praying.
my God.
And celebration of St. Michael and all angels on September the 29th and so on. It's a minority current in British life now, but it's still there. And it reminds us that our ancestors, and still many people today, have not bought into the materialist worldview as the only way of looking at things.
Let's then take this a little further, and your position, as I understand it, and my position, I think, is the same in this respect. Is that
we got the weird.
Our
That's
consciousness
hilarious.
is not our brains.
That
Somehow
face.
the brain is certainly connected to consciousness, but it isn't. It is not
Thanks,
the
man.
essence of our
I'm
consciousness.
gonna play for 15 more minutes, and then I'm going to
telepathy and the mind extending
eat
beyond
dinner
the brain, and
with
you
my
can
folks
support that with
downstairs,
experimental
and then I'll leave the
evidence.
stream on,
It then
and I'll be
raises the
back in like
question,
45
what
minutes after.
happens to us when we die? What is death? And actually,
Thanks,
what
bro.
is life? What are we doing here? Is there any purpose to it? Is there any function to this level of existence?
I'll leave a podcast on the full
when physical death comes,
mainly full
does
screen,
it just
more or less.
all go out like a light, or does our consciousness continue on a journey? Have you given thought to these questions, and what do you feel about it?
Well, I have given thought to it, yes. Well, my own view is in a sense quite simple. I think that when we die, we go on dreaming, but we can't wake up anymore because we haven't got a physical body to wake up in. So, in a sense, we've spent our whole
Like,
lives
why?
preparing for this through our dreams. And we know from our dreams that, you know, what we dream about depends on our
Like
fears,
what?
our expectations, our experiences, our memories, our hopes, our desires. That our dreams are very much influenced by us and what we believe, what we think, what we experience. But they're also influenced by factors beyond ourselves, because most of us have dreams that are surprising, that we couldn't actually have made up if we just wanted to make them up. Such surprising things can happen in dreams. So I think that our dreams are the way in which the natural biological basis for this other kind of consciousness that we're preparing all our lives through having dreams for just being confined to the dream state after we die. And it's interesting to me that Tibetans practice lucid dreaming. Tibetan lamas, and one of the practices they have in Tibetan Buddhism is the practice that they cultivate lucid dreaming. Well, there are many people in our own society who do too, they cultivate this awareness of dreaming while they're dreaming. So a lucid dream, as you know, is when you become aware within a dream that you're dreaming. And that gives people a much greater control over their dreams. And the reason that Tibetans practice lucid dreaming,
I swear that
is
50 was a
when they
49,
die,
man.
They think they go into a bardo, a kind
sucks.
of intermediate realm, and the ability to know what's going on in the dream realm and to know how to deal with it, which they've practiced through lucid dreams, serves them well in the otherwise confusing circumstances of being trapped in the dream world when they die.
Fascinating. I think exactly what the ancient Egyptians were doing with their exploration of death and their focus on that. It wasn't morbid. It was preparation for, want of a better word, a journey that comes after death. And that afterlife realm in ancient Egypt is very similar to the bardo of the Tibetans, actually.
Well, I think that the Christian concept of purgatory is very similar too. I mean, the Roman Catholic doctrine of purgatory is an intermediate realm, that when you die you go into a realm of continued development, which is somewhat dreamlike, where you work through various issues that are unresolved in this life. That makes complete sense to me, and I think it's very similar to the Egyptian and the Tibetan views.
It is.
And the other thing about purgatory is that there's a continued interrelation between the dead and the living, that the traditional Roman Catholic and to some degree Anglican practice of praying for the dead is that you can help them through your prayers, and they can also help you
Like,
through
fuck
their
you,
prayers.
man.
So there's this
I hate this fucking stupid game.
interrelation
I hate
with
this
the
fucking stupid
ancestors.
game.
And this is taken for
I
granted.
gotta just
in
learn
most
Open Door. Why am I
cultures.
trying to get 49
Traditional
here?
Chinese households,
Jesus Christ.
there's an ancestor shrine, as there is in Japanese households, where people recognize and acknowledge their ancestors. In African societies, it's absolutely taken for granted that ancestors are part of the society, even though
Oh
they're
my
invisible,
God.
they're very much interacting with it. And I think that was
Thanks
very
for being
common
here.
sense all over Europe. The Protestant Reformation attempted to stop that, break that link with the ancestors, and confine the ancestors to a kind of state of
Yeah, man.
immobility
Super Mario
and
streams
sleep,
are much more
until
interesting.
the Last Judgment, when they woke up judged. They tried to get rid of
Not
purgatory,
gonna lie.
in their view, but it's sort of come back within the Anglican Church to some degree, and it's still there in the Roman
I'm so bad
Catholic
at
Church. So I think this is part of our own
SNES though.
cultural
I'm
heritage
terrible.
as well.
It's
I
interesting.
may be the
that
world's
the
worst Kaizo player.
experiences almost
So
always
bad.
involve,
I wanted to play it, but man,
life
I'm bad.
review, actually.
I'm terrible.
You're put in a place where you can review your life almost from outside and look at the effect of your behavior upon others and
Gotta
experience
practice things,
how
homie.
your behavior affected
But
them.
if
It's a
I
fascinating
did, I have.
process. Something very mysterious is going on here. I think it's
like-
just incredibly mysterious.
Start
thing
easy
to
ones,
be
make sure you don't have
alive
lag.
and full, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we'll ever get to the bottom of the mystery, but I'm glad.
Yeah, I was playing on RetroArch before.
Well, I think it's more or less as you're saying about these ayahuasca journeys. It's I think we get an intensified experience of the dream realm through psychedelics. I don't think it's.
I'll be honest though, man. I
think
bought
it's the
myself
same
an
kind of thing as
SNES,
dreams, but the more aware of it,
and
it's much more intense as an experience and a more conscious.
I got the.
of it.
I have like
I think that
an EverDrive, and I put the.
I think even
I bought like
in
a
ordinary
cheap
dreams,
EverDrive off
the fact people can have shared
AliExpress for
dreams,
like.
the fact people can have precognitive dreams about things that haven't yet happened.
It came with a
the
bunch
fact
of like
people have
hundreds of
telepathic
games,
dreams,
and then I
and
put the
the
hacks
fact
on
that
there.
dreams can
And I
involve
tried to play it on my
shared
CRT.
archetypal
I'm
forms
still
like
terrible,
Ganesh
man.
in the
I'm so
dreams of
terrible.
Hindus. I think suggests to me that the dream realm, our dream realms overlap with each other and possibly with those of animals as well. You know, dogs.
Yeah,
dream
man.
and
So yeah, dude, I
overlap with the dreams
I'm
of
playing
our
on like
pets.
SNES hardware and a CRT.
So I think that this
I'm so
the
terrible.
post-mortal,
I could do. I mean, I would do an
dream state
SNES
that I'm suggesting
Kaizo
we might be in would include
stream.
not only other people, including our
But I'm so
ancestors
bad, man.
and friends and those who've gone before us, who've died before us, but also the traditional Christian view is that this would also include saints who are the blessed dead, who've people who've been particularly saintly during this life, who after death are able to help others.
What was
in
I
the dream
playing?
state.
Like
And
Ninja
Christian
World? I
belief,
tried. I'm
in
terrible.
Christ himself, through having gone through death.
Quickie World? I
is
tried.
a
I'm
major
terrible.
figure
I can't
in
even
that
like beat the first
post-mortal
level.
realm who can help and guide us in our onward journey. And that's one of the points of
Ninja
what
World, I can't beat
Christians
the first
call
level. Quickie
faith
World, I can't beat the
in
first level.
Christ, is that after death, he'll help us and work with us. And of course, in the Roman Catholic and some Anglican practice of the Hail Mary,
I'm so bad. I think it's the
prayer to
quick
Mary,
fall.
Mary is
The
not
quick
only
fall
the
and the
mother,
non-quick fall
but
is
she's
really
also,
what
as it were, the
destroys me.
midwife of the dying process, because the womb is the tomb. Death
I guess that's
is
everything
like
in the
a
game,
rite
though.
of passage into birth into a new, further state of being. And in the prayer, the Hail Mary prayer, said by all Roman Catholics, and is very common in Orthodox churches too. The bottom line is, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. And so the people are praying. I pray the Hail Mary every day. They're praying for the help of Mary at the moment of death. So the traditional Christian view is that on our journey after death, we're helped by our patron saint, in my case, St. Mary Magdalene, our guardian angel, the Holy Mother of God, and of course Christ.
Pretty shamanic.
That's the Christian take on it, and other religions have their own guardians and helpers.
You can see how all these evolved out of shamanism, really. I mean, it's the same essential body of body of ideas being expressed and interpreted in different ways. Just to come back to this, okay, our consciousness is not our brains. The brains are involved in consciousness, but they don't make it. Our consciousness can be separate from our brains. Our consciousness can survive death and move on into other realms. All of this I'm in complete agreement with on the basis of my studies and my experiences. But then the question comes, what is this life for? The universe appears to have invested heavily in making it possible to have
Just gotta practice.
To be a material being, and yet, if I understand you correctly, and I agree with this point, our physical being is not.
Yeah, man, it really reminds me of skateboarding.
Almost the body is a sort of avatar for our consciousness.
Skateboarding is a perfect analogy.
What is the purpose of this whole exercise? We human beings sitting here on planet Earth could not exist without the entire universe surrounding us. An enormous project is underway here. Do we just live one life, die, go on into the Bardo realm, and that's it? Or can we come back? Is this huge experiment in physical life got some purpose? Can we reincarnate?
I guess there's no slamming in. There's no slamming in Kaizo.
Well, I mean, I think that part of it has to be the production of diversity. You know, the Hindus talk about divine leela, divine play.
Come on.
That there's a kind of creativity expressed through the evolutionary process, which seems to be creativity for its own sake. I mean, if you think about the sheer number of flowering plant species, or beetles, or butterflies, that have been produced by evolution here on Earth, there's a kind of gratuitous complexity and richness there. Goes far beyond what you'd need if you just had a functional Earth that needed enough photosynthesis to keep a few species of animals alive, or to maintain the oxygen levels in the atmosphere. There's this extraordinary, prolific diversity. So I think sheer creativity, the exploration of all the possible realms of creativity, which in the human realm is expressed through the arts and through literature and through music and through architecture and through science and through technology and through advertising and all through the sheer realm, the sheer many forms that creativity takes, and languages and metaphors and poetry.
It all sucks, dude.
Is paralleled in the whole universe with the sheer proliferation of galaxies, stars. That seems to be part of the meaning of life, a kind of gratuitous creativity, just for its own sake, an expression of as many possibilities or potentialities as possible. That seems to be part of it. And that is also reflected in our dream lives and in psychedelic experiences, and probably in our afterlives too, this kind of rich creativity that's possible through the imagination. And one of the realms of consciousness, I think, one of the most important parts of consciousness.
Oh my god, I hate this level.
It's about possibility. It's what contains possibilities. And the traditional view of divine consciousness in Christian theology, particularly St. Anselm, who was Archbishop of Canterbury around the year 1100, is that the divine imagination. God's mind contains all possibilities, all conceivable forms, which are limitless.
Yo, catch me later. Yo, thanks, bro. Thanks for the bit, man. Thanks for bringing it around. Thanks, man.
Part of reality. There doesn't seem
I gotta go too. I'm gonna leave the video on. And I'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern, probably.
So that, I think, is part of the meaning of life and part of the reason we're here. It may not.
Do you believe that reincarnation is possible? You should do if consciousness is separate from the brain.
Not a dualist exactly, in the sense that I don't see the body, the traditional dualist view is consciousness totally separate from the brain, comes into a body, goes out and goes into another body. I have a slightly different view. I think that all our bodies and all the sleeping people in the world, and while we're awake here in Europe, you know, people are sleeping in Australia and New Zealand. There's constant millions of people at any given time who are asleep and who are dreaming, who are maintaining a kind of collective human dream world, which contains this collective human imagination, which contains dream bodies, including dream bodies of the departed. But you could argue it's sustained
what the
by
fuck?
physical bodies of those who are currently dreaming. From this point of view, if all human beings became extinct, the human dream world might stop. But that hasn't happened. So it's just a different way of thinking about it from, a soul leaving a body, going through a body and re-entering another body, totally detached. For me, the reincarnation is not an act of faith, in the sense I don't believe in it, or feel I need to believe in it.
So dumb,
I think
man.
the evidence that of children who remember previous lives, as in Stevenson's studies, is very convincing, that some children who, when they begin to speak, start talking about another life they had before. They name people, they say what they did, they give lots of facts that can be checked up on, and they often turn out to be true. What this shows to me is that they're tapping into memories of a previous person. Does it prove that they are that person? Well, then that's a whole question, almost a theological question, that the Hindus and the Buddhists have different answers to, and have had for more than 2,000 years. The Hindus think that
sorry to interrupt, but does this connect to your morphic resonance work? And can you explain exactly what you mean by that?
Well, yes, I think that the morphic resonance thing is a transfer of memory based on the basis of similarity. And I think we tap into the memories of lots of people in the past through a collective memory. But if we tapped into one particular person in the past, we had a sort of amplified memories from one person rather than diluted.
Oh my god. Okay, one more run. Then I'm gonna go and then
memory. Then you
be back at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Memories. The Buddhists would say that rebirth involves a transfer of memories, but it doesn't involve a transfer of the core personality, because there's no such thing as an enduring self. Anatta is one of their doctrine. Hindus think there is an enduring. So the difference between Hindus and Buddhists is both agree about the transfer of memories, but Hindus have a straightforward reincarnation theory, and Buddhists don't. Even though they both agree about reincarnation
fuck
or
off, man. I hate this fucking
It's
world.
interesting. I'm lucky enough to be a grandfather. I have 6 grandchildren and a 7th on the way. And when I see these young beings, these newborn beings come into the world, they already have personalities. Right from the beginning, they have personalities. Their life experiences will shape and develop those personalities.
One more
they
run.
come in already with a personality, and that's one of the reasons I'm really quite attracted to the idea of reincarnation. It makes a lot of sense to me. The universe invests in this huge project of physical life. Why just use it once? There are lessons to learn here. I suppose what I'm coming to is a personal philosophy. I think of physical life as a theater of experience, that we're in some way that I don't understand. I don't know of God. I don't believe in a individual creator God, but in some ways we're here to learn lessons, to learn and to grow and to develop, and in some way to perfect and improve ourselves. And it may take more than one lifetime to do that.
I think that the question of individual identity is rather an ambiguous one, because we live in a highly individualist society that emphasizes individual differences and individual development. In traditional societies, there's much less emphasis on individual characteristics, more on kind of archetypal roles that people play. But it's also interesting that if you look at the traditional beliefs about life after death, they're really about letting go of our individuality. The absorption into the one, or into nirvana in Buddhist.
Oh my gosh, I'll be back in like 45 minutes.
When people are liberated from the karmic bonds, or in Hinduism, when people are liberated to become a free spirit, liberated from bonds of habit and karma and memory. That liberation involves letting go of all the things that make us an individual and characterize our particular personal memories and characteristics. And in the Christian tradition too, the idea is that through purgatory, through the ongoing development, we lose many of the features that make us ourselves. And as St. Paul said, this is an aim even in this life, when he said, "Not I, but Christ within me." The idea is that we are filled with the Spirit of Christ, and who becomes a more dominant feature of our personality and our actions than our own idiosyncratic selves, although those are still there. So there's a sense in which most religions involve going beyond our individuality.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. For me to cover all of it in a talk, so I've had to be a bit selective. One of the things I'm going to be talking about today is a very curious connection that exists between the religion of ancient Egypt and the religion that was practiced by Native Americans in the Mississippi Valley. And in case I forget to say it at the right point in the talk, I want to say it now. I am not suggesting or claiming that this was some kind of ancient Egyptian missionary expedition to the Mississippi Valley. And nor am I claiming that it was a missionary expedition from the Mississippi Valley to ancient Egypt. I think these similarities are the result of a legacy shared by both cultures, a legacy that was passed down from a remote common source, and that is indeed memorialized in their myths and traditions. And the second point I want to share is that actually religious ideas are and religious thought are an amazing vehicle for carrying information and ideas down time through the future. They persist when many other aspects of culture fade away. We can say in Islamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, if we go back to the time of Abraham and Ur of the Chaldees, we're going back at least 4,000 years. So these ideas that are still current in our society today have origins at least 4,000 years old, perhaps older than that. So it's not a crazy idea to think that notions can be carried, ideas can be carried and replicated within religious systems. Well, I promise you the whole talk isn't gloomy, but this is a question that sooner or later everybody has to ask themselves, especially when you get to the grand old age of nearly 69. You do begin to ask yourself this question: what does happen to us when we die? We don't know. Professor Richard Dawkins, the author of The Selfish Gene, is convinced that we are just meat robots, total accidents of chemistry and biology and evolution, and that there is no such thing as the soul. That, of course, is not a scientific statement. We have not done the experiments and the tests to prove that there is no such thing as a soul. That's an opinion. In a way, that's a religious faith, to say that there is no life after death, there is no such thing as the soul. I happen to believe we are souls incarnated in human bodies. We're here in this theater of experience to learn and to grow and to develop. I had a brush with death in 2017. This is in the RUH in Bath. I was in an induced coma for 48 hours following a set of massive epileptic seizures, and my wife Santa was told that I would die. So I had an angel who came and rescued me, and that was my wife Santa, and that's why I've asked Shanti to sing this song. It's also given me cause to think about the mystery of life and death, something that in our society we push to one side, but that the ancients considered very deeply. We're looking here at the oldest religious writings of ancient Egypt. These are the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts. And they are so called because they are written inside pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasty at Saqqara in Upper Egypt. And they are translated into English. Faulkner's edition of the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts is particularly highly recommended. They're the earliest of a body of literature of which the most familiar to us is the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. This entire body of ancient scriptures is all interconnected. They're conveying the same essential ideas. And those ideas
concern the afterlife destiny of the soul. The ancient Egyptians believed that there was it's almost like a parallel dimension, another realm into which our consciousness enters after death as we leave our physical bodies behind. And they called that realm the Duat. We might translate that as the netherworld or the other world. And the god Osiris, my wife Santha took this photograph in the temple of Dendera in Upper Egypt. The god Osiris was seen as the lord of the afterlife kingdom, the lord of the Duat. And when the ancient Egyptians looked up at the sky at night and saw the constellation of Orion, the constellation of Orion was for them the celestial image of the god Osiris. And the constellation of Orion was conceived of as a kind of portal through which the soul would travel to reach the Milky Way, which the ancient Egyptians called the winding waterway, and then would make a journey along the winding waterway, and there be confronted by challenges and trials and ordeals that we have brought upon ourselves in the lives that we have lived. On the left, the pyramid of Unas in Saqqara, 5th dynasty, with the pyramid texts on the side. On the right, the Great Pyramid of Giza. This is, Santha shot this deliberately as a double exposure. The Great Pyramid of Giza, which is completely uninscribed. There are no religious writings inside it at all. But what's intriguing about the entire Giza complex, including the River Nile, is the way that it mirrors a particular region of the sky. And that region of the sky is exactly the region of the sky that the ancient Egyptians believed our souls travel through after death. This was the Duat, the constellation of Orion, the Milky Way, and the constellation of Leo, rising in alignment with the gaze of the Sphinx. Now, I'm not saying whoever made this majestic site actually put the Nile River there, but I am suggesting that the site was chosen for that reason. This sky-ground mirroring, as above, so below. And a final point on this, because of the wobble on the Earth's axis, the positions of the stars in the sky change down the ages. And what we're looking at is not the sky above Egypt in 2500 BC, when the pyramids are supposed to have been built, but the sky above Egypt roughly between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, between 10,800 BC and 9,600 BC. And this builds on the Orion correlation of my great friend and colleague, an absolute genius, Robert Bauval, the author of the Orion Mystery. So what we have at Giza, although there are no texts, what we have is an experiential three-dimensional model of the Duat, of the afterlife realm. How does the soul of the earthly deceased ascend to the Duat? Well, it's through that portal in Orion, and this is made very clear because there is a narrow shaft cut through the body of the Great Pyramid, and it targets exactly the lowest of the three stars of Orion's belt. And it's accepted by Egyptologists that this star shaft or soul shaft was the means of ascent, a symbolic means of ascent for the soul to leap up to the portal in the constellation of Orion and then to transit to the Milky Way and begin that hazardous and challenging afterlife journey. I did not expect when Santha and I came to Moundville in Alabama in the Mississippi Valley that I would encounter an almost identical religious system. Very little is left of the ancient North American monuments. More than 90% of the structures that were documented in the 19th century are now completely gone. And of the less than 10% that remain, the majority have been vandalized and destroyed. We are, however, looking at a bit of what's left of Moundville, and I was astonished to discover, as I went around the museum here and started talking to the experts, that here is a symbol. It shows a hand with an eye in it, except that's not an eye. And the hand was the way that the Native Americans saw the constellation of Orion. So I'll just read what the notice board actually says in Moundville Museum. As a group, the knotted serpents and the hand and eye are believed to be a representation of the night sky. The serpents are the ropes that join the earth and sky. in the palm of the hand is the portal or doorway through which the spirits of the dead can ascend the path of souls, or Milky Way, in their extended journey to the realm of the dead. The gateway or portal between the celestial realms and the Earth disk was symbolized and artistically rendered as an open hand with an eye in its palm. We know this hand as part of the constellation of Orion. Once the portal was crossed, the souls of the dead began their journey by walking along a road or ribbon of light, the Milky Way. And indeed, it was called the Path of Souls in Native American tradition. And thus, over time, Moundville became, in the minds of the people, not only the symbolic gateway to the realm of the dead, but also its the materialized image of that sacred domain. And that, we argue, is exactly what the Giza monuments are as well. They're a materialized image of the sacred domain through which the soul travels after death. Diagrammatically, the ancient Native Americans saw Orion's belt as the wrist of that hand, and other stars formed the fingers and thumbs, and the portal is actually the Orion Nebula, which lies directly beneath the belt stars. And a number of really excellent scholars have worked together to crack the code of the Mississippian ideas. They did not have a written language. They expressed everything in symbolism. But fortunately, there are a number of Native American tribes who have carried the ideas of Moundville down, and working with them and with the symbolism, the code has been cracked. And it is understood that the portal in the hand must be entered by a leap, that the soul of the deceased must leap up to that portal in the constellation of Orion, and thence begin its journey along the Milky Way. George Langford, one of the leading scholars in the group who've been working on the Mississippian symbolic code, draws our attention to the fearsome image of a brain smasher, usually a woman, whose task is to destroy memory and humanity by removing or smashing the brain. There are, in fact, repeated references to the brain smasher in Native American tradition, a menacing female figure, usually called the brain smasher or the brain taker. And her role is the annihilation and permanent destruction of unworthy souls, of the damned, on the afterlife journey. So I was very intrigued by this scene in the ancient Egyptian Book of What is in the Duat, one of those texts that I showed you, where we see, and I've expanded the key part of it here, we see a goddess standing with her hands stretched out towards a man who's kneeling before her. And what that man is doing, in fact, is he's smashing out his own brains with a hatchet. At least it looked like that to me. And looking at the scene, I didn't feel that the goddess was trying to stop him doing that. It felt more like she was exerting will or force to make him do that. But I needed to be sure. I needed to know if that was what it was all about at all. And since I don't read ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, I went to the British Museum, and I got an expert at the British Museum to translate these hieroglyphs for me. I did not explain to her why I wanted them translated. I simply said I want a direct translation of those hieroglyphs. And in due course, she came back to me, Louise Ellis Barrett, and this is the translation she gives. She lives, referring to that goddess, she lives from the blood of the damned and from what these gods provide her, the Ba soul who belongs to the damned, the demolishing one who cuts the damned to pieces. So it appears that in ancient Native America and in ancient Egypt, we have a female figure who is literally a brain smasher or a brain taker. There is a star in the constellation of Cygnus called Deneb, which stands at a fork in the Milky Way. And in the ancient Native American tradition, this star was seen as a figure of a bird, often manifested as some kind of raptor. And this bird had the power to stop the further progress of the soul on the journey along the Milky Way. And the soul would have to entreat with that bird and request it to open the way. Oddly enough, in ancient Egypt, exactly the same role is played by a different kind of bird. These traditions adapt to local circumstances, and the bird in ancient Egypt is an ostrich, not a raptor, but the soul declares, "Hail to you, ostrich, which is on the bank of the winding waterway. Open my way that I may pass." There are monstrous winged serpents in the ancient Egyptian netherworld. And there are monstrous winged serpents in the ancient American netherworld as well. And here is another challenger on the path of souls in the ancient American netherworld. He's called the underwater panther, clearly a feline figure of some sort. This is just a little clay figure of the underwater panther that has survived. I'm struck by its resemblance to the Great Sphinx of Egypt. I and my colleagues have always maintained that the Great Sphinx is more than 12,000 years old, and that originally the Great Sphinx had the head of a lion, that it was a fully leonine monument, but that the head was recarved during the period of dynastic Egypt into this human form, probably because the head was very damaged at that time. So I note the position of the forepaws on the underwater panther and on the Great Sphinx, and I note the way that the tail curls around the back. And I can't help feeling either this is some extraordinary coincidence or there is some deep-seated connection between these ideas. Amongst ancient Native Americans, there was a hero deity on the path of souls, and the role of that deity was to represent the triumph of life over death. And they called him the Birdman, and he's depicted here carved on a whelk shell, and he has the head and beak of a hawk and a human body. Oddly enough, exactly the same role was played in ancient Egypt by the god Horus, and the god Horus has the head and beak of a hawk and the body of a human being. Amongst the Skiddy Pawnee, who were not a Mississippi Valley people, amongst the Skiddy Pawnee, there was, until their culture was almost completely destroyed by the radical progress of Anglo-Saxon so-called civilization, there was amongst the Skiddy Pawnee a ritual functionary who was called the chief of the astronomers. The Skiddy Pawnee were particularly interested in the stars. The chief of the astronomers is interestingly matched by a figure given exactly the same name in ancient Egypt, the chief of the astronomers. He was the high priest of Heliopolis, which was the cult center of the Giza pyramid. And just as the Skiddy Pawnee, chief of the astronomers, wears a robe embossed with stars, so also does the ancient Egyptian chief of the astronomers. And furthermore, that robe embossed with stars, you can see from the leopard head here, it was in fact a leopard skin that was covered with stars, and in some cases in mortuary rituals the priests would wear a leopard skin, and that leopard skin, the spots on it in themselves were thought to represent the stars. So it's intriguing that amongst the Skiddy Pawnee the same function was played by the skin of a wildcat, and its spots were thought to represent the stars, and a newborn child would be wrapped up in the skin of the wildcat to show that it was embraced by the stars. Again, I feel these connections become harder and harder to explain by coincidence. Let's jump over to the Amazon rainforest of South America, where the purpose of the portal for the soul is served by a very powerful visionary brew called ayahuasca. In our society, we refer to such substances as hallucinogens. I do not like the word hallucinogen because it carries a great deal of baggage. It implies that the visions received are trivial and not worthy. That was not the view in the ancient world. Visions received in altered states of consciousness, including dreams, were regarded as valid paths to true knowledge. It's very common in ayahuasca, in the visionary state, to see geometric patterns. I speak from experience because I've had more than 70 sessions with ayahuasca myself since 2003 when I first traveled to the Amazon to drink it. And here is the art of the Shipibo, people of the Peruvian Amazon, and you can see that this is their ayahuasca art. They depict it after coming out of the altered state of consciousness, and it shows these geometric patterns. And the Tucano of the Amazon and other Amazonian people are, their whole culture revolves around ayahuasca. They regard it as so important that actually a newborn child is given a teaspoonful of ayahuasca on birth. And the reason they do this is that they believe that we are surrounded by an invisible realm, and that whether we like it or not, that invisible realm is dealing with us, and we need to be proactive in dealing with it. Our society, of course, denies any such possibility. Here we see a Tucano shaman, they call them the Payes, guiding his son through an ayahuasca experience, helping him navigate the infinite terrain of the other side. And after the shamans come out of the visionary state of consciousness, they will frequently depict their visions on any surface available. Here we see a shaman depicting his geometric visions on sand on the bank of the Amazon River. Everybody in the Tucano community may drink ayahuasca.
You never
but when
tried them?
important
Oh,
work
dude.
is to be done,
Oh,
a group
dude.
of shamans will gather together and they will drink
Holy
enormous
moly, dude.
quantities of ayahuasca. And by the way, ayahuasca means the vine
Yeah,
of the dead,
I mean, it's-
or the vine of souls. They will
takes
drink
time
enormous
to
quantities of
be
ayahuasca
insane.
until they feel they are ascending to the Milky Way.
Mushrooms are amazing.
And that
Holy
isn't
shit,
easily
mushrooms
done.
are like
It's something that has to be learned. It's a skill. The apprentice may only get a foot or two off the ground.
Oh, yeah, I've
but
had that
eventually he will be able to soar up to the heavens in a single soaring flight and reach the zenith. I'm quoting here from Gerardo Reichel Dolmatov, his book The Shaman and the Jaguar. He's one of the great anthropological experts on the cultures of the Amazon. And here's another of his book, Beyond the Milky Way. And he reproduces in it a depiction of the entrance to the other world as depicted in Tucano ayahuasca art. The origin myth of the Tucano is really rather interesting. It sounds like some kind of deliberate and purposive mission to the Amazon in which people were deliberately settled in the Amazon. What the Tucano say is that their ancestors were brought to the Amazon by a group of supernatural beings. And those supernatural beings included
Hell
the
yeah, bro.
daughter of the sun.
Something like that
and a
you would
figure
think
who
it'd be
was
good
called
to.
the helmsman, because the helmsman steered
Yeah,
the
you're right.
serpent
Growing would be
canoe
insane.
in which those first settlers were brought. And these so-called supernaturals taught the first settlers where they would find places
wanna
that they
start
could build their
growing
villages, where they would
the
be good
herb
hunting,
again, man.
where they could make fields and
Now it's legal in
propitious sites
Canada. Oh
for-
my
for
god.
housing. And then
Dude, I would
the
have like
supernaturals
the most
left and the
ridiculous
Tucano
plants.
were left to themselves in the Amazon
Oh my
and
God.
instructed to forever remember
The
those
genetics here
so-called
is too insane
supernaturals,
too. You
and
can't do
their
that here yet.
teachings.
No.
They sound a lot more to me like people.
A show
than
of
like
fix? Aw,
supernaturals.
thanks, man.
Oddly enough, the same
You know, as
story
a grower,
is told at the Temple of
you have to
Horus
legally
at
say
Edfu
that because you've
in
always had.
Upper
There's
Egypt,
been like
but from a
years
slightly different
of
perspective.
silence. Thanks, man.
In the Temple
That's
of
like,
Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt, written between
it's like my
the
passion.
inner and
man.
outer enclosure walls, we can find an astonishing body of texts called
Thanks,
the
buddy.
Edfu building texts.
That's nice.
And these Edfu building texts,
It's like the same. I feel like
deeply
the same
inscribed on
as like a
these
father.
walls, this is
Someone
what
told
they-
like the
what they
father
look
that,
like.
oh,
We're told in the
your child is
inscriptions,
doing
which
really
again
great.
have been translated, we're told in the
child's a
inscriptions
big inspiration.
that
You probably feel like
they
oh.
were based on much older source documents, that there had been documents written on animal skins, which were falling
literally just
apart,
planted
and
it
in order
and
to
put water.
preserve them,
That's literally
the
all they did.
priests inscribed them deeply into the walls of the Temple of Horus at Edfu. And what those texts do is they speak of an island which was called the homeland of the primeval ones. And they tell us that it was destroyed in a great flood. And that flood was precipitated by some object coming down from the sky, a snake called the Great Leaping One, who assaults the homeland of the primeval ones and pierces it. And then it's swallowed up in a
Yeah, dude, I mean,
gigantic flood.
I
We're
can't
told
recommend you to do something
that there
illegal and
were
buy like mushrooms.
survivors,
but
and that some of those
I recommend
survivors
a
came
small
to
dose
Egypt
first. I mean, not
and
small
built
dose, but half a
primeval
dose.
mounds up and down the land, which were to be the
I
site
mean, do it
of
if you
all
want to go.
future
It's like
temples
that's
and
the
pyramids
best.
to be built
You should
in,
totally do it.
in Egypt. And they also tell us that those survivors traveled all over the world. They didn't just confine their work to Egypt. They traveled everywhere, and there's a special word for their wanderings around the world, and their project was to reconstitute or resurrect their lost former world, or may I dare to say their lost civilization. This project wasn't only pursued in Egypt, but in many other lands, and I would suggest that one of those lands was
I would totally
the land that
recommend
we now call South America, and specifically the Amazon. The Amazon basin is really huge. It covers more than 7 million square kilometers, of which still today, despite tragic clearances of the rainforest, 5.5 million square kilometers remain covered by dense rainforest. And almost no archaeology has been done in those rainforest-covered areas of the Amazon at all. I don't understand how archaeologists can claim to have a complete picture of the human past when we know that 27 million square kilometers of land were swallowed up by rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age, when we know that the Sahara Desert was green during the Ice Age and is arid and barren today, and when an area larger than the entire subcontinent of India, the Amazon jungle, has hardly been subjected to any archaeological study at all. I'm not saying none, but very little. And it's understandable. It's a very challenging, very difficult environment to work in. Well, here's a sensational headline, as we would expect from the Daily Mail. Were Aborigines the first Americans? Native tribes in the Amazon found to be most closely related to indigenous Australians. This is one of those cases where the science is even more sensational than the headlines. And the science was published in Nature, in the scientific magazine Nature, a highly respected source, and it presents genetic evidence for 2 founding populations of the Americas. It was long held that there was only one founding population, and that their route was up through Siberia, across the Bering Straits, which were a land bridge during the Ice Age when sea levels were lower, into North America, down through North America, Central America, and finally into South America. But genetics has thrown a curveball into this analysis, because it turns out that a group of people in the Amazon jungle, number of tribes in the Amazon jungle, are closely related at the genetic level to Melanesians and Australian Aborigines, to, let's call them, Australasians. And that would be fine if we found traces of that DNA in North America and Central America, but we don't. We only find it in the Amazon jungle. And that challenges the notion that the only route of migration was through the Americas in this way, because if that were the case, we would expect to find traces of that DNA throughout the Americas, not limited to the Amazon jungle. And furthermore, we know from a 2018 paper in the journal Cell, we know from that paper that this DNA signal in the Amazon is very old. It's not recent. It's very rare to find skeletal remains that go back more than 10,000 years, let alone
might be
12 or 13,000 years.
More worth it to grow
But a skeleton has been
mushrooms
found
than
in the Lagoa Santa area of Brazil, in the Amazon. It is dated to 10,400 years ago. And it contains that same Australasian DNA signal that is found surviving amongst peoples in the Amazon today. So that tells us that that signal reached the Amazon at least 10,400 years ago. And given that so much of the Amazon has not been excavated and that these remains often don't survive at all, it's safe to assume that it got there quite a bit before that. The experts themselves say that the anomalous genetic signal must have reached South America in the late Pleistocene, and that's just a fancy word for the Ice Age, so that it reached South America near the end of the last Ice Age. So that's the mystery. The Bering Straits do not seem to be involved in getting this DNA to the Amazon jungle. Now, one might reasonably ask, did the DNA start here and move there? But the answer to that is probably not, because that DNA signal is very powerfully represented here. And less strongly represented here. So it looks like it originated there, and it looks like somebody crossed the Pacific Ocean during the last Ice Age. I got in touch with Professor S.K. Willerslev at the University of Copenhagen, one of the world's leading geneticists who's been behind quite a number of these studies, the lead author on a number of these studies. And I asked him about this, and he admitted, you know, nobody has a good explanation for the Australo-Melanesian signal. Everything that's put forward is speculative, and he suggested a number of possibilities, but amongst them he listed the following. Someone holding this signal comes into the Americas not through Beringia,
What, does you just add water?
but crossing into South America across the ocean, based purely on the genetic data. This is the most parsimonious explanation, but it does not make practical sense. 2 points there. When a scientist says the word parsimony, he's saying he likes that idea. The more elaborate and complicated your theory, the less likely it is to be true. The simpler and more direct the theory, the more likely it is
because
to
it
be true.
didn't
That's the
contain any
principle of
THC
parsimony
yet.
In science. But
You
then
know
the
what I mean?
second part of his statement,
I think it might be the
does
same
not
thing
make
with
practical
spores.
sense. I asked him why. And he said, well, look,
With spores,
we have to rely on the work of other experts. And
Injective
the
is all legal,
archaeologists who are
right?
the
Because
experts
it's
in
not
ancient
yet
cultures tell
psychedelic.
me that
It's
nobody was
not yet
capable of crossing the
psychedelic.
Pacific
It's
Ocean
as
during
if,
the Ice
like,
Age. It was just impossible. Yes, they did.
Imagine there's
Pacific
these
Ocean during the
monkeys that
Polynesian
escape in
expansion,
Pennsylvania
getting even to Easter Island,
in the
but that
middle of
was
the highway. Not that like it
3,500
would ever
years ago,
happen.
not 10,
These
12,
test monkeys
13,000 years
that jump in
ago,
and
at the end of the Ice
steal
Age.
all the fucking.
They
they steal the material and they eat it.
For
They're not
relying
gonna
on
go
archaeologists.
psychedelic.
It's normal
Like
in
I'm memory
science
hole.
to
Yeah, where'd they
rely
go?
on the
Where's the
good
monkeys,
quality of work
man? Where the
done by other
monkeys at?
scientists. But I would raise a huge question mark over whether archaeology is a science at
And
all.
I'm not talking about that Brazilian.
And in fact,
I'm not
there's quite a
talking
bit
about
of
that Brazilian.
contradictory evidence which suggests that somebody was traveling the world oceans during the Ice Age.
One of them is
and indeed
yeah,
mapping
one of
the
them
world.
is
And
a
I went
total
into this in
yeah,
my
I ran to the
1995 book,
fucking.
Fingerprints of the Gods. There are a number of maps that have survived.
No, dude,
What
what's
these
his
maps
name?
all have
What's
in
his
common is they were drawn
Fetterman?
roughly between
Fetterman's
the
actually a
1400s and
group
the
of monkeys
1700s.
in a
They do
costume.
incorporate the latest navigational knowledge of that time, but where that wasn't available, they relied on earlier source maps. And those earlier source maps, often in a very bad
Dude,
condition, have not,
that's cool, man.
not survived.
That's
And this
cool,
is one
dude.
of
I
those
mean, I would
maps,
look
the
into it.
World
I'd do it,
Singular
man.
World map, and
I
we
would
can see
totally
a
do it,
greatly
bro.
extended Southeast Asia leading down to Australia here. Not at all
You
as
just
it
add
looks
water?
today, but very much as it looked when
You
sea
inject it
levels
with
were
spores,
400 feet
right.
lower at the last glacier
But you gotta
maximum.
I think you gotta sterilize some
21,300
shit. I don't know if
years
it comes
ago.
pre-sterilized in a bag.
Here's
or
the
something.
islands
Probably
of
does.
Japan, and the principal islands of
You should
Honshu,
totally do it, man. You'll learn
Kyushu,
so
and
fast.
Shikoku
You'll become like an
are
expert
three
in an
islands
instant.
today.
In
But
2
during
batches.
the
Your
Ice
second
Age,
batch, you'll be an expert.
they were all joined
you might
together.
be an expert
Kyushu
your
and
first batch.
Shikoku were joined to Honshu. And oddly enough, the earliest map of Japan that survived into Western
Sterilized and
tradition, the
inject.
1424 Pisagano chart, shows Shikoku and Kyushu as part of the island of Honshu, as they were indeed during the Ice Age. This is the Pinkerton world map from
What happened to that
1818.
Brazilian, too?
It's a good map, based on the latest scientific knowledge
just
of the
free,
time.
just
But as
free,
you will
man.
observe, something is missing from the picture, and that is Antarctica. And the
No,
reason
he is
Antarctica is
not.
missing from the
Are you
picture
serious?
is that our civilization didn't discover Antarctica until 1819, and that's why it's not on a map of 1818. But if you go back to those earlier maps, based on even older source maps, you'll find Antarctica in the right place all over those maps. Maps even drawn by Mercator, based on earlier source maps. And they show Antarctica a bit bigger than it is today, but much as it looked during the Ice Age.
kinda
I
rooting
can show
for
you
him.
dozens of similar images from those maps. Here is the Canepa map of 1489, again based on ancient source maps now lost. And what we see is the Sahara Desert filled with an enormous river channel and with
Throw
lakes
kit in a bag, nice.
highlighted in the color green. Oddly enough, a 2015 radar survey of Mauritania shows that such a river channel did once exist.
You know
in
the
Sahara
species?
Desert. Pretty much in exactly
Is
the
it
place
Psilocybe
that is
cubensis?
indicated on that 1489 map. It was there during the Ice Age, but
Cubies?
it dried up subsequently, and the area, of course, is completely desert today. Here's a 1513 map of the British Isles, and lying just to the west of Ireland is a little island, which is labeled High Brazil.
Fuck off,
High Brazil
man.
is still there, but you have to go diving in order to see it today. This bathymetric map shows that an island of exactly the right size and shape lay exactly where it's indicated on this 1489 map. And it stayed there until roughly 13,000 years ago, when rising sea levels covered it. So it's an anomaly that it appears on this map. Either it's an extraordinary coincidence, or somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age. The Piri-Reis map is perhaps the most famous of these maps. It was once a world map, but all that's survived of it is a corner which shows the west coast of Africa, the east coast of South America going down towards Antarctica here, and the east coast of North
Brazil,
America.
in the cow dung of
was a
Brazil.
Turkish admiral. He tells us in his own handwriting on the map that he based it on more than 100 older source maps. And what's interesting about it, I won't get into the controversy about Antarctica
the Amazonian
in this case. What's interesting to me about it is this island shown off the east coast of North America, roughly off Florida. And I've blown it up here. And on this island, we can see what looks like a road or a row of megaliths running up the middle of the island. And that island is positioned exactly where Bimini is positioned today. And I have dived on that spot. And what you see underwater is the Bimini Road, a gigantic road of megaliths. And I actually don't care whether the road is natural or man-made. What intrigues me is that it's documented on this map. This map is documenting a feature that was last above water during the last ice age. So, to go back to the Amazon, it does at first seem like an unlikely setting to find science. But there is science in the Amazon.
Specifically South American
Amazonian ones. There are, for example, more than
ones.
150,000 different species of plants and trees in the Amazon. What an incredible source of biodiversity this place still is to this day. But if you want to make the visionary brew ayahuasca, you need to put two of those plants and trees together. You need to take the leaves of this bush, which is called chacruna in the Amazon, and the leaves contain substantial concentrations of, I'll have to use that word, the most powerful hallucinogen known to man. And that is dimethyltryptamine, DMT for short. However, DMT is not an orally active substance. And the reason that it's not orally active is because there's an enzyme in our gut called monoamine oxidase that switches off DMT on contact. So you could drink a tea made of hundreds of these leaves, and all you'd get is a bellyache. You wouldn't get a visionary experience at all. But if you cook those leaves together with the ayahuasca vine, you get a truly powerful visionary brew, which will take you on a journey that will last between 4 and 6 hours. In the West, people consume DMT largely by smoking it. It bypasses the gut and enters directly into the brain, and it produces, it's like a rocket ship to the other side of reality. The journey lasts about 10 minutes, and you really don't know what's happened to you when you come back. It's very difficult to integrate the experience. But with ayahuasca, you have an experience that lasts from 4 to 6 hours and allows you to process the visions. So the mystery is that this vine contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. It switches off that enzyme in the gut. And I would say we're looking at science.
Like, fuck you.
Trial and error just doesn't do it. You can't go through 150,000 different species of plants and trees to find these two, which are useless on their own, but put together produce profound visionary experiences. And the same is also true of the neuromuscular poison curare, which actually is the basis of modern Western anesthesiology. These days we use a synthetic form, but it was the real breakthrough in anesthesiology came from curare, and we learnt that from the Amazonian peoples. Curare contains 11 different substances, none of which are active on their own. They all have to be brought together, and in the cooking of them, the fumes can be lethal. So it's a very complicated process, and one wonders how and why it was done. Well, I'm showing these Nazca line pictures here. You can see the Nazca spider, and it's identified as a species of Amazonian spider called Mimicium, an ant spider. And down here, probably not so clear in this light, is the monkey of Nazca with its prehensile tail. It's a characteristic of New World monkeys. Old World monkeys don't share it. New World monkeys have prehensile tails. And it's just a fact that in the Amazon, monkeys are an important source of protein in the diet of Amazonian peoples. And they hunt monkeys by shooting them with bows and arrows. Here's the problem. Your monkey is 200 feet up a tree. If you shoot it with an arrow that is not tipped with curare, you may kill it. But what it's going to do as it falls is it's going to wrap that prehensile tail around a tree branch and lock onto it tight. And suddenly, dinner is 200 feet above you, hanging from the top of a tree. you want dinner on the ground. That's why they created curare, because curare paralyzes the muscles, and the monkey cannot wrap its tail around the trees, and it drops straight to the ground, and dinner is served. As well as these Amazonian creatures on the Nazca Plateau, there's also a great deal of geometry, and we will come back to that. Francisco de Orellana was the first European to cross the entire length of the Amazon jungle, and he did so between 1541 and 1542. It was not his intention. He set out with a group of about 20 or 30 men in a boat. They had established a base camp. They were looking for El Dorado, as a matter of fact. They left most of the expedition in the base camp, and they set off to hunt and to bring back food to the expedition. But the Amazon disagreed, and it carried that boat more than 4,000 kilometers all the way through the Amazon and all the way until they finally ended up in the Atlantic Ocean, and thence made their way back through Mexico. On that journey, Orellana and his men reported seeing enormous cities, and they reported seeing huge populations and evidence of advanced arts and crafts. 100 years later, when other Europeans started to make their way into the Amazon, they couldn't find any trace of those cities. And they came to the conclusion that Orellana and his team had made the whole story up. It was a kind of fantasy. But it wasn't a fantasy. They were absolutely right. The reason those cities had gone is that the Spanish introduced smallpox into the Amazon. And that smallpox, the local people had no immunity to it. There was a massive die-off of the populations. The cities were deserted. They were overgrown by the jungle, and 100 years later, nobody could see them anymore. We can see them today because of the tragic clearances of the Amazon. These lost garden cities are beginning to emerge from the Amazon, and the evidence now, and I go into it in detail in the book, is that these cities had populations that were substantially larger in many cases than the greatest cities of Europe at that time. Very big cities, an estimated total population in the Amazon of 20 million people before the Spanish conquest. How could that possibly be so? Rainforest soils are not very fertile. They are fertile on the surface, but it's all caused by the leaves falling to the ground in a kind of mulch. Under the surface, they're not fertile. The Amazonians were able to support themselves, support large populations, because they actually invented a soil. And that soil, we can trace its origins back at least to 8,000 years ago. I'm convinced it goes back much further if only more archaeology were done. But there are 8,000-year-old patches of terra preta, and you can still take a handful of that terra preta and you can add it to completely barren soil, and it will turn that soil fertile and make it productive again very quickly. And it does so because it's full of microorganisms that are not found in other neighboring soils. And it's also based on biochar. And these sites of terra preta are still sought out by peoples in the Amazon today. It's entirely an anthropogenic man-made soil. It is not a natural soil. In the Brazilian state of Acre, in the southwestern Amazon, we find, again emerging from the cleared areas of the jungle, enormous geometrical geoglyphs, very similar in many cases to those of the Nazca Plateau. Here's an example from a place called Jacosá in the Amazon, where we see a huge square earthwork on a scale of hundreds of meters, and another square earthwork surrounding a circle. Here we see an octagon surrounding a square. Here at Ramal do Capatara, we see a very large circle and a smaller circle joined together, a square and a circle at Fazenda Atlantica. And the site of Tequino, this hugely complex earthwork site. The larger of the two squares measures 210 by 210 meters. And at Fazenda Parana and Severino Calazans, we have sets of squares that are perfectly aligned to true north, true south, true east, and true west. To do that, you need astronomy. You need people who are masters of astronomy. We use magnetic compasses today, but they don't show you true north. They show you about 11 degrees off true north. To get true north requires astronomy, and it's quite stunning to find this evidence of accurate astronomy and geometry in the heart of the Amazon jungle. Here's a very complex earthwork. It's called Fazenda Colorada. A couple of photographs of it here, and here a diagram of the whole site. These roads are modern roads that have been cut through the site, but one ancient road is there. And what drew my attention to this site was this bit of it, which, if we rotate it, looks very similar in design to the entrance to the other world as depicted in Tucano ayahuasca art. And since it's from the limited archaeology that's been done, it's clear that nobody ever lived in these sites. There is no habitation refuse at all. They appear to have been ceremonial sites, and I wonder if they were connected to that same quest for life after death that we find traces of in Egypt and in the Mississippi Valley. Certainly there's a lot of geometry in the ancient Egyptian afterlife realm: squares, pyramids, circles, and so on and so forth. In the Amazon, as well as the huge earthworks, there are also megaliths. There are indeed megalithic stone circles. This one at Rego Grande, only quite recently discovered, has become known now as the Amazonian Stonehenge. The tilt on the stones is deliberate. It is not a result of the site collapsing. These stones were very carefully braced into position in order to do something special, to focus on a particular moment of the solar year. There are key moments: the summer solstice in the northern hemisphere, the sun rises furthest north of east; the winter solstice, the sun rising furthest south of east; and the equinoxes, when the sun rises perfectly due east. What the Rego Grande site does is it targets the winter solstice sunrise. This stone uses a shadow effect to target the entire path of the sun throughout the whole day of the winter solstice. And I repeat, it isn't an accident that it's sloped. It is deliberately, carefully wedged into position. Even the stones that are lying on the ground are there deliberately, because the laterite beneath them was carefully hollowed out and they were placed into that. Between stones 1 and 2, there's a hole drilled in stone 1. It shows us stone 2, and the sun will sit exactly in that gap in stone 2 as it rises at dawn on the winter solstice. Of course, Stonehenge is another solstitial site. All of us, I'm sure, in this room have been to Stonehenge, since it's very, very nearby. Here's how it works at Stonehenge. If you stand behind Sarsen Stone 16 and look north of east at the heel stone at dawn on the summer solstice, you will see the sun rising in direct alignment with your view behind the heel stone, as though the heel stone is like the sight on the barrel of a gun. And in fact, the alignment is reciprocal, because if you stand at the heel stone and look at Sarsen Stone 16 at sunset on the winter solstice, you will find that the alignment also works then. So it targets sunrise on the summer solstice, sunset on the winter solstice. Here is the Temple of Karnak in Upper Egypt. The whole massive kilometer-long axis of the Temple of Karnak is designed to celebrate the marriage of earth and sky. And that marriage takes place at dawn on the winter solstice, when the sun rises directly down that kilometer-long axis and sits on top of this gateway right at the end of the axis. This is what you see if you get up illegally on the back of the Great Sphinx.
My friends.
You see the back of the Sphinx's head, of course.
I really don't.
If you were there on the summer solstice, the sun would rise over here. Winter solstice, the sun would rise over here, south of east. But if you get up there on the equinox, when the sun rises perfectly due east, you can see the particular marriage of earth and sky that is being celebrated by the Great Sphinx, because it gazes directly at the rising sun on the equinoxes. Same happens at Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Very carefully designed. Place yourself on the central causeway, look directly at the central tower, be there an hour or so before dawn, and then you'll see the sun come up and it'll rise up the side of the central tower until it sits exactly on the top of the central tower, lighting up the whole place like a fairy tale kingdom, celebrating the marriage of earth and sky, as above, so below. Now let's go to North America. This is Serpent Mound in Ohio. Very obvious why it's called Serpent Mound, because there's a serpentine mound here. Santa was able to get this photograph with a drone that she positioned 400 feet above the site. Serpent Mound is built on a natural ridge. And that natural ridge, you can see it in diagrams here, has a pronounced twist to the left, which the head and jaws of the serpent also mirror. and you can see it again in LiDAR with all the vegetation stripped away. There's the Serpent Mound, and there's the natural ridge on which it stands. And it turns out that the ancients had spotted something very intriguing. This was a place where ground whispered naturally to sky, because that natural ridge is oriented to the point of sunset on the summer solstice. And seeing ground speaking to sky so intimately, the ancients decided to celebrate that moment, and they created Serpent Mound on top of that ridge. Interestingly enough, we've only known this for about the last year. The heel stone and the sarsen stone at Stonehenge were always there. They're natural features. They were not brought from the Marlborough Downs. They stood on that site always. And the reason that the sarsens were brought 20 or 30 miles to Stonehenge was to celebrate that natural marriage of earth and sky, the alignment to the solstices between sarsen stone 16 and the heel stone. And that's exactly the same thing that's happening at Serpent Mound, that here we have a ridge, earth speaking to sky. Let's celebrate it, let's monumentalize it with Serpent Mound. So this is what happens at sunset on the summer solstice. You see the head of the serpent. It seems to be seeking out the sun, and then as the sun begins to go down, you get it more clearly, this beautiful alignment between earth and sky, and silence falls over the scene, and the majesty of the sight just overwhelms you. Going north from Serpent Mound, there are two interesting geometrical sites. One of them is called High Bank Works, and the other is called Newark Earthworks. I don't have time today to get into detail on High Bank Works, but I want to draw your attention to one thing. High Bank and Newark are 60 miles apart. They both contain, as well as many other features, including a great square and multiple other circles, they both contain a combination of an octagon and a circle. The octagon-circle combination at High Bank is oriented at exactly 90 degrees to the octagon-circle combination at Newark. And to do that across 60 miles is really a remarkable feat of surveying and setting out and geometry. And we can't deny it, it's a fact, it's there, this 90-degree alignment. This is what you see. This is a 1934 aerial photograph of the circle-octagon combination at Newark. And those parts that still survive are now largely contained within a private country club, including an 18-hole golf course, which promotes itself as, quote, unlike any other in the world. It is designed around famous prehistoric Native American earthworks that come into play on 11 of the holes.
This is so dumb.
Well, I have to say, at one level, I find it very disturbing that this ancient sacred site is now a golf course, but at another level, I welcome it because it's preserved that site. If that site hadn't been taken over by a private country club, you can be absolutely sure it would have been plowed under and turned into agricultural land. So at least something is left, and you can get a sense of the scale of it from these shots inside that private country club. Interesting comparison between the octagon-circle combination at Newark and another octagon-circle combination in the Amazon. Another feature of Newark is the so-called Great Circle, or Fairground Circle, as it used to be called, because they once put a fairground inside it. It's got a diameter of 365.9 meters. I put beside it Avebury here, nearby to us, which has a diameter of 347.4 meters. Both Avebury and the Great Circle at Newark are true henges. A henge is an earthwork, and what characterizes a henge is a ditch and an embankment. And in the case of all true henges, the embankment is placed outside the ditch. That's why we can say immediately these sites were not used for defense. Because if you want to make a moat, why, you're going to put it outside your embankment, not inside your embankment. You can get a sense of the embankment at Avebury here, and even better in this aerial photograph. There's the ditch that runs all the way around Avebury. And there's the embankment on the outside of it. And I'm sure many of you have done the walk along the chalk path on the embankment, and some very spooky, mysterious trees here, I have to say, like something out of Tolkien. Very few of the stones are left, but this is a true henge, and so are the North American earthworks and the Amazonian earthworks. Ramal do Capatara, that's a true henge with the embankment outside the ditch. And here in Gyges, we have a square embankment with a ditch inside it, and it's surrounding a circle. This is the project that the ancient Greeks called squaring the circle, which is too often attributed only to the ancient Greeks. A similar site existed in Pike County, Ohio. It was mapped in 1848, but it's now being swept away by economic development in the region.
Oh, really? For real?
And interestingly enough, just last year, the remains of a square formation was found inside the southern of the two inner circles of Avebury. So it seems the same exercise was being replicated there.
If you don't,
the perimeter of Newark's Great Square on the left is exactly equal to the circumference of the Great Circle in the center. And another feature at Newark, the Observatory Circle, has an area exactly equal to the area of the Great Square. This alone tells us we don't need any further information. Geometers and setting out engineers, highly skilled, were at work in the creation of these Native American earthworks. This is such a complicated story that I'm not going to go into it in great depth, but we all know the sun has its stopping points on the horizon. We call them the solstices. The sun stops still on the summer solstice, stays roughly in the same place for 2 or 3 days, and then starts to move back like a pendulum swing along the horizon. Same on the winter solstice. The moon has its stopping points too, and those stopping points are spread out over a cycle of exactly 18.6 years. Most of us are not aware of this today. Why should we be? We live in light polluted cities. We can hardly see the skies at all. But if you were the ancients and you studied the skies, you would notice this phenomenon. And there are key moments, the maximum and minimum extremes in each case of the moon's range along the horizon. And it turns out that the octagon-circle combination at Newark targets every single one of these key moments in the 18.6-year cycle of the moon. And the majesty of it is the maximum northern moonrise, where the moon rises in direct alignment with the principal axis through the circle and the octagon. Let's move to Cahokia in Illinois. This is called Monk's Mound because a bunch of Trappist monks lived on it in the 19th century and grew vegetables there. We don't know what the ancients called it. And here, it's the largest pyramid in the Americas north of Mexico. And here, the focus of intent and observation was the sun. This is a solar-aligned site, a city of the sun, just as Heliopolis was a city of the sun. This model will show you how Cahokia looked in its prime. There's Monk's Mound, and off to the left of it is a wood henge. And again, many of us will be aware that there was also a wood henge at Stonehenge. And because the post holes have been found and dated, archaeologists have been able to reconstruct the wood henge of Cahokia. And it turns out that the center post through an equinox marker post targets the rising sun on the equinox, and also the summer solstice and the winter solstice are targeted. And this is the effect you get on the day of the equinox with the rising sun targeted through wood henge. So
this is
I think
probably
it's fair
my
to
last
say
facility stream
that
for a very
there
long
were
time.
people in ancient Native America with advanced surveying, geometrical, and astronomical skills. And they put those skills to work in the creation of enormous monuments, most of which have tragically been swept away.
Not worth it.
How far back can this system be traced? How much is left that allows us to begin to guess how old it might be? Well, we can go back to 1430 BC, which is about 100 years before the pharaoh Tutankhamun took the throne in Egypt, when this mound at Poverty Point in Louisiana was created. It's poetically known as Mound A, and it's the second largest earthwork in North America after Monk's Mound. It's 2,500 years old, approximately. But the key feature of the site are these geometric ridges. And a thorough archaeoastronomical study has been done by one of the great scholars in this field, William Romaine. And what he demonstrates is that these ridges align to key moments in the year: the summer solstice sunset, the equinox sunset, the winter solstice sunset, the summer solstice sunrise,
Might try
the equinox
Kaizo
sunrise,
later.
and the winter solstice sunrise.
Kaiser Super Mario 64.
And not only that, as we go
got
south
Ninja Lifestyle the
from Poverty
Legend.
Point, we come to a place called
He's
Lower
encouraged
Jackson
me
Mound,
to just
a few miles to the
practice.
south.
I'm so
And
bad,
Lower
though,
Jackson
dude.
Mound is much older than Poverty Point. It dates to
So
3,500
bad that you end up
BC,
hating the music because
5,500
you
years
just
old.
hear the same
And yet,
goddamn
the
song
makers of Poverty
for like
Point
an hour,
were not only aware
2
of it,
hours.
but they used it as the anchor of their whole site.
I'm so
because
terrible,
the three
'cause I can't
principal
beat the
mounds
level.
of Poverty Point are lined up precisely
I may
north-south
be the world's
with
worst Kaizo
Lower
player.
Jackson
I really
Mound.
may be.
Watson Break is again about 5,500 years old.
It's my
an
dirty little
oval of
secret.
mounds,
I'm that
and
bad.
again, the archaeoastronomy
I feel
reveals
like
the
you
alignments.
guys
Summer
would
solstice
just like
sunset,
unfollow
winter
if you saw how
solstice
bad it was.
sunrise, and the equinoxes are all targeted by
Kaizo
Watson Break.
Super
That's what the
Mario
whole
64,
site
no,
is about.
Super
And there's
Mario
geometry in these
SNES.
lower Mississippi
Super
Valley
Mario World.
sites. 60-degree equilateral triangles are found in a great many of them. And we can trace the story back as far as Conley, which
Maybe
is
because I didn't
securely
have, I
dated
didn't
to
own a
between
Sega, or I didn't
7,500
own a
and
Super Nintendo
8,000
growing up.
years ago. How much older the story goes back beyond
I
that,
did not
we
have
cannot
a Super
responsibly
Nintendo.
say.
Maybe that's
what
why.
we can say is
I
it's
love
at
the
least
game.
as
I love
old as
Super Mario
8,000
World.
years. And given the massive destruction
I'm pretty
of
good
the
at
Native American
movement, but I'm
earthquakes, I
not
would say the
like
chances of it
Kaizo
being
good.
vastly older than 8,000 years are very high. Certainly in the Amazon, there is a cosmically aligned
Fast
site
fall
which is
and the
firmly
normal
dated
fall.
to 13,000 years ago,
Sucks.
and that's Painal do Pilau in the Amazon jungle. And I won't go into the details, it's all in the book, but it's carefully designed to target the winter solstice. And there's even a calendar inside it which marks off the 18 to 20 days before and after the solstice, and the equinoxes are also targeted at that site. So we would be wrong to conclude that these marriages of heaven and earth, this connection of sky and ground, this
Wow.
idea, this
Wowie.
meaning, if you like, we would be wrong to conclude that it is limited to the old world, because clearly it's found all over the new world as well. And we have been taught that civilization is entirely an invention of the old world. That view is very firmly embedded
fuck you.
in our own cultural arrogance living in the old world. And there's a very good book actually called History Begins at Sumer by Samuel Noah
I
Kramer,
hate this game.
which attributes the whole origins of civilization to Mesopotamia and the Sumerian civilization, and says that it all began here between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. Certainly, nobody was, until very recently, has been open to consider the Americas as a place where civilization might have begun. And that goes partly back to the long-held view of geneticists, now challenged by the new evidence from the Amazon, that there was a single common and relatively recent origin for Native Americans, and that they came across the Bering Straits when the Bering Straits were a land bridge. That explanation no longer holds because of that Australasian DNA in the Amazon. This is the idea, but it just doesn't make sense anymore now that we don't have a DNA trail in North and Central America. And here's something else. This is New Scientist from the 26th of March 2013, Migration Mystery. Who were the first Americans? I'll just read a little bit of it. Not so long ago, there was a simple and seemingly incontrovertible answer to the question of how and when
This is going to be the last facility level
Some
for a
13,000 years
very
ago,
long
a
time
group
for
of people
me.
from Asia walked across a land bridge that connected Siberia to Alaska and headed south. And those people have been named by archaeologists the Clovis culture. We do not know what they called themselves, but this is the name that archaeology has given to these people. And they made these very distinctive Clovis points with fluting in them, both arrowheads and spearheads.
Just so shit.
The Clovis first paradigm, that humans had first entered the Americas around 13,400 years ago, that the Clovis culture was the first Native American culture, became a kind of dogma in archaeology. And that's one of the reasons why I disregard archaeology as a science, because there's no room for dogma in science.
Fuck you.
Archaeologists who defied that dogma, see, in archaeology, The stuff nearer the surface of the Earth is the most recent, and the deeper down you go, the older it gets. That's why we say Upper Paleolithic for the recent part of the Stone Age and Lower Paleolithic for the oldest
reconsider my life.
In this case, the dogma was, and it held for more than 50 years, that there was no point in any archaeologist digging below the Clovis level, because archaeology had established that there were no human beings in the Americas before Clovis. And in fact, archaeologists who challenged that doctrine, like Jacques Cinq-Mars, who excavated Bluefish Caves in the Yukon and found evidence of humans there 24,000 years ago, those archaeologists had their careers ruined. I'm not speaking figuratively, they were literally ruined. Their research funding was withdrawn, they were mocked and humiliated at conferences, they were just shut up by the archaeological community. And as the Smithsonian has recently admitted, rather than launching a major new search for more early evidence, the fines steered first off fierce opposition and a bitter debate, quote, one of the most acrimonious and unfruitful in all science, according to
I'm losing my mind.
For Jacques Cinq-Mars, it was a brutal experience. It effectively ruined his career and ruined his life, but he was right. Human beings were at Bluefish Caves in the Yukon 24,000 years ago, and a detailed restudy of the site in 2017 has confirmed that. And today, as the Smithsonian admits, decades later, the Clovis first model has collapsed. And it continues to collapse because the dates keep on getting pushed back. Back beyond 24,000 years ago, back in the case of Topper in South Carolina, to more than 50,000 years ago. I went and met Al Goodyear, the archaeologist who dared to dig deeper than Clovis, and who, just like Jacques Cinq-Mars, suffered terrible damage to his name and his reputation and his career from the hyena-like attacks of other archaeologists. But again, he was right. He took me to Topper. There's the Clovis level, and Al just had an instinct, really. He felt, I'm actually not going to stop digging. Man. Once I've reached Clovis. It's a very big Clovis site. I'm going to carry on digging. I'm going to go deeper. And he went deeper, and lo and behold, he found evidence of humans present at Topper 50,000 years ago. And then we have this in Nature in April 2017, the Cerruti Mastodon site, excavated by the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum, Tom Demaray, a site that shows evidence of human presence 130,000 years ago. That's more than 115,000 years earlier than Clovis. And I went and met Tom Demaray at the San Diego Natural History Museum. And like anybody else who's suggested an earlier date for the peopling of the Americas, he has suffered the most unpleasant and vicious attacks, mainly from archaeologists. Because he's threatening them. They have somehow missed this, that human beings were in the Americas for more than 100,000 years before they said. And Tom Demaray's evidence is compelling. The attacks on him will continue, but he spent a day with me. He showed me that evidence in great detail. Again, I set it out at length in the book, and I'm convinced he's absolutely right. He's not documenting the presence of an advanced civilization in North America 130,000 years ago. This is typical Upper Paleolithic behavior. This is a group of humans who scavenged a mastodon skeleton, who scavenged the corpse of a mastodon, and they broke open the bones and they extracted the marrow and left evidence of their presence there. What is important about that finding is that it raises a big question mark over our entire notion of the prehistory of the world. Because if the Americas have been inhabited by humans for 130,000 years, more than twice as long as Europe and 10 times as long as previously supposed, then everything changes. Suddenly we have a vast, resource-rich landmass with 130,000 years of human prehistory, of which only the last 13,000 years have been documented because of the archaeological dogma that there was no point in looking deeper. Goodness knows what was happening here in that time that so far just nobody has cared to look for. It could have been the location of hitherto unrecognized advances and developments in the story of civilization. One of the reasons that archaeologists have missed it has to do less with dogma and more to do with a global cataclysm that occurred between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And that global cataclysm is referred to in geology as the Younger Dryas. It's a very peculiar climate episode that unfolded between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. This site, Murray Springs, is one of the last Clovis sites, and what we see here is a mammoth being excavated, and in the shoulder blade of that mammoth was found a Clovis point, dated to 12,800 years ago. But that was exactly the time that the Clovis culture disappeared, and it was exactly the time that the mammoths and the mastodons and the megafauna all became extinct, and we now begin to understand why, and it's to do with this peculiar line that you see in this exposed wash here. This peculiar line that's referred to as the black mat, which was draped like shrink wrap over the top of the remains of Eloise. And at the base of the black mat are some very distinctive chemical and mineral signatures, which include iridium and nanodiamonds. Here, a closer look at the black mat. Iridium, nanodiamonds, platinum, melt glass, carbon spherules. Those nanodiamonds are created by the shock and heat of a cosmic impact. When you find all of these impact proxies together in one place in abundance, it's really hard to explain them any other way than a cosmic impact. As a result of this, a group of more than 60 scientists since 1207 have been advocating what is still a very controversial hypothesis, and that is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And they are suggesting that this black mat and the impact proxies within it bear witness to the impact on the North American ice cap of several large fragments of a disintegrating comet. Let me just take you to the dinosaurs for a moment, because we do know now that the dinosaurs became extinct as a result of a cosmic impact. Nobody disputes that. Indeed, the KT event, or the KPG event as it's now known, is marked by a layer in the soil exactly like the Younger Dryas black mat. And it contains exactly the same impact proxies at the base of the layer. And Lewis and Walter Alvarez, the father-son team who originally made this discovery, were quite satisfied with the impact proxies, which are found all over the world. They couldn't explain them in any other way except a cosmic impact, but their colleagues didn't like it, and they were turned upon, and they suffered 10 years of bruising attacks before they found the crater deeply buried beneath the Gulf of Mexico, the Chicxulub crater. And now it's fully accepted that it was a cosmic impact that made the dinosaurs extinct. So I'm showing you a picture of dinosaurs and a chicken here. And that's because these are world-changing events.
Oh, nice work.
So world-changing that they almost literally turned dinosaurs into chickens. Because the birds are all that's left of the Dinosauria clade. Skulking around in the primeval forests 65 or 66 million years ago was this little shrew-like creature, one of the early mammals.
I hate this game.
And the mammals were going absolutely nowhere in a world ruled by the dinosaurs. But when the cosmos swept the dinosaurs out of the way, or turned them into chickens, the mammals were able to evolve very rapidly and to occupy niches that had previously been closed off to them, which is why we can now say today, meet your 65-million-year-old mother. We are all the descendants of that curious shrew-like creature, and we would not be here, the human race would not be here, if it were not for that cosmic impact 65 or 66 million years ago. NASA tells us that such world-changing events only occur once every 100 million years ago. And I have to say, how nice of the universe to be so Germanic in its timekeeping that we can actually set our clocks by it. And if NASA's right in this anodyne explanation, then we today have nothing to worry about, because the last impact was 65 million years ago, and we can't expect another one for 35 million years. Why should we care? But a number of scientists, the late Sir Fred Hoyle, Chandra Wickram Singh, Victor Klug, Bill Napier, astronomers, feel very differently. I'll come on to their work in a moment. This is a NASA fact sheet, and it's explaining what meteor showers are. We've all seen meteors. I'm sure everybody's heard of the Perseids, the Orionids, the Leonids, the Taurids. Every meteor stream is, in fact, the remnant of a disintegrated comet. Every single one of them. When we see those meteors, we're seeing bits of what was formerly a large comet that has broken up into multiple fragments, often dust size, which come through into our atmosphere and burn up. And NASA says, look, don't worry, because they're usually very small, from dust particle to boulder size. And it's a curious thing that there isn't a single ancient culture in the world in which the appearance of a comet in the sky was regarded as good news. It was always regarded as bad news. Why would that be? Well, Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, which hit Jupiter in 1994, was certainly bad news for Jupiter. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke up into 21 fragments. Comets do this because they are lumps of rocky and sometimes iron material bound together with ice. And when they enter the inner solar system, that ice begins to melt and they break up into multiple fragments. That's what happened to Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. Those 21 fragments bombarded the surface of Jupiter, leaving scars, in some cases larger than the Earth itself. The total explosive power is estimated at 300 gigatons. If you were to take the entire nuclear arsenal of the world today and blow it all up at once, it would yield 6.4 gigatons. These are truly massive events, and this is the moment where I always like to say, thank you, Jupiter, for taking one for the team. Because Jupiter is the guardian of our planet, and it does sweep up most of the comets that come through. But very occasionally, a big comet gets through into the inner solar system, and it looks like that happened. This is the basis of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. It looked like that happened with the extinction of the megafauna between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. An extinction that was global, but that was very heavily focused, centered upon the Americas. Here is Bill Napier. He's the professor of astrobiology at Cardiff University. This is a paper he published in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society in July 2010, and it's called Paleolithic Extinctions and the Taurid Complex. His argument, massively reinforced since then, is that the Taurid meteor stream, through which the Earth still passes twice a year, is the remnant of a former giant comet that entered the inner solar system from the Oort cloud or the Kuiper belt deep space about 20,000 years ago, a comet that may have been as much as 100 miles in diameter. And as it entered the inner solar system on an Earth-crossing orbit, it began to break up, as comets do, and its debris stream began to widen and extend all the way along its orbit. And then 12,800 years ago, some of the big fragments in the Taurid meteor stream hit the Earth and caused the Younger Dryas cataclysm and the extinction of the megafauna. This is what the Taurid meteor stream looks like diagrammatically. It's this huge tube of debris. We know that there are still large objects in it. The most famous of them is called Comet Encke. And Comet Encke is about 5 kilometers in diameter, and Comet Encke is a fragment of that original giant comet. Likewise, Comet Odiado, Comet Rudnicki, and 19 of the brightest near-Earth objects are in the Taurid meteor stream, and the Earth's orbit passes through the orbit of the Taurid meteor stream twice a year, in June and in November. And I liken it rather to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane motorway and just hoping that we don't meet any traffic. Or if we do, that it would be a motorcycle rather than a truck. It's called the Taurid meteor stream because it appears to emanate in the region of the sky occupied by the constellation of Taurus. Of course, it's not coming from Taurus. It's within our solar system, but that's the radiant of the Taurid meteor stream. We passed through it in June, we passed through it in November, and the last object, many astronomers are agreed on this, that fell out of the Taurid meteor stream caused an event known as the Tunguska event, and that happened in June 1908. And it wasn't even a really big bit of the Taurid meteor stream. It's calculated to have measured between 60 and 190 meters in diameter. And it didn't even hit the Earth on the 30th of June 1908. What it did was it blew up in the sky. It was an airburst. fortunately happened over an uninhabited area of Siberia. It killed nobody, but it flattened 80 million trees across an area of more than 2,000 square kilometers. That is an area larger than London. Had that happened over London, the whole of London, as far as the M25, would have been utterly devastated, and we might be paying more attention to the Taurid meteor stream than we presently are. So the astronomers have been looking at the sky, and meanwhile the geologists behind the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis
like an entire
have been
city
looking at the ground. And here are some of the 60
at risk of being
scientists
destroyed at
in
any
what they
point
now call themselves the
in
Comet
time
Research
from
Group.
asteroids.
James Kennett, he's a marine geologist, professor at the
incredible.
University of California, Santa Barbara. Alan West is a geophysicist. Richard Firestone, staff scientist, Nuclear Science Division, Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory. James Whitker is a geologist. Albert Goodyear is, indeed, we met him at Topper, is a professor at the South Carolina Institute of Archaeology. Altogether, there's more than 60 of them. They're all mainstream scientists, every single one of them. They publish their work in mainstream peer-reviewed journals, and they were initially drawn to it by a mystery. And that mystery concerns the ending of the last ice age. The last glacial maximum, 21,300 years ago, sea levels were 400 feet lower than they are today. There was no Red Sea, there was no Persian Gulf. Southeast Asia was vastly extended. New Guinea was joined to Australia. That's because all that extra water was frozen up on these ice caps on top of the northern continents, and indeed into the south as well. And then suddenly, 12,800 years ago, this is the mystery they were drawn to study. The episode called the Younger Dryas begins, and it begins with a collapse of global temperatures, a sudden deep freeze after the world has been warming up for thousands of years. And that deep freeze lasts for 1,200 years, and then 11,600 years ago, temperatures rocket up again. And during this period is precisely the period of the megafaunal extinctions, and it's after 11,600 years ago, after the end of the Younger Dryas, that the whole story of human civilization, as it's taught to us, supposedly unfolds. I don't expect you to read these papers. I simply want to make the point that the scientists of the Comet Research Group are mainstream figures, and they are publishing in peer-reviewed journals. This is the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. It's their very first paper.
I don't
Since then, they've revised the date to closer to 12,800 years ago. But the title speaks for itself: Evidence for an Extraterrestrial Impact 12,900 years ago that contributed to the megafaunal extinctions and the Younger Dryas cooling. Paper from 2009, Shock Synthesized Hexagonal Diamonds in Younger Dryas Boundary Settlements. Lonsdaleite is known on Earth only in meteorites and impact craters, and its presence strongly supports a cosmic impact event. Here's evidence of high temperature impacts and melt products. Here's evidence from Mexico, evidence from the Greenland ice cores, which are an incredible resource for studying ancient climate, because ice has remained on Greenland where it didn't remain on Northern Europe and North America. Evidence for the deposition of 10 million tons of impact spherules across 4 continents, 12,800 years ago. Journal of Geology, 2014, nanodiamond-rich layer across 3 continents, consistent with major cosmic impact at 12,800 calendar years before the present. This is the Younger Dryas boundary field as it was understood in July 2015. The epicenter is clearly North America, but it extends into Greenland, and it extends across into Europe. Evidence of those impacts in Europe, and the furthest east at that time was Syria. But the research continues. I mentioned the large platinum anomaly in the Greenland ice cores. Chris Moore of the University of South Carolina did a detailed study of sites across North America, and he found that same platinum anomaly documented at the Younger Dryas onset in North American sedimentary sequences, and this is a paper published in Nature Scientific Reports in March 2017. 2018, Journal of Geology, extraordinary biomass burning episode and impact winter triggered by the Younger Dryas cosmic impact 12,800 years ago. And another paper in the Journal of Geology, also 2018, did the black mat impact airburst reach the Antarctic? Because they have found evidence of those same impact proxies as far south as the Antarctic. It looks like the Younger Dryas boundary field is going to have to be greatly extended. And the most recent paper, 13th of March 2019, again in Nature Scientific Reports, sedimentary record from Patagonia, southern Chile, reports cosmic impact triggering of biomass burning, climate change, and megafaunal extinctions 12,800 years ago. The epicenter was around here, between North America and Greenland, and there is evidence for cataclysmic flooding across North America, dated to the Younger Dryas, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. Here's a map that shows the extensive scarring of what are called the channeled scablands in the Pacific Northwest of North America. I just state in passing that if any civilization had happened to be based in this area before the flooding, not a bit of it would be left for us to find today, because this was truly epic scale. This is a meteorite. It's an iron meteorite, and it was found in Oregon, and it's sacred to the Native American people of Oregon. But it didn't come from Oregon. It came from 100 miles further north. It came from the Canadian ice cap, and it was carried in an iceberg on those floods from Canada into Oregon. Then the iceberg melted away, leaving this 15-ton oriented iron meteorite, and dated to exactly 12,800 years ago. Also dated to that period is this huge so-called glacial erratic, 500 feet above the valley floor at Wenatchee in the Pacific Northwest. It's a really big thing. I'm standing on top of it here for scale. It's calculated to weigh 18,000 tons. It came from Canada, like that iron meteorite. How did it get to the Pacific Northwest of the United States, a journey of more than 100 miles? It got there in an iceberg the size of an oil tanker. Ice caps enchain and snatch up huge rocks and lock them in place. And when that ice cap melts, the icebergs are released carrying these rocks. And in this case, that flood that carried that iceberg must have been at least 500 feet deep above the valley floor. It grounded on the valley side. The flood waters receded quite rapidly, and the iceberg was left in place, melted away, and revealed this huge rock enchained within it. And it's not alone. Rocks on this giant scale, carried there in enormous icebergs, are found all over the Pacific Northwest. This area is even called Boulder Park. There's so many of them. And we must try to envisage the kind of floods that could have caused this level of damage. Floods that were jostling with enormous icebergs that had whole forests ripped up by their roots within them, that were mud and rubble in the basis of them, highly erosive features. Erosive enough to create this fossilized waterfall called Dry Falls in just 2 weeks. The water at the bottom of Dry Falls is just rainwater that has pooled there. But 12,800 years ago, a humongous flood poured over this and scoured out that waterfall and then stopped quite suddenly. To get a sense of the scale, if we put Niagara Falls in the picture, you can begin to realize how big Dry Falls is. Niagara Falls is still there. The river is still creating it. Dry Falls, 12,800 years ago, the work of 2 weeks of flooding. Nature is fractal. We know that what nature does on a small scale, it also does on a large scale. So go to the beach, watch the tide go out, and you will see little current ripples on the beach. And those ripples might be an inch high and a few feet long. But there are current ripples on the Camas Prairie in the Pacific Northwest that are on a completely different scale. You can get a sense of it here. We'll go closer. That's a car for scale. These current ripples are 50 feet high and 300 feet long. And they testify to the most enormous flooding that passed through and then receded in that area. And the story continues in Minnesota. It continues in the Finger Lakes of New York State. The latest science is saying these are not carved by glaciers. These are the result of flooding. There's evidence of huge impacts in the northeast of North America. The craters are beginning to emerge, again dated to 12,800 years ago, like the Corosol crater. And just recently, I'm sure many of you saw these headlines about a crater discovered in Greenland, a crater that's 19 miles wide, and that appears to be the result of a mile-wide iron meteorite just 12,000 years ago. I would be irresponsible to tell you that that crater is 12,800 years old. The science hasn't been done yet. What we know is that underneath it is massively disturbed Pleistocene ice, Ice Age ice. And what's above it is completely clean and undisturbed Holocene ice from our own period. More work needs to be done to confirm that it is a 12,800-year-old site. I think it's going to turn out to be that, but I will not claim that until the science has been done. Interestingly enough, the site of that crater in Greenland, you can see how closely connected it all is to North America, the epicenter of the global cataclysm that caused the Younger Dryas. And gradually, although they've been very controversial, although they've faced a lot of opposition, the work of the comet hypothesis are being taken up by more and more scientists. The summary is that 12,800 years ago, multiple fragments of a giant comet impact the Earth. At least 4 of them were in the range of 2 kilometers in diameter, with the impacts concentrated on the North American ice cap and the contiguous Greenland ice cap. One question is, why did the world get so cold at the beginning of the Younger Dryas? The answer is because of all that meltwater that the shock and heat of the impacts flushed off the ice cap and into the Atlantic Ocean, where it stopped the Gulf Stream dead in its tracks. The Gulf Stream is part of the global central heating system.
The music is like, I got a bunch of ROMs I'm playing on an SNES. I'm really bad. Oh, there's a time? Get out of here. There cannot be a time. Okay, good. Guys, I'm not even like clickbaiting you. So Baron, this game was made for Ninja Lifestyle. It's heavy in the shell jumps, which I'm terrible at. Made by VL Scoot. VL Skate on YouTube. There's other ROMs. If I'm not gonna do this for hours, like if I don't get this in 10 minutes, I'm gonna switch ROMs. Oh, come on. That would have been everything to me. I think I gotta let go of the turtle earlier. Also have to jump higher. I'm so terrible. Like, I'm so fucking terrible. Okay, we're probably gonna do this trick once, and then we're gonna choose a different ROM. That's probably what we're gonna do. I gotta let him walk a little bit. Maybe, eh? Oh god, I hate this fucking game. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe. Please, just one. I'm not bad, man. I'm not bad. I don't know any of these. Quickie World. I'm so bad though, guys. I don't think I can even beat the first level of this game. Guys, there's a 50% chance I might just switch and put in F-Zero and play F-Zero on SNES. I might do that. With a vengeance? Oh no. Bad start. This is, recognize the music? Oh, the physics are different here. Oh. Okay, they look different. Maybe not. What? What? Okay, okay. Okay, I think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting it. We just need some groovy music like this. Oh yeah, here we go. That's how Kaiser Legend is made, my friends. Come on, why? Why? Am I ever gonna reach that? I don't know if I am. Gotta keep speed or something? Gotta keep P speed or something? Okay, I gotta go from here. Oh man, that's crazy jump. I don't know if I have those skills. Oh, that was pretty close. Oh man. So I gotta build up speed here. We're gonna do it hack. That was the hot drinks song from Wendy's. Escape from Kudzu Plan. I have no idea what this is, hard or easy or whatever. Whoa. It's fucking retarded. What? It's so dumb, man. What? I got a circle out of it? Or A. This is terrible. This is not fun. Man, I think I'm gonna stop streaming in like literally 5 minutes. Let's do another ROM. I might play a level of F-Zero honestly right now. We'll try one more ROM hack and then we'll try maybe a level 2 of F-Zero. Cause it's the best. What is going on here? Oh, Sonic. Sonic music. What? This is not, like, I'm not gonna be able to do this. There's no way. Classic, yo, what up, bro? You know it, man. You know it, bro. Turbo Classic. The fucking guy, man. Oh no. Oh, bro. Fucking hell. Your favorite SNL? Yo, this game is amazing. Interesting, it's your favorite. What's my favorite SNES game? Question. Probably Super Mario World. Or Mario Kart. Multiplayer in Mario Kart? Oh my god. It's just so ridiculous. Oh, fuck off. Oh, the perfect minefield? Take second? Get out of here. What? That was in second place? Whatever. Oh, one more line. No! Fuck this guy, man. Fifth? What? How did it even happen? What? Oh, get out of here. You can't be serious. You can't actually be serious. The green card's your favorite? I chose the... I hate this fucking thing. Game. Okay, what level should I take? And why? That's fast acceleration. The green one's intermediate, right? Two before he blew up? Oh wow, insane. That one's pretty good too. How's that different from the green? Oh, the green has higher top speed, it looks like. Maybe? I think we choose the acceleration one. So... I tried Kaizo, but man, I'm terrible at Kaizo. Look, I'm already at fucking 400. There's no, like, I definitely need to choose the yellow guy. It's already way faster. Oh, I'm not even using my bumpers. I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. Like, I'm really dumb. See, there you go. That's how you play this game. I was sleepless, dude. I was worried about you. I was wondering where you're at. wow. So cool. Terrible fucking F-Zero player. I think I'm a terrible SNES player. Again, I never owned one growing up. Played a hell of a lot of it though. Oh my god. Oh, I lost. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna stream this for very much longer. Marathon. I wish this game Ninja Turtles did a collab before these cars. Oh, dude, I know what you mean, dude. Turtles in Time? There was that level, there was that 3D level in Turtles in Time. This is not Kaizo. Dang, dude, I'm terrible at Kaizo. It was really bad. What's up, Ninja? I mean, I can do it again since you're here. But man, like, I couldn't beat... Again, I had random ROM hacks. I can show you the list of my ROM hacks that I put on the EverDrive. Because I just downloaded a bunch, right? I downloaded Ninja World 1, 2, 3. Yeah, since we're here, I think we're gonna try some Kaizo after like this race or something. I'm so bad on that. What you can do is if you could tell me what hacks to start with. Like, I don't think I even learned to Kaizo. But there were parts I couldn't beat. And it was pretty early on. I'm just so bad. Okay, after this race, I'll put in another card. I love this game, guys. No! Terrible. NPV? No. I might never play Facility again. That level sucks. I hate that level so much. Pretty good session though. Like that, is that number 1? No way. What? That's 1? Get out of here. Oh, I tried to do it. I tried to. I had to go for it. Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. And go now, you gotta start with Moo World. I'm gonna take a photo of that. You gonna DM some here? Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. I'm gonna take a photo of that. I'm gonna see if it's on because what I'll do is next time I'll add them to my EverDrive. It's not an EverDrive. It's like it is an EverDrive, but it doesn't cost like hundreds of dollars. It costs like $60. I just added the video. It came with like 600 SNES games or something, or however many there were. What the fuck? The wind? I'm gonna blow up for sure. I lost. Alright, I'm gonna crash out again and then we're gonna put in Paizo. What is going on here? Like, what is going on here? Oh, I'm for sure toast. Alright. You sound like 13? Nice, man. Thanks, homie. Thanks, bro. Let me see. On Discord, oh man. Oh man. Okay, let me use the washroom. Won't be easy, but it'll definitely be less brutal than Ninja World. Yeah, hopefully. So these are, do you recognize any of these? Here? Nightmare Cafe. Nightmare Cafe, X, II. Fun, I won't drag you down. Really? Look at that. I got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nightmare Cafe. Nightmare Cafe X. Cool. Alright, I'm using the washroom. Thanks for being here, man. Like Nightmare Cafe the last few months? Nice. Sweet. Alright. Oh my god, dude. Alright, hold on. Thanks, man. We'll try it. We'll try one. Nightmare Cafe 1. Do we have one? We don't have one. We have 2. We have Moo World? No, we don't. Sorry. I think if you don't like it, move on to other ones. It'll be more fun. Volume 1. I don't know. I just downloaded a bunch from Super Mario. Dude, there's so many. There's like thousands, man. It's insane. Alright, you're back. You're back.
Lush 50.
Yeah, I think it's the Super Nintendo. It's the Super Nintendo. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Honestly, maybe. Maybe. Hey, we beat a level. Yeah, buddy, yeah, I bought one a little while ago. And it was gonna be a surprise. Like, I didn't buy it for Kai's. I mean, I bought it to have and own. But I mean, I figured that I sucked because I was playing on I wanted to play on a CRT, right? Exactly, and the lag, yeah. Oh my god. This is gonna be so hard. Oh, okay, okay. I think I can do that. I think I can do that. Most of the one-screen levels end up being pretty easy to read. Oh, what? I can't even touch it? I gotta spin? I gotta spin jump? Okay. Spin in front. Thought I could climb the vine. Okay, dude, I'm terrible. Like, I'm really bad. You're gonna, like, end up hating me. My fingers fast. You're gonna, like, unfollow me, dude. I'm really bad at this. Oh, you'd be so good. Oh, thanks, man. So bad at this. So much more. Oh, really? The Heroin room looks okay. It looks like a club or something. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, dude. Thanks, man. I think this is so much harder. Cause you gotta jump. This is so much harder than GoldenEye. I mean, I've just started trying this, but I think any Mario is harder than GoldenEye. I think even Irie agrees. Irie has even said that. He's the freaking champion. Moo might be better if this gets too ready. Thanks, buddy. $50 screens per game, every level. I understand. Yeah. I understand. Oh no! Ah, I'm terrible. No. Can't you do it again? Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. Maybe. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. I'm so bad. No, I gotta jump on the thing and jump. Oh no! This is great stuff, man. This is good stuff. Better than that friggin' toilet 007 game. No. You know how sick I was of seeing that goddamn toilet every single run? I'm right there, thanks man, I know, thanks bro. No! Why is it so slippery, man? It's like the most slippery thing ever, dude. Because oh, I suck. Alright, we're getting it. What? Did you see that one? What? In every possible way. I don't know what happened in that last one. Mariador. Oh, that's like a thing. I've improved already, which is good news. Maybe just this one trick. Although I literally haven't improved at all. I hate this fucking stupid shit. Why? What? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude. Let's go, thanks, man. Thanks, bro. Thanks, dude. Thanks for this, man. That's really cool of you, dude. Okay, I think I can get into this wrong. Oh, Obby. Oh, get out of here. Get out of town. Look at that. Oops. Ah. Second one, thanks, bro. No spoilers. No spoilers, please. Can't spoil. I'm not sure what the fuck you're supposed to do with that P. Yeah. Pretty cool though. Mario's such a slippery guy, man. It's like he's wearing bowling shoes. He's not wearing skate shoes. Oh god, will you push the up button into the pipe? Come on, man. Replacing button pads I can send you. I thought I could use on my USB controller, but they won't. Oh, no way. Are you serious, dude? That'd be amazing. If you want to, I mean, I don't know how much shipping would be. That'd be incredible, dude. I totally would accept. You kidding me? New button. New buttons for the SNES. Well, I blew it. I'll try that. I'll try that. Random ducks probably from worn out pads. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I bought it used. It's pretty good shape though. It's in great shape. I took it apart. I took apart the controller actually. Took apart the entire controller. Because it was a fucking 25-year-old fucking gross SNES controller. It wasn't gross, but I took it apart. I cleaned everything with like toothpicks and shit. And ethanol and shit. And he called that guy worst Kaiser player of all time. Who, me? Or Steven? Steven called someone a terrible Kaiser player? That's funny. That's me. I beat 2 levels though now. I have some experience under my belt. Catalina, oh no. Oh my god. No, that was it! That's actually what you do. It's insane. No! That was my only guess. If that wasn't it, I don't know what I would have done. Dude, man. I'm telling you, Mario was wearing tap dancing shoes. Oh, wait, what? Okay, well, you did it, dude. You got it, dude. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. It's nice to see you. From a Kaizo legend. Oh, fuck you. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, what? Oh, we did it! Yeah! Fuck yeah. The edges of the screen really helped on that one. You can't go off screen. So I mean, I definitely used the gutter. It was like a gutter guard. No, that was a gutter guard play though, because you can't go off screen. So both sides. I pushed against the right and I pushed against the left. Champion. That feels like a gutter ball type of play. Or a gutter guard play. What's even happening here? Oh no. Champion. What? Like, come on, man. Where's the hitbox there? Like, really? Guess you get a reading or two also for the future hacks? Thanks, bro. I guess I am practicing different stuff, too. Oh, I get it, I get it, I get it. Like, where's the hitbox there, man? Kaizo Kindergarten. Some more obscure stuff. I think I tried some of that. Learn to Kaizo? Kaizo Kindergarten. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, we did it. Infinite? Really? Really? Infinity? Really? Oh, with this. Oh, it's gonna take its time? It's gonna take its sweet ass time? Is that real life? Is this real life, dude? Oh, I understand. It's going backwards. I understand. This level sucks, dude. This level sucks. Oh, I tried to prematurely do it. Damn it. Dude, this is gonna destroy my button. Maybe this is part of it. Dude, the focus, the amount of focus that I have to put into this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Wreck D-pad? Yeah, oh yeah, it's over. Like, it's gonna destroy it. I'm on fire? Yeah, right. See, but you can't go off screen. It's a huge crutch, man. It's a huge... Look. It's a gutter guard. Holy jeez, holy moly. This is gonna be a real doozy, my friend. What? Check the tape. Check the tape. Oh, I guess I don't have to jump across, do I? What am I even doing? Like, why am I even complicating it? Tight ass jump. Thanks, bro. Oh, that was so bad. Oh, the psych out. The psych out, you see that? Oh. Oh, man. Okay, so I do that? Oh, I understand, I understand, I understand. No! I think I'm more used to Super Mario Bros. 3 movement than SNES movement. Just because I had an NES growing up with my brother. But we never had a SNES in the house. Because Mario's like a slippery guy. He is a slippery guy. Maybe that's why I don't understand fast fall and slow fall, really. Lost Levels is even a slipperier Mario? Oh, no way. Are you serious? Is that the one I'm playing, right? I'm like learning the dynamics of the friggin' game. Maybe I shouldn't play this one first. It's too slippery, man. Maybe I just suck too much. No. Oh my god, he did it! Really? Oh! Thank God I did that. Let's go. Thanks, bro. Disco time. Oh, great. Oh! Oh! Stomps it. That was stomped it. That was like stomping it, skating. Oh no, I suck. Yeah, that's sick emote. Oh, that was the worst jump of all time. Oh no. What? What? Oh, I understand. Oh. Oh. Oh no. I thought it was gonna be easy. I'm like, oh, okay, it's easy. I'm just gonna jump on this. What? It's so hard. Jeez, man. Oh, man. Sorry. It's really pissing me off, this fucking level. Like, fuck off, man. Oh, he's so slippery. This might be where I'm defeated, my friends. A piranha plant stands in the way of Mario and the princess. It's the worst. Thanks, bro. I might change it, like this sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. I might change the hack. Sucks, man. I don't know what to do differently so that I don't hit the muncher. There's no way I'm gonna land back on that fucking door. Like, there's no way. I think I'm gonna change hacks, man. This game, this level sucks. Like, this didn't need that black muncher in this level. This level sucks. Like, fuck you, stupid game. Where am I supposed to go? When am I supposed to go there? Go there, eh? When am I supposed to go there over the mountains? This is so fucking annoying. Oh, you control the height. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. God, I'm so dumb. Oh, I understand now. Took me so long. Like when, man? What? Oh, maybe that's when. From the question mark. Can you imagine? That's probably it. That's probably the jump. From the question mark, of course. That's how. Like, fuck you. Time to get serious. Oh, that was it. That was it. Did you see that? That was it. I was serious. Got serious. Oh, we just dodge the lava. I understand now. Just dodge it. No! Maybe it's not from the question mark. Maybe. Preseason NHL was like, oh yeah. But preseason games, like, they don't, you know, they don't even like dress their full squad, right? You might not have seen even their like top players play. I guess for like the cup winners, you yeah, as the cup winners, it would have been nice to see. Yeah, I know what you mean. But as the cup winners, you know they're probably playing the most relaxed preseason. Because they play the longest into the friggin' June. That's true. Maybe you'll find one for sale on StubHub during the year. A random game at the last minute. StubHub tickets. Is that still a thing, StubHub? Dude, I saw a GSP fight. Who was it? Someone in Montreal. Because we got StubHub tickets for like $20 at the last minute. This was in 2008, 2009? 2009. It was the best. Kershak? Cossack? Yeah, buddy. Yes. Yes. The man that inspired me to buy my own weights at home. Ninja Lifestyle. He's the man. Wow, bro. Hell yeah, man. What? That's amazing, dude. Oh, what? Such a scam. Gotta keep it going? Yeah, man. You can see it, man. You can see the definition on you. What? Yeah, man, the show is my man. Oh yeah, dude. What? So you can stand there? That was the worst time to go. That was the worst time. Oh. Cat jam. I hate this fucking level, dude. I don't want to do this anymore, this level. I might change games. Five or six rooms, it's good, thanks man. Thanks bro. That last room was like a miracle. No! Yo, what's up, Nick? How are you, man? Oh no. Nothing much, just cool, man. Terrible at this game. Oh my god, I chose like the worst time. Oh what? Oh my god, come on. Yeah, I'm gonna, you know what I do? Ninja, yo, if you see a ROM hack that you think I'm like could be okay at, my Discord, I gotta go on my computer. I mean, I could do that, but if you see Shell, Water World. Send me SpongeBob card? Nice, man. Thanks, dude. Quickie World. With a twist. Go eat this enchilada? Fire up stream? Nice, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thanks, man. Nice job, Kaizen. Thanks, bro. Yo, that's my dream, dude. Thanks, man. To be a Kaizo legend like you. I think I'm gonna sign off too, man. I'm probably, if you're on, I'll raid you, man. Thanks, dude. Let's flex for King Nick. Do flex. We be flexing. Ninja lifestyle, lifted weights. We're feeling strong. facility kicked my ass today. It's a big waste, not a waste of time, but like, it just, no PBs, it's just so terrible. Oh my god, we went to a room or two. Hopefully this one's not as slippery. Thanks, man, dude. That's sick, dude.
Plus 50. I'm so impatient.
I hate this game. Okay. Thanks for watching. I'm Raid Ninja Lifestyle. Thanks for being for 8 hours, everybody. Baron, Stash, Toad, everybody, Russ, King Nick, Ninja.